Our story begins with an introduction to the main character. She lay beaten and looked like she was about to die. She was tormented by hunger and she still didn't understand what it was. They started beating her and it almost came to death. This happened because she dared to steal bread. Suddenly, the girl's eyes began to cloud over, on the verge of death, and memories of her past life returned to her. The last thing she remembers from her previous life is being in a plane crash. She looked at herself until she suddenly saw that she had childlike hands. There were many books around her. And suddenly, one lit up in front of her. It had the title, The End of Eternal Fire, written on it. And inside this novel is the world she read about before her death. A higher power said that she was prepared to live a new life. And so her soul seeped into the pages of the great book. She sat there, very beaten, powerless and hungry. She didn't even know what to do. It seemed that she had been cast in the worst role imaginable, namely that of a poor beggar. The girl thought about her body because it also had its own backstory. Memories began to appear. The person who took care of her told the girl that he allowed her to live in his possessions, but that she was not his own. And later he ordered her to leave the possessions away from his eyes. Our heroine has no idea what the plot is in this book. She thinks everything will get better because this novel has a good ending. She smelled bread, even though she made a mistake last time, and today no one will be left without bread. She just had to wait for the right moment. As soon as the shop owner was called and he turned away, the girl immediately pulled out the bread. She already thought she was lucky. And literally a second later, the owner grabbed her, took the bread, and threw it away. A young lady saw the unfortunate child lying on the pavement in the middle of the aisle. She was incredibly beautiful. The woman bent down to the child and asked if everything was okay. She saw that the little girl had quite special features, namely pink hair and big eyes. The unknown person asked her how old she was, and the child replied with fear that she was exactly 8 years old. The blonde lady asked if the child wanted to go with her. Our heroine immediately thought that this was a slave trader who wanted to take her into slavery, so the girl was afraid to answer. Suddenly, the woman introduced herself. Her name was Violetta, and she was a countess. The child couldn't remember which 7 mana this character was from, and she couldn't think because her stomach was starting to rumble from hunger. Hearing that she was hungry, the woman said that they had a lot of delicious food at home, such as meat, freshly baked pastries, and if she didn't want to go, she would have to eat it all herself. This gave enough motivation for the child to decide to go to her immediately, because she couldn't be such a beautiful girl or a merchant. Arriving at the Fitz estate, the girl was examined by the maids. Seeing that everything was not well with her, the woman ordered a doctor to be called. Meanwhile, our heroine was delighted to be taking such a luxurious bath because there was so much foam. The girl realized that even though the maids looked strict, it was not worth judging them by their appearance because they were fun to be with. After the bath procedures, the child drank tea and could not believe that such good people existed. After all, she had previously lived in a city where her owner and servants had terrible personalities, and this house must have a good owner, the child thought. And it was obvious that they were not engaged in slave trade here. Looking at her dress, she realized that this was probably the best dress in her life, and it was the first time she had worn such a beautiful outfit. The maids, seeing the girl spinning and admiring herself, were delighted with her. She seemed very cute to them. Seeing the maids admiring her, her pride was shattered. Suddenly, she remembered that she was still a child. That young lady could not remain helpless again, so she thought about how to provide herself with better conditions. Suddenly, the servants called her to the table because the chef had already prepared the most delicious dishes imaginable. Forgetting any pride, the girl grabbed the maid's hand and said that she really wanted to eat. At dinner, the table was bursting with food. It all looked so delicious that she just stuffed any food into her cheeks. The maid was about to stop her, and Violetta ordered her not to touch her and simply prepare a remedy for the digestive tract. Surprisingly, after the bath, the girl reminded her even more of the same person. She couldn't believe that people who were completely strangers to each other could be so similar. The maid asked if Violetta was talking about the master Adrian. The woman replied that she was talking about him and asked if he thought the same about creativity. But this is impossible because the younger child died immediately after birth. And that's a fact. But no matter how much she thinks about it, she thinks she's managed to find Adrian's younger sister. The woman recalled that she had recently asked to check family ties at the temple. The subordinate said that, according to rumors, the illegitimate child was expelled at the request of Viscount Beryl. It seems that his mother simply wanted money. She found this strange because the Viscount had light blue eyes. Now the girl understood that Adriana's sister was not dead. 6 years ago, around the same time, a child was born into the Viscount's family, and it is necessary to find out whether the deceased child had pink locks and blue eyes. The lady ordered to find out about the woman who gave birth to a child for Beryl and how much money she received for it. Meanwhile, the Count and his wife announced that they had almost finished sorting out the affairs of the estate and would be returning to the mansion in about the next week. Violetta wanted to sort out this matter because she knew how difficult it was for Adrian's family. Our heroine, meanwhile, had eaten enough and immediately went to bed. The woman pulled out a single hair from the sleeping girl's head so that tomorrow she could take Adrian's hair and turn to the temple. As soon as the girl woke up, Violetta was next to her. At first, our heroine couldn't understand who it was, but then she remembered that it was the same good aunt who had fed her yesterday. The child started crying because she thought she had become a slave, but the woman just started laughing because it was illegal. She hugged the child and said that she hadn't even thought about it. As soon as the child felt the hug, her impression of the woman completely changed. Meanwhile, Violetta said that they would go on a trip together because today they were visiting the house of her close friend Adrian Eston. For some reason, a memory flashed through our girl's mind, as if she knew it. It seemed to her that the hero in the novel had the same name, but that book has a bad ending. Everything has reached our heroine. She is the same girl with pink hair who lived in the slums. Understanding the situation, the girl covered herself with a blanket and began to be very afraid. Violetta calmed the child down. At breakfast, the girl was worried that all the food and this luxury was not hers yet, if she did something wrong. The lady said that all the food here was just for her, and the child thought that Violetta was like an angel. She still couldn't believe that this whole meeting wasn't a dream. It was amazing, and her new life was no longer hell but beautiful like a field of flowers. Suddenly, the child had a dream at night as if an unknown man was knocking the fork with meat out of the hostess's hands and saying that this dish would soon end. Even though a woman is in a child's body, she understands that something needs to be done, even though she only has enough strength to eat and sleep. She wanted to reassure herself even by thinking that it wasn't in the novel and that it was all an illusion. Suddenly, she saw a toy. It was a teddy bear that seemed very familiar. Suddenly, he moved. He told me that in a dream, the girl held him in her arms and the seal was removed. She didn't want to believe it, and the bear replied that everything was possible because he was a spirit with special powers. But the child didn't want to hear anything. She just threw the teddy bear away and started running away. Hearing a strange noise, Violetta came and the child rushed into her arms. The woman asked if the child had had a nightmare and added that everything would be fine. Our heroine felt incredibly comfortable in the woman's hands as they were magical. She fell asleep immediately from so much affection and warmth from the woman. Violetta saw how much the child was crying. She was not at all like other children. While our heroine slept, the woman admired her and could not believe that the cub looked so much like Adrian Eston. A man entered the child's room with a letter containing the results of the biological connection. As soon as the woman opened it and read it, she learned that the possibility of family ties was almost 100%. The mansion in which the child lives is owned by the Duke of Eston. He is a representative of one of the richest families in the Ferdin Empire. The child woke up again and still couldn't understand why she was in this place, while Violetta asked her how she slept and offered her to hug the teddy bear. Even though our heroine had a whirlwind of different thoughts and emotions in her head, she pulled herself together and said that she liked everything. After thinking about it a little, if it had been the same bad novel, Violetta would never have given her that teddy bear. The woman said that the girl would be going home soon. Meanwhile, the butler entered and said that the Duke and Duchess of Eston had arrived. The worried parents ran into the room. They couldn't believe it was their child. The woman added confirmation from the temple that the child and Adrian were having a tentative relationship. From the conversation, our heroine learns that she was the daughter of a duke. Although the child's parents believed Violetta, she wanted to double-check and ordered the butler to make another inquiry at the temple. Suddenly, the duke's wife fell to her feet. The maids didn't have time to catch her, and she fell to the ground. No one could understand what was happening. Meanwhile, our heroine realized that she was in a novel that had a crazy bloody ending that she most likely would not be able to avoid. The novel she is currently in is called The End of Eternal Flame. The main character in this story is Violetta Fitz, and the hero is the crown prince of the empire, Zircon Ferdin. Adrian Eston flaunted himself in front of her. In the future, he would become the prince's assistant. As children, Violetta and Zircon promised each other to marry. But because the love was one-sided, Adrian ends his life by suicide without finding out that she was actually hiding this marriage behind her back. In the end, the characters die. And from the title of the novel, you can see that when the fire goes out, it's not a bloody end for everyone. Our heroine knew that this story had a terrible ending. She begged that everything would somehow work out on its own. Meanwhile, Adrian thought the child was an angel. although at that moment he had a lot of questions in his head. The next morning, His Majesty was drinking tea, and Violetta was sitting opposite him, from whom the child did not want to let go. She thought for so long that she even managed to get hungry. At that moment, representatives of the temple arrived, and again the test showed that they were almost 100% biological relatives. Now that the couple was sure, they couldn't believe that the child was theirs. Meanwhile, a temple representative said that the couple could ask for help at any time, as they were the ones who donated a large amount of money to their activities. He wanted to leave quickly so he wouldn't be overloaded with work, but Violetta said he had something to do. The little girl had been beaten quite badly, and some of the wounds were still not healed, and it would take much longer for them to heal naturally. Violetta asked to examine the child again. The temple representative had nowhere to go, so he began the examination and healing process. The girl's parents were shocked by how badly she had been hurt and wondered who had beaten her so badly. Meanwhile, the sorcerer's hands were working real magic. All the bruises and injuries on the girl's body simply disappeared. After this procedure, the child immediately fell into a deep sleep. Adrian put the child to bed and went to Violetta. He wanted to know exactly what had happened, especially since he had no idea how the girl had survived in the slums on her own. Suddenly, the mother remembered that her maid Rosalie had given their child to Viscount Beryl for money. The couple thanked Violetta because it was only thanks to her that they were reunited with their little girl. Finally, at this point, we can learn the name of the main character, because Vicon never addressed her by name. The girl's name was Rafina. The woman thought it was a beautiful name. Meanwhile, our heroine thought long and hard about what she needed to do, because a terrible end was almost inevitable, even though she really wanted it. The little bear asked what she was worried about, and added if she wanted to listen to a fairy tale. But Rafini wasn't up to it. She was thinking about how to live her life and move on. Suddenly, a strange idea came to her head. The plot had already taken a different turn, because in the original, Violetta never gave anyone a teddy bear, and she was sure of it. And based on this information, perhaps the person who is to blame for the bad ending will be able to independently prevent all these terrible deaths. If the Ark survives, the kingdom will not fall and there will be no mass death. The bear still managed to interrupt the girl's thoughts. He wanted to know who was bothering him, but the child knew that even though he was deprived of reason, in his usual form, he became a huge, terrible wild bear, for whom there was nothing terrible in tearing a person to pieces. The only downside to this killing machine is that it's incredibly stupid. Suddenly, the bear said that she was underestimating him, because he was a deity himself and he knew all the secrets of the creation of the world. And besides, he knew about the girl's plans to change the future. He wants Rafina to share everything with him because he really wants to help. Even though in the original he is stupid and yet has incredible abilities. Rafina decided to tell everyone she knows about the history of this world. But after hearing her words, he started talking complete nonsense. But our heroine only needed one answer. Is it possible to change the future? The bear crossed his arms and calmly replied that it was quite possible. In the original, Zirkan and Violetta bind themselves in marriage, causing Adrian to die of grief. The solution is absolutely simple. Force Zirkan to marry someone else right now. The idea was still a good one, but the bear didn't think about the fact that the boy was too young for it. But the pink bear didn't seem to mind, because he could get engaged to someone now and have the wedding later when he was older. Rafina couldn't imagine who Zirkan could be engaged to. But the bear replied that it was she who wanted to change the future. So everything now depends on her. Zirkan was the main character. His mother died of an incurable disease and Adrian left him. But he was so deeply affected by grief that he clung to Violetta, the main character, as if possessed. And this ultimately caused her death. The young lady began to worry, thinking that because of this, the main character would become just as attached to her as to the main character. But the bear had his own vision for this. He said that the solution to the whole problem was extremely simple, because you just need to prevent the main character's mother from dying. For Rafina, this task seemed impossible, but even here, her plush friend knew a good way out. If the child can get the legendary jewel, then any disease can be cured. Besides, the bear knew where to look for her. So far, our heroine wasn't entirely sure about all this. And based on her friend's words, if it's all true, she'll be able to stop all this madness. Suddenly, Rafina was so passionate about saving the whole world that she began to imagine in her mind how to cancel the engagement of Zirkan and Violetta and create a new alliance. Then she wanted her older brother to marry her and make everyone happy. To Medvedik, it all seemed a little wild. Finally, the girl decided to ask her new friend what his name was. He introduced himself as Alexander, Rubius Fernand Valloni. Since this name was too long for her, she simply decided to call him Medvedik. This made Alexander very angry because it was an extremely childish nickname. He started hitting the girl with his plush paws, so she wouldn't be able to remember his name completely anyway. Avestienne visited the heroine's room. Rafina decided to pretend to be asleep and hugged the teddy bear and tried to fall asleep. Her father stroked her hair and couldn't even imagine how hard it was for her to live without them. He believed that it was all his fault, but still, the main thing is that she is with them again, and Rafina is a strong child, so she will quickly get used to everything and will not worry. The couple thanked Violet for finding their child. Suddenly, the girl's hair was touched by an unknown person from behind, and it was Adrian. Violetta was about to leave, but suddenly the child stopped pretending and, abruptly getting out of bed, asked the girl to go away. Rafina, with tears in her eyes, hugged the girl and asked her not to leave, while the heroine couldn't understand why she started crying because she just wanted to ask her to stay. Most likely because she is in a child's body, she really goes crazy and reacts to everything like a child. While at the meal, the girl again ate everything she could see. Everyone around her looked at her like she was wild, but they still understood her because she had been in the slums for a long time and lived incredibly poorly. Violetta was only happy to feed the child and asked him to chew everything carefully because it could hurt. Rafina's mother burst into tears after seeing the picture, because her beloved child had been starving for a very long time. Meanwhile, the Duke asked the butler to find out exactly how Rafina lived in the house of Viscount Beryl. While bathing the girl, Violetta showed her a cute creature that she had made herself. Our heroine was surprised at how talented this woman was. Even taking a bath with her was a lot of fun. After the bath, Violetta dressed the girl and said that from now on she would live with her family. But the word family was something unknown to the heroine, because in her past life, every day was a living hell for her. She ran away from her family because of money, and eventually died in a plane crash. Since those people brought her so much suffering, she decided that she would never be able to find a loving family again. Suddenly, Adrian stood over the girl and introduced himself as her older brother. He leaned against her crib and thanked her for coming back, because he loved his little sister very much. From now on, her family members treated her only with tenderness, and she didn't know if she would be able to afford to enjoy this happiness. She slept in the same bed as her mother and was not in the mood for sleep, because first she needed to prevent Adrian's death. Suddenly, Rafina caught herself thinking that she could never even imagine that she would ever have a real family and be able to call someone her mother. The bear added that if the girl called the Duchess that, she would be very happy. The young lady asked the bear if he was awake, and he told her not to call him that because his name was Alexander, and asked him to sleep. Being in such warm and pleasant embrace of her mother from behind, she didn't want it to ever end. She promised herself that from now on she would definitely have to prevent a bad ending. The Duchess no longer cried every time she saw Rafina, nor did Rafina herself. But when her father asked to hug him, our heroine seemed to be her worst enemy, so he was constantly asked not to be present while his daughter was in the room. The young lady could not forget the person who had wronged her so much, namely the window. He constantly beat her and stomped on her hands, and because of this, she could not stop thinking about it. Suddenly, Adrian interrupted her thoughts. He handed her a sweet caramel heart and asked if she wanted a snack. She instantly snatched the sweets from her brother's hands. But after that, she invited Adrian and Violetta to go with her, and they went to the garden. Meanwhile, the Duke thought about the reason for his daughter's fears. Most likely, she was very afraid of adult men. The man's thoughts were intertwined and incredibly scary. He didn't even want to imagine what his child had to go through. Besides, she's so small and fragile. Her little arms and legs are so thin and all bruised. He promised that Beryl would pay for everything and that because he made his daughter suffer, he would destroy him. Watching the interaction between Adrian and the young lady was like watching a scene from a romantic movie. Meanwhile, Alexander. He asked if the main problem was Zirkan. The girl agreed with him, but she still didn't understand why they got married. The birth of the king's second son became a threat to Zirkan because he occupied the position of heir to the throne, and he was also pressured by relatives who were in the royal council. The woman he chose was Violetta. There was no love between them. His goal was to retain the throne, but in the end, it all led to Violet confessing her sincere feelings only after Adrian's death, which made our heroine very sad. If Rafina gets engaged to the young heir to the throne, none of this will happen. But there was one problem, because no one would take a child's words about the engagement seriously. Even though he is also a child, it was necessary to immediately get Zirkan's promise to take her as his wife. And when the question of marriage arose, he would immediately remember her. The bear's decision seemed ideal. The girl, after thinking a little, complimented Alexander because he wasn't as stupid as she thought. Meanwhile, Adrian fed her. He took care of her in every way, and the child was happy to eat anything they gave her. Suddenly, the twins asked their older brother if he would feed them the same way, but Rafina ordered them to go away because they were not supposed to do that. The brother asked her what she wanted to eat first. The little girl replied that she wanted cake. We had twins, and she ate the whole cake just from being incredibly hungry. The mother was pleased and looked at her beautiful daughter because she had to go through so much, and now she hopes that her days will be filled with only happy moments. Violetta was already getting ready to leave. Rafina's parents had prepared a carriage for this. They didn't even know how to thank her. They asked to leave a little more, and the girl said that she was already indebted to them. Still, our heroine's mother wanted to repay her somehow, and Violetta refused any offers because she was infinitely grateful to them. Our little heroine ran out to say goodbye, hugging the girl tightly and not wanting to let her go. But Vedic replied that now she has a loving family and they will always be there for her. They are her family. After thinking a little, Rafina replied that the girl should still arrive tomorrow. The lady promised to come to her the next day, amazingly. But just one word, family, can bring an incredible amount of warmth to a child. As she said goodbye, she thought about the words of her savior. Now the child's mind was left with the last key detail that she had to do. The girl ordered her older brother to hurry up and take Violetta away before it was too late, because she shouldn't go alone, which is why the child asked her to come tomorrow. Adrian told his parents that he would take Violetta and return immediately. Mom suggested that Rafina live together and that a private room would be prepared for her next week. The girl returned and asked if she had heard anything. Her mother replied that it was all true, but she would still sleep with her for a while. She asked if the child would mind. The girl, throwing the towel off her head, waved and said that she didn't mind at all, because then all the attention would be hers. Suddenly, the young lady remembered the advice from her teddy friend to call her mom, and then she would be happy. The child hugged his mother tightly and left Alexander. He was angry because he wanted to be called by his name, knocked on the door. He wanted to play with his little sister before she went to bed. Rafina was scared because she thought it was her father who came in, but it wasn't him. Adrian gave her a new toy, and even though newborn babies play with it, she was still delighted with it. The twins also really wanted to play with her and offered to play with dolls and read fairy tales. Suddenly, Rafina asked her older brother if he had seen Violetta off because she knew he liked her. According to the plot, her older brother loved Violetta since childhood, and she found it very sentimental. While her brother was praising Violetta, the girl said that it would be great if they all lived together. Suddenly, while in her mother's arms, she shouted out loud that she wanted Violetta to marry her brother. They were all very surprised, and Adrian was delighted because the girl called him brother. But the plan didn't work. The boy only heard what he wanted to hear. The bear lay on its side and said it was a complete failure, as it turned out that getting a couple together would be much more difficult than it seemed at first. Rafina thought that if nothing good comes of it with her brother, then she should resort to a backup plan, namely seducing Zircon. The girl asked Violetta when exactly her little brother would arrive, and the twins got angry because only they could call him that. A girl just got out of the carriage. Our heroine and her brother met her. The girl, as always, hugged Violetta tightly. She was very happy that she had arrived. As expected, she arrived without Zircon. A good decision was to go with Violetta and wait for the future heir to the throne. Although her brother didn't understand why the girl wasn't having a good life at home, she still did it all for their good. Our heroine asked Violetta if she was friends with anyone else besides Adrian. As expected, she had a good friend named Zircon, and he was the crown prince of the entire kingdom. Rafina asked to tell me more about him and pretended that she was incredibly interested. The lady said that the heir to the throne was incredibly popular, and although the girl didn't want to admit it, he was really very handsome. Suddenly, the girl immediately asked if Violetta thought he was more handsome than Adrian, and the lady slyly replied that they were both on par. The girl found it strange that the little boy was so interested in her friend, but she still found it incredibly sweet that he wanted to learn more about her. Rafina added that she wants to meet all of Violetta's friends. The girl thought it was incredibly sweet and promised to come the next day with Zircon. Meanwhile, the Duke tried in every way to please his daughter. He treated her to incredibly delicious treats, and the girl could not resist them. The maid saw that the young lady's heart was not in front of her father, and her mother was happy because she had always been afraid of her father, and in the end, she was still able to open her heart to him. Recently, her father no longer seemed scary and intimidating, and there really is a family connection between them. Thanks to her, the Duke and Duchess became very close and looked incredibly happy. The girl wanted to preserve all this well-being. Suddenly, the twins ran up from behind. They asked if Rafina wanted to play hide-and-seek, adding that it would be incredibly fun. The girl agreed only on the condition that the one who was looking for her would count to 100, but they asked her not to go far because they were worried about her. Although the main character's life was getting bigger, she still continued to behave like a child, and it really bothered her. She ran as fast as she could to hide. When she saw the column, she thought it was a great place to hide. Behind it stood an unknown red-haired man. The girl was very scared and thought it was a monster, but the unknown person asked her not to be scared and introduced himself as Rendell, her personal knight. He was ordered to follow her during the game. But still, the girl was playing hide-and-seek and she had to hide. The young man suggested hiding at home because it was quite dangerous from the outside and our heroine didn't like it. She couldn't stand it and pushed the guy away, running away from him, because hide-and-seek is a war, and you can't just lose in it. The girl was running so hard that she didn't even notice when she bumped into the black-haired young man. It was Durkan Ferdin. He couldn't be confused with anyone else. He was the one she needed. He was truly incredibly handsome. She couldn't even imagine what he would be like when he grew up. Just then, Violetta came up. She picked up the girl in her arms and asked how she had fallen. Suddenly, she saw that there was an awkward pause between the children, so she decided to introduce them to each other. Rafina was confused because she didn't know what to say to him now. I quickly thought about whether she had decided to blurt out something that she wanted to marry him. She hesitated for a long time, but still took the young prince by the sleeve and said, "Let's get married." For some reason, he is silent, looking at her with his beautiful eyes. Still without saying a single word, the girl took this as a rejection. But Rafina must make a verbal agreement with him, and has 2 more years to do so before the main character goes to the academy. Suddenly, after a long silence, Durkan agreed, and there was an incredible amount of joy on the girl's face. Violetta thought it was very cute and started kissing our heroine. Violetta liked it so much that she started joking, as if she should start getting jealous and wondering if the little girl wanted to marry her. Rafina burst into tears because she knew that Violetta should belong to her brother. She knew exactly who the girl would fall in love with. The fear that her little brother would die completely alone terrified her. She couldn't let it happen. She ran up and took Durkan's hand, saying that she must marry him. The guy smiled and looked very embarrassed. He was so handsome that he blinded the girl with his beauty. The young lady thought that her plan had already come true, and it turned out that she had figured everything out. Suddenly, Adrian approached them, and when he saw that the girl was in the boy's arms, he immediately took her off and covered her with his. He said there was a misunderstanding and most likely his sister was mistaken. And the beautiful brother with the most frequent soul, the main character's assistant, he simply cannot have such a frightening expression on his face. Unexpectedly, the knight picked up Rafina. The heir to the throne told Adriano that his sister wanted to marry him, but her brother said that these were just empty childish words because she had only recently turned 6 years old. He did not think that one could believe the words spoken by a child. Aggression was growing rapidly between the two boys. The tension was visible even in the air. Violetta and everyone present saw Adrian react so sharply for the first time. The girl decided to calm the boy down and hugged him, telling him that he shouldn't worry so much. And she also added that when it comes to his sister, he becomes very serious. After thinking about his behavior a little, Adrian realized that he had gotten all the more heated, especially since Rafina, although young, was still a lady. Our heroine's parents couldn't believe that the girl would say such nonsense to the heir to the throne himself. They began to apologize profusely to him and told him that she had just returned home, so most likely it was just child's play. But the heir to the throne had a gift for her, and he hoped she would accept it. In the novel, Durkan had a connection with the gods. Although he was an ordinary person, the only spirit he could control was the water spirit sealed in a bracelet. The girl was very scared when she saw him. The young prince said that Her Majesty the Queen asked him to give this bracelet as a gift, and he simply delivered it to the recipient. All this seemed very strange to the girl because according to the plot of the novel, in a few years the bracelet should fall into the hands of Violet and then release its magical powers. Violetta gave her a teddy bear and the spirit inside was released, but spirits sealed in objects don't just wake up. Whether or not to reveal themselves is their personal choice, and it turns out that the magical items themselves chose our heroine. Only a person who is a bearer of magic can possess such things. If the spirit rejects the owner, it will remain sealed in the object forever. It turns out that the bear chose the girl himself. Suddenly, her mother took the bracelet and showed it to the girl, adding that it was a gift from the royal family and suggesting that she wear it. The bracelet was too big for her, but after wrapping it around her arm twice, it still secured itself. The girl was afraid that the spirit would wake up right now. It seems that this spirit has given up on her. Our heroine has become much lighter in spirit, while the bear has added that one of them will be enough, and that later she will need to return the bracelet to Zircon. Our heroine's mother was very happy for her. She asked if she liked the bracelet, and she added that it suits her very well. The young lady reluctantly said that she liked everything, as long as her mother was happy. The girl didn't know what to do and whether she should go to the queen and tell her everything about the spirit, because it was all for the sake of a happy ending. As soon as the heir to the throne smiled, he lit up the entire room. He was incredibly beautiful. The children around him asked his opinion about marrying Rafina, and he was not against it. Hearing all this, the girl looked very sad. Looking at Zircon, she seemed to feel his loneliness, a feeling as if he already knew what would happen to him in the future. He is laughing heartily now, and in a couple of years, he will almost completely go crazy. Would work out for her. And once that happened, she would no longer have any worries. Medvedik hugged the girl and said that he didn't choose her for nothing, and suggested that she think better about how to win Zircon's heart. Rafina ate and thought about the heir to the throne's family, his mother the queen. She was curious to learn more about his relatives, about the king, queen, and younger brother. It is these people who will become the cause of Zircon's madness, Alexander said. The relationship between the brothers is not very good, although it cannot be good. The bear smiled wickedly and said that it was to their advantage, because then it would be much easier to get close to him. He asked her to remember how stupid Adrian had acted because of her, and that she should do the same stupid thing with the mirror so that he would guard it just as jealously. If this method works, she will be able to stop the engagement of Zircon and Violetta. The main question is what it takes to win the heart of the heir to the throne. The bear laughed and told the girl not to worry because he had one surefire option. She barely managed to gather all her willpower and come to visit the boy, but he was nowhere to be seen. The servant said he had gone to the library. She was also very annoyed Rendell, who accompanied her everywhere. While searching for the boy, the girl became very angry and suddenly saw him sitting on the windowsill, holding some kind of book in his hands. Without thinking twice, she approached him, and the guy immediately greeted her. The girl was delighted with him, as always. For a moment, she thought and realized that this was a chance to start a conversation with him, flirted with him a little, but still understood what needed to be done. So she asked him if he wanted to marry her. The young man laughed, although the girl was not upset and remained strong even when it was hard. She believed that she should propose to him every time they met. Suddenly, her older brother and Violetta caught the two of them in the library. Zircon decided to make fun of Adrian a little and replied that he was ready to become Rafina's husband. He looked at Adrian and wondered what to do and whether his sister would really become the wife of the heir to the throne. But the mockery didn't last long. He stopped being serious and laughed at the way Adrian looked. But the girl didn't know how to react to this, so to seal the deal, she took the guy's hand and asked him to come tomorrow. And he agreed. She thanked him and kissed his hand because physical contact is the best method for getting closer. The girl stuck to the plan, and suddenly the spirit that was in her bracelet that Zircon brought woke up. An unknown force spoke from the bracelet. It said that it had been waiting for this for many years, and thanks to it, it had awakened. The Countess did not want to hear this. She asked him not to wake up and to return. Medvedik recognized the spirit from the bracelet. It was Orphan, the spirit of water. In the original novel, Zircon hated him, even though he was usually kind and sweet. But he had one negative side. He was a terrible swearer. Compared to him, Zircon is a pure angel. The girl couldn't listen to all this swearing, so she covered her ears. The bear also began to respond to the bracelet. The orphan asked to throw the bear away, but the girl calmed down and ordered the two to be quiet. Suddenly, she felt very sleepy. She fit comfortably between her two parents and immediately fell asleep, especially since living in a child's body is very difficult because she quickly wants to sleep. The maid Selena saw Rafina, and she thought the girl was incredibly cute and similar to a bee. She had a rather strange view of the world, but the dress was still really pretty. She was awakened by a strange force. Surprisingly, last night wasn't a dream after all, although she would have been very happy if it had all just been a dream. The maid overheard the girl talking to the teddy bear and asked what exactly she was saying. Rafina panicked and said that she was just talking to the teddy bear. The maid didn't find it strange, but even cute because she was just a child. The woman added that if the girl needed anything, she should definitely call her. Meanwhile, Rafina argued with Orphan because he was supposed to be the spirit of Zircon, and not her. But he said that he chose her and promised to behave well. The orphan begged not to chase him away, but the bear wanted to break him, and the spirits quarreled again. The girl ordered the two to be quiet. She grabbed her head and didn't know what to do. Although if you think about it, the bracelet can't be broken just like that. And besides, it's a gift from the queen, so you can't throw it away. The girl asked the bracelet to be as quiet as possible. He agreed and said that he completely understood her. Suddenly, the maid noticed that the girl was having a rather interesting conversation, and she also wanted to tell something. She prepared a small gift for her. It was a bow for a teddy bear. If you tie it correctly, it turns out a backpack. And now she and Alexander will always be able to spend time together. Even the teddy bear liked it. And in this form, the girl definitely looked like a child. Adrian asked Rafina if she wanted to go for a walk since the weather was beautiful. He also said that she was like a little bee, just like the maid said. The parents went on business, and the twins have classes with their teachers now, so today they will be alone with their older brother all day. This seemed wonderful because it was still waiting for Jerkan, and besides, the girl had a cunning plan to talk to him about Violetta. Walking around the yard, she asked Adrian if he liked the girl, and he calmly replied that he did. Very much so. He himself started a conversation about it and said that she smelled good and had a very gentle and affectionate voice. He added that it would be great if Violetta lived with them. The girl didn't hesitate for long and shouted that she wanted to become part of their family. Suddenly, the guy asked his sister if she felt the same way about Zircon. He was curious why Rafina loved mirrors so much. The girl blushed because of it, then added that she liked Violetta, which is why she liked him. Although he didn't have the best character, she still mentally understood that she had to change the future. Adrian said that even if the girl really likes His Majesty, it doesn't mean that she should talk about the wedding. And besides, she doesn't really know what marriage is. Suddenly, Rafina replied that their parents were also married, but he replied that it was different because they were adults and she was still young. In response, the girl screamed and said that as soon as she grew up, she would immediately marry Zircon. Rafina began to get very nervous because her brother didn't understand why she was doing all this, even though he couldn't possibly know about it, and she was acting only for his sake and for the good of the entire kingdom. The girl started yelling at her brother and said that life is hard, and sometimes she throws up difficult problems that need to be solved. She said that he didn't have to worry about anything and that she would definitely protect him. Although Adrian didn't understand what she was talking about, it seemed to him that his sister was better off with a mirror than with him. Although it was impossible to even describe in words what he felt when he first heard about his sister's desire to marry Zirkan, in his mind, he felt that Rafina saw Zirkan as 100 times better than him, although there was probably nothing to worry about because his father would not allow it. He thought that as soon as she grew up, she would immediately forget about this situation, and to start with, he just needed to get closer to her. Adrian added that the girl's room was almost ready, so he wanted to go and look at it together. Rafina saw that her brother was worried about her, but she felt much more comfortable with him than with Violetta or Jerkan. It was unclear why the girl's heart started beating so fast. Memories flooded her mind from her previous home where she was placed in a tiny room with nothing. For her, the hope of a better life was a luxury. And now, as soon as she entered the room, she was almost blinded by how spacious and beautiful it was. It was the first time she had seen such a luxurious interior. It smelled incredibly nice, and she was simply incredibly big. Her brother and the nurse were pleased that everything suited the girl. In a past life, the girl could not even imagine such a room. But here she will live. She calmed down and her brother thought she was a Melra, and they laughed a little. Adrian said she could use this room until she was older, but after the wedding, she wouldn't need it anymore. But the girl was somehow indifferent. She just lay down on the bed and couldn't even put into words how wonderful this place was. The poor little room once more, and suddenly her brother stroked her. He sat down on her bed and asked her if she liked everything. The Countess liked Adrian. It was very gentle and pleasant for Gladova. She would like it to continue forever. Now she is absolutely sure that she will protect Adrian at any cost. Meanwhile, the butler came and notified him that his friend was coming. The guy was scared, and the girl didn't understand who could have come. The first guy thought about Zirkan. But then I remembered that he was incredibly busy and wouldn't be able to visit even if he really wanted to. Although he didn't know who had arrived, his soul was very restless. Unexpectedly, the heir to the king himself entered the room and greeted Adrian and Rafina. And the older brother asked why he was here. Zirkan simply forgot to remind him that he would be arriving today, but he promised Rafina about it. Adrian was very angry about this. He put his sister behind him and did not want to let the guy near her. But Zirkan said that he really promised her that he would come. There was a look of misunderstanding on the guy's face. Out of nerves, Adrian squeezed his sister's hand so hard that it hurt. He immediately began apologizing to her because he didn't want to cause her pain. A moment later, the girl ran to Zirkan's arms. Adrian was simply stunned by this turn of events. Despair was visible on his face. Meanwhile, the happy girl did not forget to remind the star-crossed love that they should get married. The heir to the throne said it was a rather warm meeting and apologized to her older brother. Adriano had no choice but to simply remain silent. Zirkan stroked the girl's head and said that he wouldn't be able to stay long because he had many other things to do. But still, Rufina was satisfied because he had fulfilled his promise. She immediately led him to her room to show him how luxurious it was. The girl noticed that it was incredibly large. Then the guest smiled and asked if she was sure she could sleep here alone. With confidence on her face, the girl assured that she would be able to, because she was already an adult and would not be scared by any honey growths. She added that the more cheerful the room, the merrier. Zorkan incredibly wanted to stay in it longer because Rufina seemed very nice to him. When he saw his brothers, he didn't have such thoughts, although his half-brother was still the worst of them all. But Rufina was completely different. She was small, tender, and fragile. Her voice was so beautiful that when she called him by name, his soul became warmer. Zirkan apologized to her older brother and justified himself by saying that she herself would ask him to marry her at the first opportunity. He noticed that Rufina really liked her room, and the girl simply agreed with it, not noticing how childish she was acting again. She forced herself to pull herself together because they left her with one more thing. She asked when to expect him next time to see him. But the young man said that at the moment it is difficult for him to answer this question because he usually does not have time for such things. So Violetta and Adrian always come to the capital themselves. The girl was sad and suddenly a wonderful idea appeared in her head. She couldn't understand why she hadn't thought of it before. She needed to meet the mother of the crown prince. The girl promised that next time she would come to him herself. In her mind, she understood that the mirror's mother could not die. And if she could deal with this problem as soon as possible, the main reason for the crown prince's madness would pass. The boy smiled and said he would wait for her, fell silent and sat down on the sofa. Today had been a difficult day. Before leaving, Zirkan promised her to meet again, which is a great job, because making a marriage proposal is not that easy. But another problem arose. This time with her brother Adrian, he was sitting there upset. It was not easy when a friend tries to take your younger sister away from you. You can understand him. His long-lost sister has just returned to her parents' home, and all her attention is focused only on strangers. She decided to fix this problem, so she immediately suggested we eat together, because there is no more suitable weapon in the fight against sadness than something sweet. The guy was surprised that the girl took the initiative and offered him a cake. She added that this was a cake for her favorite little brother. The guy directly asked if she loved Zirkan more than him, and then our heroine realized that Adrian was still quite a child. I'm really surprised that he behaves like an angel in such cases. Rufina said that this was not true at all because she loved him the most. A smile immediately appeared on the boy's face, but the girl added that she would marry the mirror anyway. She also ordered that he must marry Violetta because she wanted to live with her. Besides, if Adrian and Violetta are the first to tie the knot, she won't need to leave the mirror because he can simply marry someone else. For our heroine, this seems like the best way out of the situation. Because in the original, he only needed the marriage formally. She decided that she would marry for love. Meanwhile, the Duke caught his daughter's abuser. He wondered if he understood why he was here. The Viscount repented and did not know that the cursed woman had replaced the child. The Duke would not listen to him and grabbed him by the shirt, asking how he dared to hit his child with his disgusting hands. The man was sure that Beryl had knowingly committed the crime, even if it was not his child. He couldn't understand how anyone could treat a defenseless child like that. The man's words sounded as if he himself were ready to abuse his own child like that. But he replied that it was all true, because it made no difference to him whether he beat his own child or someone else's. In any case, he would starve him to death or beat him to death. The Duke of Eston could not listen to such terrible words. He hit him on the leg with all his strength. He promised that as soon as he got out, he would immediately report that he was the head of the Assassin's Guild. The Duke's subordinates said that the man was worthless trash, and that if he survived, it would only get worse for him. The Duke said that Beryl didn't understand the difference between their guild and any other, because they only dealt with bad people, just as terrible as him. The man began to list what he was involved in: gambling, human trafficking, and other terrible things that Vicon did. He had already been ordered 5 times. The offender was simply shocked by what he heard. He could not accept it. The Duke said that it was better for him to give up hope of survival and simply wait for death. He ordered his killers to finish the job and left himself despite the freak's pleas. The next morning, the girl woke up and couldn't find her teddy bear, even though she had slept with him in her arms. "There's nothing you can do, you need to summon another spirit." She called Orphan, and he immediately jumped into her arms. The orphan couldn't believe that the girl had called him. The young lady asked the spirit to calm down and behave quietly. She ordered him to tell her where the ruby had gone. The spirit said that one of the maids took him. While she was fast asleep, the woman took the teddy bear to wash. He begged for help, and she slept so sweetly that Orphan ordered him to shut his mouth. Realizing what had happened, the girl immediately called Selena. The teddy bear was hanging among the other clothes. Rafina quickly took him off and listened to how the horrible maid treated him. First, she tied him up, and then she started beating him. He suffered terrible torment. The girl just apologized for not being able to help, but now it's very clean and smells delicious. Lady noticed that the bear could use Orphan's power to wash himself, but Alexander did not want to come into contact with the water spirit. Suddenly, Violetta came into the room and happily greeted the girl. Rafina ran to her and hugged her, simultaneously burying her reputation as a dear person and completely acquiring the reputation of a child. Violetta asked if the girl remembered what day it was, and the thought that they would go to Zirkan today popped into the girl's head. Today will go down in history. Selena did her a wonderful hairstyle, and her mom picked out a blue dress. She even has a gift for the boyfriend. Everything is absolutely perfect. Adrian was shocked when he saw his sister because she was shining like a fairy. The girl thanked him and told her brother that he was like an angel. Violetta asked the girl's opinion of her, and Rafina replied that she was also like an angel. Over the past 5 days, Violetta and Adrian have become very close. All that's left is to tie Jerkin to her, the girl thought. The day she would save the world was very near, and upon arriving at the place, she was shocked at how beautiful the palace looked. It was so majestic that she felt like she was in a movie. When she saw the statue of the king, she thought it was a bit too much. The maid brought tea and apologized for the crown prince being a little busy right now, adding that he had no more meetings scheduled at the moment, so he would join them later. Violetta called Adrian and asked him to look at Rafina. The girl was very worried. The couple thought she was so cute that they couldn't help but laugh. Our heroine did not even expect such a turn of events. Not long ago, she was eating dog food from a bowl and dressed in rags. The Viscount called her a poor unfortunate. These words still cannot get out of her head. Suddenly, the bear remembered that at any moment he could crush the entire castle without even putting in any effort, and she asked him not to do so. Even though the fate of the entire kingdom was in her hands, she had to concentrate. The desserts looked too luxurious, and she decided to eat everything despite her conscience. It was all incredibly delicious, strange, and it seemed to her that it was because she was in the castle. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The girl forgot to take the fork out of her mouth and turned to see who it was. It was Durkin who came. He apologized for being late. Rafina was very happy for him and wanted to run to hug him. Suddenly, the girl saw the crown prince's uncle. He was incredibly handsome. The man is happy to meet the master, Eston and Mistress Fitz. He said he was an uncle and introduced himself as Eden. Byrolian. The girl bowed before him and added that she was also very happy, since he was Durkin's uncle, which means he was the queen's younger brother. If we go by the plot, the royal family was quite friendly until all these events that destroyed this idol. The crown prince's uncle called the girl very cute, and she didn't understand why he was so friendly. He added that he would like to introduce some more people to them. A moment later, he showed his wife. She introduced herself. Her name was Anna. The girl's breath was caught in her throat because it was because of her that the butterfly effect would appear. It was she who was the primary cause of all subsequent events. Her actions would destroy the royal family. In our heroine's opinion, she was a terrible person. The girl didn't know how to prevent all this, and nothing came to her mind. Maybe we should try to stop their wedding first, the child thought. The young lady was so lost in thought that she didn't even notice the mirror next to her. So he himself approached her and greeted her. She turned to him in fear, and he asked if anything had happened during his absence. Rafina immediately took his hand and was delighted. She reminded him again that he had married her. Adrian asked Violetta if she was thinking the same thing as him. Meanwhile, our heroine wondered if there was a way to get rid of this marriage system. But in the end, you need to have 2 correct options at the same time, because it's not a fact that Adrian and Violet will do well. Zirkan's uncle said that they were expecting them, but in the meantime, the girl saw that she needed to deal with his marriage. The man poured tea and said that he had decided to meet with His Highness the Crown Prince first, and was also told that the Queen was in the meeting room. He also introduced his bride to himself in front of the mirror and told what he had written about her in the letter. The young man's uncle noticed that the little boy was probably quite happy because he had managed to meet his future wife before the Queen herself, and the boy confirmed this. But in reality, the young man didn't react to it at all. He was completely indifferent. This surprised the girl because she had guessed that he was so indifferent but didn't know that much. Even Adrian Violetta noticed that he wasn't behaving very well and said that he was probably just tired. In any case, the girl needed to resolve the issue with the future wife of the queen's younger brother. Rafina saw that Anna was looking directly at her. Very scared, the girl ran to hug Violetta, who didn't understand what had happened, but simply remained silent. The girl knows perfectly well what kind of person this is, which is why she doesn't want to talk to her. The bear asked what their plan was. In the original novel, he had a difficult fate. Uncle Zirkan brought this girl with him on his return to the capital, but the truth is that she is carrying someone else's child. It's just that right now, while kissing her husband, she is pregnant by another man. It's strange, but at this moment, she exudes a very pure and innocent energy. It's hard to even imagine that she has another personality. But despite her modest appearance, she is very cruel. In the past, this woman worked in a shelter and regularly beat children. It's strange that she doesn't notice anything. It looks like she has no idea about anything at all. Anna behaves in a way that is certain. If you don't know anything, you can easily be deceived. This is precisely why there is no forgiveness for the woman. She uses the people who love her for her own purposes. In the future, after giving birth to someone else's child, the Rolian woman will return to her first husband, completely robbing the queen's younger brother. What is most shocking is that this is another relative of the queen, and it is after this revealed fact that misfortune will overtake the ruling family. Rolian will be branded as an unprincipled man whose wife was taken away from him and who will not be able to return the stolen property. The queen's family will lose both prestige and pride, and the younger brother will be stripped of his title due to disgrace. And the entire family will face financial difficulties, and family members will begin to grow more and more distant from each other. All these troubles will fall on the shoulders of the queen. This is why our heroine is so afraid and despises the woman sitting right in front of her. The bear knew that after this, the queen would fall ill with an incurable disease, and the girl was obliged to help her. We can't let Zirkan go crazy. The bear had the idea to simply tell everyone in advance that this woman was pregnant. Rafina told him that it was not easy, but their dialogue was interrupted by a young couple. Rolian said he would like the woman to give birth to a lovely little sister for His Highness the Crown Prince. The lady added that she would be happy if they had a little girl. Rafina felt that she had eaten quite a lot of desserts. Meanwhile, the bear asked her to bend down because he wanted to tell her something. Alexander told some cunning idea about how to resolve the situation. An evil smile appeared on our heroine's face. The girl approached Anna and turned to her. She directly said that she would indeed have a child soon. She added that Anna was already carrying it in her belly. The woman was shocked. The bear told me that there is a legend about how children can sense if a woman is pregnant, as if when life is born in a girl's belly, other children can feel it. In this beautiful fairy tale, little angels were made to wish for a child to appear in the family, and thus people began to believe that children understand when a woman is pregnant. Some still think so. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, but belief remains belief. Anna didn't know what to do, and the queen's younger brother also couldn't understand what she was talking about. Anna's face changed. She looked at the girl angrily, and Rafina had a great chance to take advantage of the situation and not back down. Anna wanted to turn it all into a joke, but the girl assured her that she was sure of it, and that she really had a baby growing inside her. Adrian quickly grabbed his younger sister and asked her to be quiet, because you can't behave like that. Anna laughed and said it was a good joke. Violetta decided to break the awkward silence and asked what date the wedding was scheduled for. Rolian said that he would tell them all over a cup of tea, while his bride asked to go to the bathroom to powder her nose. Rafina, without thinking twice, said that she would also go with her to powder her nose. The maid wanted to help, but the girl said she could handle it herself because she just wanted to wash her hands. When she entered the bathroom, she saw Anna washing her hands. The girl decided not to hesitate and again said that she had a baby growing in her stomach. She warned the young lady that if she continued to talk like that, she could get into big trouble. Anna sat down next to the girl and said that adults hate children who lie and asked if she understood everything well, because such liars are abandoned by their parents and sent to an orphanage. She continued to tell horrible things about how liars are punished by being beaten until they turn blue or locked in a tiny room without food or water. She added that even an aristocrat from the most influential family should never tell a lie, but the bear insisted that she was safe and could pressure the woman further. Rafina smiled and said that she understood everything. Anna really had a baby growing in her belly. The woman was so angry that she already swung her hand to hit the girl. But suddenly she said the surname Gerstan, and the woman's hand hung in the air. The angry woman couldn't understand how she knew all this and who she even was. Meanwhile, the girl's plan worked perfectly. The maid came running to the screams, and Rafina burst into tears. Before everyone finds out about Anna's pregnancy, the girl wants to reveal her rotten nature. The queen came. She was simply divine. She asked what happened here. Everyone around started whispering. The bear reminded the girl that it was time to get ready because the queen had arrived, and this was a chance to reveal Anna's bad nature. She ran to the queen and screamed that she was in pain. Now the woman understood why there was so much noise. The fraudster could barely contain herself. She began to make excuses and say that the girl had fallen on her own. But the queen ordered them to stop talking and tell what had happened. All this noise was giving her a headache. One of the maids said that she was the daughter of the Duke of Eston, and also a guest of His Majesty the Crown Prince. She added that she was waiting for her outside the dressing room door and suddenly heard loud noises. Even the queen noticed how beautiful the little girl was, and it seemed that she looked like a goddess. She also saw that Lord Rolian had arrived, but her thoughts were interrupted by Anna, saying that it was a great honor for her to meet the queen. The woman recognized her and said she knew her because she was Adana's fiancée. The queen took the girl in her arms and asked why she was crying. Although Rafina knew that the queen was kind and did not expect it to be so, she cherished and comforted the girl like an angel. And it became sad that such a sensitive person would die from an illness, and all because of terrible people. She couldn't let this happen. The girl added that it was Anna who got angry and pushed her, pointing her finger at her. The queen asked if this was true, and Anna began to justify herself, saying that it was all a provocation by a little girl. Rafina continued and said that Anna was very surprised because she had a baby in her stomach, which the baby told her about with joy. After a little thought, the queen understood why the young people wanted to start the wedding so quickly. Anna wanted to assure her that she was not pregnant, and the queen said that it was nothing to be ashamed of and that things happen. For the girl, it was an absolute failure. Instead of preventing the wedding, she only contributed to it. But it was still a small benefit because it was uncomfortable for Anya. Rafina must reveal the truth, and she asked the queen to go with her. Adan hugged the queen. He was very happy to meet her and apologized for not being able to come earlier. He noticed that the woman had lost a lot of weight, but there was nothing he could do because the queen had a lot of worries on her shoulders. The woman pinched the boy's cheek and said he looked too happy. Everyone thought they had a pretty strange relationship, but Zirkan said that everything was normal and they always behaved so annoyingly. Her Majesty belongs to a family with little influence after coming to the throne. She naturally found herself trapped in a cage, but despite this, she was able to maintain her authority. But for his power-hungry relatives, the king still remains a big problem, and the queen's power has grown precisely because of his support. Therefore, Her Majesty's family did everything possible to remove the Eastern Prince from power. That's why they did such terrible things to the mirror, and he was just a child. Rafina was very emotional because she did not want to allow evil people to continue to abuse the children. The little bear told the girl that if she wanted, he would immediately turn into a big one and crush everyone here who didn't like her. But the lady pinched his cheek and told him not to say such disgusting things. She said she was in a child's body and added that she couldn't hear such words. But he replied that the girl considered herself an adult, which is why he suggested it. When the queen learned the news of Anna's pregnancy, she asked Eden about it, but he didn't understand what she was talking about. The woman began to fill in that there was no need to hide the pregnancy because she already knew everything, and the scammer looked tense. Rolian wanted to assure her that she was wrong because Rafina and Anna had literally just met, so her words could be false. But the queen said that he didn't understand anything, because if a child says such things, then a child will definitely appear in the near future. The guy laughed and said that they would try. Although Rolian is stupid enough to marry Anna, he is not the kind of person who is ready to lose his honor and pride because of a woman. If Anna was confident in her actions before, now she is worried about being caught in a lie. Adrian saw that Rafina was crying again and asked what happened. The girl said she was just very scared. Anna said that she was standing behind her and accidentally scared her because she was surprised how she fell. She wanted to remove from the girl the words that it was all a coincidence. Rolian asked the bride to be more careful, adding that it was Anna's first time in the castle, so she might be clumsy. In an instant, the girl's plan fell apart, because everything she planned to tell the queen had just been twisted by Rolian himself. The young lady didn't know how to tell the guy that Anna wanted to harm him. The queen invited the couple to the garden and said that they would talk there, and Zirkana asked to escort the guests. Frightened, the girl quickly got up from the sofa and asked the woman to wait because she wanted to tell her something. But the queen said that next time she would invite her mother and they would feed them deliciously. The queen's beauty enchanted her. She looked incredibly kind, and after gathering her thoughts a little, the girl realized that she needed to wait a bit, because it would be strange if she continued to talk about the same thing. Zircon extended his hand to the girl and invited her to follow him, asking if she was hurt. The girl replied that it was okay. As he walked, he caught Anna's eye. She also seemed strange to him. The bear didn't know what to do now because the role of the groom was assigned to Anna, and most likely the wedding was just a matter of time. Rafina replied that there was nothing she could do. She needed to return to the castle with her mother, but it is unknown whether they will believe the child's words. Meanwhile, Zircon asked the girl if she had hit herself hard by taking her hand. Adrian was shocked by this. He wanted Rafina to take his hand rather than the Eastern Prince. He already wanted to say something to Zircon, and Violetta stopped him. The girl's older brother promised that in the future he would change the laws to allow marriage. Violetta admired the couple. They were very similar. Rafina was pleased with the result. She would constantly get closer to him until she married him. She looked to the side and saw that someone was crying. This is one of the queen's servants standing by the windowsill. The girl apologized and wanted to turn to the lady when suddenly Violetta patted her on the head and said that most likely something bad had happened, and the maid just needed to be alone for a while. Rafina thought about it and agreed with the girl's opinion, because there was no reason to just interfere, even if it was a little unpleasant. In the end, they ended up in the library. Rafina didn't expect them to be such exemplary students, and although it was commendable, the atmosphere here was quite intimidating. Adrian wanted to learn more about the marriage system, and Violetta was looking for books on law. Rafina thought they had come here to have fun and not to study. Although sitting next to the mirror, it seemed like everything wasn't so bad. She couldn't miss the opportunity. Meanwhile, the boy offered the girl a little roast. Our heroine happily ate the gift. The young man thought about making more of her favorite snacks. Meanwhile, Rafina said that Anna had pushed her like that on purpose, even though she wasn't hurt, and she was very angry about it and started crying. Zircon found it all strange, and perhaps the situation was not just a coincidence. He thought deeply because carrying a child under his heart before the wedding was simply a shame. In addition, she constantly looked at the little girl with a murderous look, which was quite suspicious for a bride. Looking at the girl who ate her fill of cookies, he is happy, if only because she has a good appetite. Rafina told Zircon that she had prepared a gift for him. The boy had a strange reaction. She thought he didn't like that. The young lady asked him to close his eyes to receive the gift as soon as possible. The guy smiled and closed his eyes. He asked if he was doing everything right. The girl said everything was fine and asked not to peek and to hold out her hand. Suddenly, the young man felt something strange in his hand, and when he opened it, he saw that it was a brooch with an azure stone. Such jewelry has special significance in this world because it is endowed with protective magic. Pink is usually given to a daughter and blue to a son. They are proof of parental love and symbolize support for the royal family. This is exactly what is included in a gift. And unfortunately, Zircon never received anything like this from his father in his life. The second prince specially wore a brooch given by the king to show off to him. Although Zircon didn't show his true emotions, he was definitely very sad and disappointed because in the end, he was just a child. He asked the girl if this wasn't one of those things that Duke Estienne had been making a lot of trouble about recently. The girl said that it was a special brooch and that it contained protective magic. It looked incredibly expensive, almost blinding. Having apologized to her father in absentia, she still gave it to him because he would need it more. In the novel, he was supposed to be inflicted with a severe moral trauma, and this brooch was supposed to help in healing. Compared to the second prince, Zircon is taller and much more beautiful, the girl said. The crown prince asked if this brooch belonged to Adrian, and the girl said it was a gift. She added that this way you can show a person how valuable they are to you. Zircon believed that azure brooches were given only by parents, although in reality, anyone could give something like this to their loved one. Apparently, he doesn't know the deep meaning of these things, but the girl really appreciated him a lot. She said that the most important thing was that he was safe. The girl approached him and said that this was true and that anyone could give such a thing to a loved one. The young man smiled and replied that the girl was absolutely right. All of this made the guy shine, which is expected of the main character, but he's still the best. The girl asked him not to forget where he got this brooch from and proudly pointed to herself and said that she was the one who gave it to him. Zircon thanked her and patted her head. Now Rafini can only comfort the boy. She also did not forget to remind him that if he is truly grateful to her, he should marry her in the future. The young man could not help laughing at what he heard. He did not understand why the girl wanted to marry him so much. He didn't understand that this was the only way to make him happy. So the girl replied that Zircon was the most beautiful in this world. And the bear asked Rafina to think again. In the novel, he is a dream for all women with an unbeatable body and appearance and a strong will. He is literally ideal, although he has a bad character. But the girl wouldn't say he has a terrible temper because now he's sitting there smiling and stroking her head. A couple entered the room wondering what Zirkan and Rafina were doing. The heir to the throne said they could look into it themselves, and tension arose again between the two of them. But Violetta hit the table with a book and said that this was not the time for that, and they needed Zirkan's help. To begin with, Zirkan needs to get parliamentary approval. His support as the crown prince of this state is very important, so they are asking for help. The heir to the throne smiled, although Violetta didn't find it funny. Adrian thought that the guy supported such a marriage system. In his eyes, it just looked like Rafina loved Zirkan much more than him. The guy didn't want this so much that he literally saw the devil in him. Violetta hugged the girl together with Adrian and asked if the little girl wanted to marry her. The heir to the prince could not let go of the brooch that the girl had given him. Holding it in his pocket, he remembered how he had asked his mother for the same one. He wanted his father to give him a gift in the form of a brooch, but his mother said that in the future he would become king, so he shouldn't act like a little child. He needs to become stronger and tougher. The second prince cannot take the throne, and his father said that he needs to become much stronger and make an effort. Because even without the brooch, he will be much happier. He well remembers his mother's words asking him not to focus on just one piece of jewelry. In fact, he perfectly understood the value of the azure brooch, and he constantly recalled Rafina's words with warmth. The children went to the library, reading a lot of literature. They could not come to terms with the fact that they were unable to annul the marriages. Rafina realized that she had gone a little overboard in her desire to marry Zirkan. From the very beginning, she wanted to resolve the issue with the queen and the ruling family, and without that, many problems arose. Now the main task is to reveal the fact of Anna's pregnancy. She thought for a long time and could not find a suitable way. Suddenly, Orphan appeared. He knew how to help, and it was just a great option. But Rafina just asked and let him go, especially since she has no desire to look at him right now. The water spirit was very sad, and the girl already wanted to send him away, but Alexander said that it could really be useful. Still skeptical, the girl asked if Orphan could help since he had lived at court for some time. He was very happy and said that he had spent a lot of time in the queen's jewels and now knew how to make her believe his words. But the girl didn't want unnecessary words. She needed a decision right away. But the spirit had one condition. He wanted to take on another form. Still, Orphan is a water spirit that has enormous power. He cannot be called just a stream of thoughts that flies because he is very cunning and intelligent. The lady didn't want to agree with him because she knew he had come up with something bad, so she suggested the bear just throw him away, but the spirit begged her to listen. He called her a goddess. And not for nothing, because she is a true deity who is able to reveal the true form of the spirit. But first, you need to sign a contract because only after that does the deity truly become the owner of the spirit. But Alexander didn't like it because he was the first spirit that appeared in her. So a contract had to be concluded with him. The quarrel between the spirits flared up again. They started hitting each other, and the girl's head only hurt from it. Ultimately, the last owner of the spirits lived hundreds of years ago, and now both have long since become mere legend. The spirits did not trust humans and were waiting for someone who could make a contract with them. According to the plot, it was Violetta who turned this legend into reality. All the spirits were ordinary. The only unique one among them was Ruby. Although he was simple, he was an incredibly strong spirit. In addition, Zirkan also had several concluded contracts with spirits in his hands. Meanwhile, Orphan presented himself as incredibly good, wonderful, and incredible. The girl understood that, although he was strange, he was not bad. Most likely, he can take on the appearance of a rather nice person even though he has a terrible character, even though they are just children now. Rafina gave her verdict. She would not enter into a contract with him and would return him to the queen. The spirit did not want to return to her and seek another mistress. But still, she couldn't sign a contract with him because Zirkan had to take it. Adrian, closing the book, realized that changing the marriage system was not as easy as he thought. Violetta quietly approached the boy and whispered to him to look in the girl's direction. As soon as he turned around, what he saw seemed incredibly cute. A little girl asleep with her favorite toy. The couple stood over the girl and admired her. Her hand seemed incredibly small, and when they put their finger there, the girl instinctively grabbed it. The couple couldn't help but admire it. Zirkan said he was jealous of Adrian, but the guy crossed his arms and stood next to him and asked why he would be jealous. Suddenly, Violetta stood between the boys and said that Zirkan would never marry Rafini even if he were the crown prince, because she was also against it. This couple was incredibly similar to each other. They looked so funny that the guy made the whole room laugh. Arriving from the road, Adrian got out of the carriage with Rafina on his shoulders. A knight met them. He saw that the girl was very tortured. The young man said there was nothing to worry about, and he needed to talk to his parents immediately. Our little heroine woke up because there was a lot of noise around. The older brother and sister noticed this because they were arguing about who would play with Rafina. Her mother picked her up and held her in her arms. At that moment, the young lady saw that her mother was like an angel. The woman asked how her trip had gone. Suddenly, her father looked out the door and asked his daughter how everything went. He looked scary, but gathering all her strength, the heroine reached out to him. Instantly, her father's sad face turned into an incredibly happy one. He even had tears in his eyes because he had waited for the moment when his daughter was not afraid of him. From her father's strong embrace, Rafina realized that he was actually a very gentle and caring person. At that moment, Adrian entered the room and announced that Zircon was in the capital and Violetta had returned home. The girl calmed down after hearing this, but still planned to kiss the mirror goodbye and offered to take her as his wife again. The older brother gently patted his sister on the head and told her not to worry because they would go there more than once. The guy suggested that she not be sad and that it would be better to play with him. The whole family went to hug each other. It seemed that prosperity and peace reigned among everyone. His parents asked Adrian if there was any news in the capital. The boy said that nothing of the sort happened, although one incident still worries him, namely when the knight named John brought his wife and she pushed Rafina. This greatly worried their parents, especially their father. The smile immediately disappeared from his face. He couldn't understand how an unknown woman could do this to his child. He ordered Randell to immediately summon all the knights. His wife stopped him and said that she would meet the queen in person. The Greens ordered Randell to prepare everything for his journey, gather his knights, and be ready to attack. The whole family stood up for the youngest twin sister, agreeing that they must protect her. Realizing that things were bad, the girl tried to fix everything and say that she wasn't even hurt. But her words were not believed because she was given a lot of attention in the capital, so she quickly forgot about it. But Athena's mother was in the mood to talk to the bride. She wanted to hear some explanations from her side. Our heroine was overcome by some strange feeling. It was a sense of peace, warmth, and complete protection. The girl wanted to turn to her mother and, seeing tears in her eyes, began to cry herself. The daughter and mother cried together, hugging each other. While in her room and talking to the bear and orphan, she realized that the situation wasn't so bad, because they still managed to get a meeting with the queen. Rafina took the water spirit and said that it should take the necessary form and they would conclude a temporary agreement. Out of joy, the spirit began to kiss the girl because she finally accepted him. He couldn't stop until the bear stopped him and asked what he was doing. Orpheus replied that he simply loved his mistress very much and asked what his condition was. The girl replied that he should tell her his plan. He agreed, but he had a counter condition. Without his strength, this plan could not be implemented. He wanted the heroine to sign a real contract with him if everything went well. He added that he would be a very good spirit and would obey his mistress. The lady didn't understand why the spirit had become so attached to her. There were many thoughts in her head and she didn't know what to do. Orphan added that he had always wanted to meet a nice host, and the lady replied that Zircon was also nice, although he ignored it. The girl had to endure this in order for everything to work out. She replied that she agreed, but I'm not going to have to teach everything perfectly, even though she sets the bar for perfection, and added that there was one more condition. The girl said that as soon as everything works out, she would first sign a contract with Ruby, her teddy bear, and only then with him. Hearing this, the bear ran to her in tears because it was incredibly pleasant. He hugged her and said that he had always believed in her. Even so, Orphan accepted all the conditions, although he looked quite sinister. And finally, he began to tell us exactly what his plan was. Orphan had long lain in the box with Her Majesty's jewels, and had often been moved from one blue jewel to another. Orphan has been familiar with Her Majesty's character since she first appeared at the castle, so we spent an incredible amount of time together. Still, the girl didn't understand what he was suggesting. He replied that he knew how to tell the queen that the bride was pregnant by another man. He added that his mistress might not worry because the empress believed in spirit divination. Fortune tellers, unlike monks and priests, use the power of nature and not the power of the gods as the above do. Although they have weak magic in their hands, they survive only thanks to their craft. There is a power of nature that is everywhere, and the magic of spirits that is available to people. It is because of this that believers in God at one point began to warn about this phenomenon. Compared to the distant past, due to the weakening of divine power in the modern moment, the power of monks and priests also has this tendency. They always repeat that their power is more noble and just, and in fact, this worries them greatly. because with the change of generations, sorcerers with initially expressed magical power appear more and more often. Our heroine remembered that in the original, the queen suffered a lot from representatives of the temple. Orphan confirmed that this was exactly the case, so Her Majesty would rather believe the words of a spirit than some priest. Orphan's plan was not ideal, because negatively minded people could conspire and attack the queen, and he asked her to simply trust him. As soon as Her Majesty invites the capital's sorcerers, she will immediately want to use spirit divination, and it will be as he said. The queen will choose the one she trusts. This is precisely why Orphan will manipulate the sorcerer's power. Suddenly, he added that the woman also deeply believed in the existence of the martial spirit, because he often mocked her. After that, the spirit began to praise itself and added that it was simply incredible. Athena wanted to visit Her Majesty, but she thought it would happen a little later, and it turned out that she was going there the very next day. She was worried that her mother's mood was like that of a knight who had stepped into enemy territory. Our heroine didn't know if everything would be okay. The meeting with Her Majesty was about to take place, and the maid and butler asked to follow them for now. Our heroine was surprised at how luxurious everything was in this place. Mom suggested she go and try something delicious. As soon as the girl entered the hall, she saw an incredible amount of sweets there. It was for them that all these luxurious sweets and tea were prepared. Her mother thanked the maid for the tea and the warm welcome. Meanwhile, Athena, holding the teddy bear, ate her fill of sweets. Her mother couldn't understand what kind of person could behave so rudely with a cute little child. The heroine's mother believed that if this woman had the support of members of the royal family, she would hardly have done anything to her daughter intentionally. It was at this moment that Her Majesty the Queen arrived. The woman apologized for being late because she had some urgent business to attend to. But Rafina's mother replied that there was no need to apologize because they arrived earlier than the appointed time. She was very worried about a recent situation that occurred when a girl named Anna mistreated her child. The daughter saw that her mother was not ready to stand on ceremony and started discussing it immediately. The woman asked the queen to take appropriate measures, although she personally would not forgive her. The queen responded with understanding, and there was an incredible silence in the hall. Her Majesty sat in thought and did not know how to act, because she could not fully trust Anna's words. After all, on the one hand, she wants to be on the side of the woman her younger brother brought home. But on the other hand, she does not want to turn the Duke of Eston and his wife into her enemies. Suddenly, a maidservant approached Her Majesty. She had news about the sorcerer. It was the same woman she had seen crying by the window. The queen would be happy because the very wizard she had scheduled to meet with had arrived. The woman also added that she would take a talisman for Rafina because this sorcerer is the best in the country. The mother replied that she would not mind and that they would be very grateful for it. The mother whispered in her daughter's ear so that she wouldn't forget to thank her. And at that very moment, the little girl immediately nodded, which made the queen laugh a little. They decided to turn to the spirit world. The real guy in front of them was a sorcerer. It was incredible luck that he came today. At least that's what Rafina thought until Orphan said that he visits here almost every day. Ruby said that the time had come and the girl turned to Her Majesty. She pointed to a small book and said that it was the one Selena had read to her, and added that it said that spirits know everything. It talked about various stories about fortune-telling, and she also added that it was all pure truth because spirits know everything. The queen thought it was very cute. The book was quite familiar to her because she had read it to Zirkan. They decided to think about the future of the new family as planned. The sorcerer poured out the water and said that the queen could ask her question. As soon as the woman asked the spirits about Eden's marriage, Orphan immediately took action. The sorcerer had a strange expression on his face, and the queen asked if he was okay. He said that the family would be destroyed, and all because of a seed planted by this very woman. The man added that her soul would destroy absolutely everything because it was permeated with anger and cunning. The queen could not come to her senses. She did not believe and did not want to believe these words, and there was only one truth. The sorcerer showed her the water spirit Orphan. The spirit told the sorcerer that the woman was carrying another child in her womb. And he knelt down. He had no idea how to break the news while our heroine and her mother watched it all. A joyful spirit flew to the girl and asked if he was doing well, but the heroine angrily asked what he had done. The spirit replied that he simply told the version from the universe's side, which is why he had such a reaction. Orphan came to him. The queen has drawn her conclusions, and if the sorcerer's words are true, she will have to listen to Rafina. Our heroine burst into tears again, and her mother added that Her Majesty should believe her daughter. Everything she heard and the situation gave the queen a headache because she didn't know what to do. She told the creator and the compounder to listen to her command. It was necessary to call a doctor and bring Anna from the Sapphire Yard to her immediately. The staff of the house understood everything and said that they would immediately carry out the order. Suddenly, our heroine decided to add that back then in the dressing room, Anna was sad and repeated how much she missed the Lord of Hertzland, after which she hid in her mother's arms. The Queen knows perfectly well who this is. He belongs to one of the families that helps Her Majesty in her affairs. The Queen clenched her fist in anger and wanted to hear the rest of Anna's words herself. It was at this moment that the hostess Anna arrived. The Queen said that she should go through and that guests were waiting for her. Coming a little closer, she saw that it was Rafina and her mother. Immediately, the smile disappeared from her face and signs of distress appeared. Krolova said that there had been a small misunderstanding between them and whether it was true. She said that children at this age often come up with different things and easily make mistakes. She added that everything was fine and thanked them for the apology. Marion, her personal physician, entered the hall, but the bride refused his services because she was completely healthy and did not want to cause any trouble to Her Majesty and her doctor. The Queen added that a medical examination was necessary because traveling could lead to illness. Although the girl was against it, the Queen said enough was enough and ordered the doctor to do his job. The doctor was conducting a medical examination using magical power, and Anna's face was shocked. Taking her wrist, he said that the woman was absolutely healthy, and a little later added that she was pregnant. After hearing the doctor's words, the girl didn't know what to do and said that it was Edna's child and no one believed her. The Queen asked if she was pregnant by Gerstan. The woman was shocked by what she heard. She didn't understand how one little girl could ruin everything. At that moment, he ran into the hall, but he didn't understand why his bride was in tears. The Queen told her brother that this woman was carrying a child by another man, but Eden replied that he didn't care because he sincerely loved her. Anna thought that everything had worked out for her, and the Queen ordered the girl to be taken out immediately. The brother asked his sister not to do anything, but she was adamant. Suddenly, our heroine realized that then, under the window, the maid was crying because of her sincere love for Eden, although it was not mutual. The Queen was sure of her words. The woman her brother had chosen could not join the Rolian family. This was her final word. It greatly disappointed Eden. The woman's words made Rolian lose his temper, and he asked to be struck off the family register. Back his words. Eden said he would find Anna and they would leave the castle together. From the emotions she had experienced and all the chaos happening around her, the Queen sat down to take a breather, because she didn't understand what was happening. It was literally a moment before the Queen said that Catelyn should follow her brother. The girl didn't understand what all this was for, and the woman ordered her not to ask questions but to simply do what she said. The Queen had a bad feeling, and it was all connected again with Anna. Our heroine, sitting next to her mother, didn't understand how everything could go wrong, because everything was going according to plan until Eden ruined it all. There was also surprise on the mother's face. She was worried about Rafina and could not approach the Queen, because a child should not see such a scene. I thought for a moment that the girl understood what needed to be done, so she told her mother that she was going to the carriage so that she wouldn't think about her, and instead focus on supporting the Queen. The mother looked at her with a kind and supportive look, as if thanking her for what the girl was doing. She added that she would be there soon and that Rafina should wait a little in the carriage. But our heroine was not heading to the carriage, and it was necessary to quickly find the young owner. The guards barely managed to follow her and asked her to wait, because it was dangerous to walk alone. Our heroine was only bothered by the annoying defenders, so she asked Orphan to deal with them. After running a little further, she saw that Catelyn was talking to Eden. It was clear that they had been very close before. After the argument, the man turned and started to walk away, even though the young girl begged him not to. She stood in despair under the tree and did not know what kind of tears were rolling from her eyes. It was obvious that she loved her young master infinitely. Suddenly, a postbird brought an urgent letter from His Grace the Duke. The letter had information about Anna. It was worth checking. After reading the letter, the Queen screamed, and Rafina's mother was frightened. The Queen is very worried because if nothing is done, even the children will be in danger. She ordered the Edon to be brought to her immediately. Meanwhile, our heroine approached the crying Catelyn. She asked if she liked Adan. The girl replied that she did, and Mr. Rollin hated her. Orphan scanned the young lady. She sincerely loved her husband, and her soul suffered the most. Rafina couldn't even imagine how much pain the girl was in, so she didn't know what to do and hugged her. Suddenly, an angry Anna came out from behind the bushes, saying that it was all because of her, that all her plans were ruined because of her. She instantly pulled out the knife and, wishing for the child's death, was about to strike. But a moment later, it was unclear how Anna ended up under the tree. Surprisingly, Rafina's mother is a perfect swordswoman and knocked the weapon out of the crazy woman's hands. She looked incredibly like an angel who would always protect the child. Aiden himself was present at the scene and was shocked by what he saw. The queen shouted his name and a moment later struck him hard. She said he was a fool because he almost got two completely innocent people hurt. She threw the paper in her brother's face and asked if he really wanted to marry a thief who had attempted murder. And the brother got down on his knees. He couldn't believe it all, because he had just learned the most terrible secret of the woman with whom he was going to spend his life, sacrificing everything. Her mother asked Rafina if she was okay, but even though she wanted to answer something, she suddenly lost consciousness. She woke up only in bed, where Orphan and the bear were watching her intently. Even though the girl simply fainted, everyone was very scared. And most likely this is due to the fact that our heroine was more scared than she could have imagined. It's amazing that such a kind and sensitive mother was also a cold-blooded knight, and it seemed incredibly cool. Orphan couldn't wait for the deal to be completed, namely the signing of a contract with him. But still, there must be a ruby first. The little bear has been waiting for this moment and has been preparing diligently. And finally, he can show his true nature. The treaty itself appeared before our heroine, and it seemed to her that it was some ancient language, although it was simply the language of their kingdom. Orphan hit the ruby on the head and said that he should have explained everything and retold the meaning. The contract stated that the spirit and its owner were obligated to take care of each other and abide by all the terms of the contract. They can also terminate the contract within 3 days without any penalties. The bear didn't have time to finish reading the contract because the girl snatched it out of his hands and said that it was all incredibly boring and wanted to sign it immediately. After signing the contract, a pattern appeared on the girl's hand and unexpectedly immediately began to disappear. The spirits thought that now that the contract was signed, it would be easier for them to reincarnate into their normal form. But that was not the case, because even after signing the contract, she would not let them reincarnate right away. Although they didn't like it, they understood this behavior because the girl didn't want to turn such a wonderful place into ruins. Robbie believed that our heroine would find it easier to gain the queen's trust if she gave Her Majesty information about the people around her. But in our heroine's opinion, she is already in a good position because the queen still feels guilty towards her. And besides, they do not have an urgent need to reveal all the cards to the enemies earlier, especially since Her Majesty's trust can be gained in other ways. In human hands, spirits are likely to be used for political purposes. In the original, Zircon and even Violetta escaped the power of the aristocrats and entered the academy. If the girl follows the same rules and avoids politics, then Ruby will be happy to wait for the right time. The bear didn't understand why people were so bad and what right they had to use them for such dirty things. Rafina hugged Ruby and told her not to worry too much about their enemies. After that, she turned to Orphan and said that she wanted to do everything quickly. She lived up to the spirit's expectations, and it seemed incredible. He was very happy. And the girl almost touched the pen to the contract to sign. Suddenly, she ordered him to read this contract first. The spirit defended himself and said that he had never cheated and that he had no intention of cheating now. He added that she could change the special contract however she wanted, and the girl took advantage of this. She knew that Orphan was very cunning, so she decided to move on to more serious educational measures and included a clause in the contract stating that the spirit had no right to transform without her consent. The contract was successfully signed. Another symbol appeared on the hand. Now, if the queen is cornered, this contract will be a chance to change the situation, although our heroine hoped that this would not happen. Suddenly, the bear said that while he was here, he would try to do everything she wanted. But Orphan didn't like it because he also wanted to fulfill any wish of his mistress. Both Ruby and the water spirit began to care very much for their owner, as if competing with each other. Although our heroine thought it would be a good idea to get some sleep, she quickly fell asleep along with the spirits. The next day, the queen and Rafina's mother had tea. She was very grateful that the woman had arrived even in such a difficult situation, and hoped that the journey would not cause any inconvenience. The woman replied that everything was wonderful because thanks to the queen's care, they arrived very quickly and safely. Yet she cannot be calm because she thinks about the person who harmed her child. Although it was tactless to address the queen like that, Rafina's mother still wanted to know exactly what Anna would be ordered to do. Our heroine is shocked because such a sensitive and kind mother is now like ice. But she stands her ground. Suddenly, Rafina was scared because suddenly her mother would be against the girl's marriage to the mirror, and then her plan would fail. Finding herself in front of our heroine, the queen asked why she was not afraid, and decided to return to the royal castle again, despite what happened last time. The child tapped the table and said that she was not afraid at all. On the contrary, she was looking forward to another meeting with Her Majesty. The queen noticed that she was a very strong and brave lady. And she also looks incredibly similar to her mother during the times of chivalry. The woman added that in those days, the heroine's mother, along with the Duke of Eston, were truly passionate. The woman was a little embarrassed and laughed. The queen once again added that she personally apologized and that she was incredibly ashamed because of Rallian's stupid decision, a precious child who had already coped so poorly with the previous situation could have been seriously harmed. As for Anne, the queen said that there would be a trial and her crimes were very serious, so she would most likely not be able to escape punishment. The woman added that the mother and daughter have nothing to worry about. Calling her maid to her, the queen said that as an apology, she had prepared a gift and hoped that they would like it. A small box was placed in front of Rafina, and it shone incredibly brightly. Although they accepted the gift immediately, the atmosphere seemed tense. The heroine decided not to think long and to look at what was in the box. But when she saw what kind of necklace it was, the girl was shocked. This necklace, which the queen received as a gift from her previous one, looks like it's a gift from her mother-in-law to her future daughter-in-law. The queen added that there was no need to attach much importance to this gift because she had inherited several jewels from the previous queen. She was simply incredibly grateful to Rafina, and this piece of jewelry suits her. The woman added that it was truly a sincere gift and that she gave it from the bottom of her heart. After that, the queen invited Rafina to play with her son in the garden. Suddenly, an unknown boy appeared in front of the girl, and she realized who it was. This is the son of the king and the second prince of the kingdom of Antonio. In the original work, it was he who destroyed the entire kingdom. This very scoundrel is standing right in front of her. Antonio smiled and wondered if she was the girl everyone was talking about, because she didn't fit the description. Rafina thinks it's rude, especially since he was poking her with his finger. Ruby was very angry about this and was about to punch the little boy, but the girl calmed him down. But before she could calm the teddy bear down, Orphan, the water spirit, also started to get angry. Rafina replied to Antonio that she was just waiting for Zirkan. Surprise appeared on the boy's face. Rafina decided to ask who was standing in front of her because the queen assured her that only a mirror could enter the garden. The butler whispered to Antonio that they had come where they shouldn't have, and that if the queen found out about it, bad things would happen. Antonio, without thinking twice, hit the butler and asked why they had not come to the place they were supposed to because he wanted to come to his mother. At the end, he pointed his finger at our heroine and said that this time she was carried away and she would still remember him. With an evil smile, he walked away. The guy really scared the girl because she didn't understand what exactly Antonio wanted from her. The girl started eating the roast out of stress. She didn't understand what had happened and why the boy didn't react so aggressively. Although she had met such people before and nothing bad had happened, her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a mirror that wiped a bit of the burning sensation from her face. He saw that something had happened and asked if she was okay. Rafina remembered that she had to endure everything for the sake of the future. She hugged the guy and said that nothing happened. Our heroine hugged Zirkan tightly. She knew it was better not to cross paths with Antonio again. The young man said that he had heard the conversation. Suddenly, she was scared that the guy had heard about the threats from Antonio, and in fact, he was worried about how the Knight Eden had made a lot of trouble for her. Rafina felt better. She said that everything was fine with her and was surprised that he cared so much about her. Zirkan said that of course he cares about her very much and is always worried. The girl could not recover from what she heard. She could not believe that the constant brainwashing had finally yielded some first fruits. But suddenly, the guy added that she was Adrian's invaluable younger sister, which is why he cared about her so much. It was just friendly solidarity, although it is true that our heroine is not weak, and she is not used to giving up halfway. She pointed to the necklace and said that Zirkan's mother had given it to her with the words that they would get married in the future. But the mirror said that Rafina was just a child. This was her second defeat. The guy added that one should not take marriage so lightly. From all this, it turned out that Zirkan simply began to read notations for our heroine, while Rafina realized that she had no other options except for a backup plan that she did not want to come to. The girl started to be naughty and screamed that she still wanted to marry him. But Zirkan didn't have time to say a word. The young lady said that people don't get married just because they love each other. Sometimes it's done for selfish or political reasons. The young man became very angry and could no longer understand what kind of scumbag dared to say such a thing. Suddenly, he realized that he couldn't talk to a child like that. He took her by the shoulders and asked who dared to tell her such a thing. Suddenly, our heroine realized that she had come to this conclusion on her own, but she didn't know how to get out of it. In the end, she replied that she had read it in a book. Zirko was surprised by this because he didn't know of any book that talked about this. The girl said off the top of her head that the story was about a crown prince who can't influence his own marriage and simply makes a false promise to marry someone, but then finds and meets a princess and takes her as his wife. Zirkin said that he was not a hero but just trash because that's not how it's done. He began to read the notes and ordered that in any case she should not give such stories as an example, and also that she should never give her heart to a person who says one thing and does another. Suddenly, the children's conversation was interrupted by Rafina's mother. The girl immediately ran up to her and hugged her, and the woman asked if the young lady had a good time. With a smile on her face, Rafina shouted that everything was just wonderful and she was delighted. Her mother arrived just in time, saving the girl from a verbal attack by the prince, who again wanted to give a long lecture on how to choose the right person to love. At the farewell, the girl took the boy by the hand and said that he would still marry her. This met the prince's expectations. He realized that the girl simply associates him with that prince, and is therefore saying such nonsense. He concluded that it was worth informing Adrian about this. Meanwhile, Antonio arrived at Sophia's palace. The prince turned to his mother, who was glad to meet him. His mother is the second Queen Rebecca. Ferdinand. She noticed that he was in a bad mood even though the boy had just arrived. Suddenly, Antonio pointed his finger at the butler and said that he had brought him to the palace of another queen, and that trouble had almost happened because of this idiot. This made the queen very angry. She asked how he dared to bring her son to the palace of another queen. The guards began to lead the butler out of the hall. He begged for mercy, and the queen ordered him to be flogged. The maids were sad because the young man's body would never be the same again. Antonio also added that the duchess came to the queen's palace, and there he met a girl who had returned to the duke's house. He regretted that his mother had not come to meet her, and added that she was quite lovely. Suddenly, he shouted that he also wanted a little sister. His mother wanted to answer that it didn't depend on her, but on his father. But Antonio shouted that he wanted it immediately, and his mother had to calm her son down because it was impossible to have a baby sister so quickly. Suddenly, Antonio said that they could pay money to the duchess to buy the child back from them. Rebecca thought it was a great idea, but she added that they couldn't buy this baby right now. She stroked the boy and said that they would bring him another toy in the meantime. It seems that the second queen was obsessed with her son and would do anything he wanted, and if he asked his mother for something, it would end up in his hands. Meanwhile, Adrian suggested that Ruffini go play together, because they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The young lady was happy about this because Adrian is often busy with his studies. This time it ended early on purpose so they could spend time together. The older brother stroked her head and asked if she loved him very much, which was because she was constantly running away from him even though she didn't want to. Even though she was exhausted and didn't really want to play, she still decided to make concessions for her brother and, hugging his hand, said that she loved him very much. She added that she loved her little brother the most, and a smile appeared on Adrian's face. But Adrian didn't just ask her to say that. He actually wrote it all down on stone, and her voice could be heard clearly. At dinner, Adrian turned on this recording and said that his sister loved Adrian the most. These words of Rafina caused a negative reaction from the twins, because they are also her brothers. To calm his older brother down, his father ordered him to calm down and draw Adrian's attention to his behavior, because it was unacceptable at the table, especially since they were younger than him. The father ordered the toy to be given to him. He smiled and added that it would be better if he had this toy. Tyrus's wife appeared behind him and said that the best place for the toy was hers. While in bed, Rafina couldn't understand why they were all behaving so strangely, and it was embarrassing because instead of eating her lunch, they were almost fighting over this pendant. Ruby said that it's all because they all love her very much. Rafina understands that this is the family that is always on her side and always loves her. The main character is even afraid to imagine the pain the whole family will feel if she disappears again, which is probably why in the original, Adrian went to a place where he would be impossible to find. Our heroine swore to herself that she would definitely protect her family from this collapse. There was only one reason why the second queen won, and that was a huge amount of money, much more than the first queen had. Rafina smiled. She believes that for once nothing terrible will happen if she repays them in kind. She asked the water spirit if he could transform into a human, and he confirmed it. The harpy was very happy about all this, and ordered to transform immediately, but without any tricks. A strange ruby glow appeared around the room, and the girl was very surprised. Elf-like figures stood before them. Blue-haired man. He thought he was incredibly handsome, so much so that he dazzled everyone with his beauty. But our heroine believes that nothing will work out, since she needs a deputy who will carry out her secret work, and in such a magnificent form, everyone will think that he is a hunter looking for noble ladies. The girl asked if he had a different appearance, and suddenly he immediately transformed into a beautiful black-haired girl who looked quite a bit like the businessman. The girl was pleased with the result. She touched the harpist's shoulder and said that in this form he suited her perfectly, and from that moment on he became her substitute. The next day, Rafina and her maid went to the market in the city. Her brothers said that there were many delicious desserts on this street. Because Rafina loves her maid very much, she wanted to eat it with her. The girl's main goal was to explore the market, because at the moment, the royal family's luxury items include monopolizing the market, and the most important product is coffee. A drink made from processed coffee beans, it is currently extremely popular in aristocratic circles, which is why there is so much caffeine on the streets. The girl stopped in front of one and decided she needed to go in. She invited the maid and the defender with her. The woman was surprised by the child's choice. She thought she wouldn't be interested there, but our heroine insisted on it because she wanted to see. The maid asked Rendell for one request, namely to accompany them to the coffee shop. The coffee shop itself was quite sad. 2 workers were playing cards and talking loudly. The girl noticed that all the guests were men. Nowadays, coffee houses gather many nobles in one place. The coffee culture here also belongs to men. After analyzing the situation, Rafina realized that sales would increase even more if women were invited here. She asked if there was anything else besides coffee. Randall added that the men gathered here just to chat. This surprised our heroine because she thought that men came here for delicious coffee. But the knight added that the coffee here is pretty bad and they only come here to talk. And he also said that women don't understand this. Rendell's opinion, it was quite strong. He suggested adding a little sugar, but didn't have time because the woman had already tried it. A moment later, she spat it all back out because I don't understand how you can drink something that tastes like poison. And the lady touched the coffee with her finger and licked it. Rendell noticed that the book was well behaved, and the maid said that it was okay for small children. In fact, this coffee was simply terrible, even though the knight said it was bitter and not tasty. But in reality, it should be sweet and tart or with a sour taste. Thinking hard, the girl froze in one state for a few seconds, and the maid asked if everything was okay with her. Rafina replied that everything was fine with her. She already understood in her mind what the problem was with this coffee shop, and that there was not enough delicious coffee and many desserts to go with it, because coffee cannot exist without desserts. I thought that our heroine realized that she could show the true taste of coffee, and it would also help destroy the second queen's business. Judging by the fact that the royal family's largest income comes from the import of coffee beans, instead of stable payments and bonuses to employees, they spend everything on personal entertainment. And in addition, they use mercenaries to physically intimidate employees. Rafina asked the spirits if they should follow the law with such competitors. Ruby slowly began to understand what was going on, and Parafina happily said that they would steal a merchant ship with coffee beans that was monopolized by the royal family. The tired workers on the deck were surprised because the fog had appeared again. We didn't even know if they would be able to earn well this time. Many of them just wanted to be with their families. It turns out that the families of the workers were also held hostage and they are not paying their salaries. Suddenly, a second later, a pirate ship appeared in front of them. But in fact, it was Orphan's ship, and he offered the workers delicious food. The men are shocked because even though he was wearing a pirate hat, he didn't behave like a pirate at all, because they plunder ships and take all the money by throwing sailors overboard or killing them. And these pirates offered food and invited us onto their ship. The workers hadn't eaten better food in a long time. You could say they were trying such delicious food for the first time. Now that the poor men had had their fill, Orphean suggested getting down to business. He was curious who was the main person responsible for delivering coffee beans to the ship. Suddenly, the main man spoke up. He said that he was the one who was dealing with all this. He said that if he wanted to kill them, he should do it immediately. If not, then let him tell them what he needed from them. Orpheus laughed, handed the man a contract, and said that this was an offer from the hostess. She was offering them a very profitable contract. After reading all the terms and conditions quite carefully, he was shocked by how wonderful they were, and immediately agreed to them. Orphean came home with wonderful news, and he added that he had hidden the coffee beans so well that no one would find them. She asked if everything was okay with the sailors. The spirit replied that everything was fine, and they signed a contract. He also prepared beautiful and safe homes for them and their families because he cast a spell of oblivion, and now Viscount Beryl will not bother them. Rafina wondered if the ship was already on its way. Orphan said that he built a special ship for them because spirit ships are always completely safe. The girl was very worried about something. Orphan asked if everything was okay with her. In fact, she didn't even expect such strong competence. She couldn't even guess that the spirit would approach this matter so responsibly. The girl's words touched the spirit very much, and he transformed into his normal form and began to hug her tightly. Rafina wondered why such a strong and intelligent spirit as Orphan held on to her so tightly. Ruby said that Orphan was actually a bit devious and wanted something else. So without thinking twice, Rafina directly asked him what he wanted. You replied that you didn't need anything, and our heroine started yelling at him and saying that he was lying, because if he didn't want anything, he wouldn't have done the task so well. Although the spirit said it was out of the best wishes, Rafina knows his character, and if he tells her everything now, she will definitely listen to him. Well, he fell to his knees and began to beg to find his legendary relic. For spirits, a legendary relic is just like a personal home for a person, which is a lifelong dream. Thanks to such relics, the spirit can use its enormous power to fulfill its own desires. After all this, the girl understood why her participation was needed, because the spirit simply could not find the relic without her. In order to find a spirit relic, you need to sign a contract, and if the owner fails to find it, no one will ever do so. You are more worried, Rakina asked if the legendary bear relic could cure the queen. Our heroine wondered what would happen after they found their legendary relic. But hearing her wasn't satisfying because they gain absolute freedom by actually using the owner to search for the relic and then become free. She became so angry that she said she would immediately break these agreements, and the spirits began to beg her not to do so. Although in any case, the terms of the contract are still valid for 5 years. But still, she will also suffer greatly in the search for their sake, and should she not benefit from it. To please the girl, the spirits wrote a new contract stating that all their savings would go to Rafina. Although in reality it was a cheap investment, because in the end, they would gain much greater power and unlimited opportunities to make money. Thanks to the money, the harpist was able to build a building located in the central square of the capital and start business immediately. The moment came when the Kaftor coffee shop opened. There were lots of sweets and delicious coffee, as any good coffee shop should have. This place immediately fell in love with the noble ladies. They liked it all incredibly much. It was a really good place for both women and men. Jerkin said that she ate little by little and did not forget to drink everything because then there could be stomach problems. The girl was drinking coffee with joy. She was very tired. Crow entered the coffee shop. Baronil. He was surprised because no one had ever done such a design for a coffee shop. Nevertheless, he still likes it better than the previous pub. The waitress asked what he would order, and his servant replied that they would order the best things on the menu. It was also surprising that women also actively drink coffee, because it is very harmful to their bodies. It seemed to him that they wanted to kill all the women in the capital. Suddenly, coffee and many sweet desserts were brought to his table. He is satisfied, but does sweet really neutralize bitter coffee? While sipping coffee and tasting sweets, he told the waitress that neither children nor women should drink coffee, and she replied that it was a myth. Baran was surprised by such answers because the main supplier of coffee said that it was harmful to women. Although if you think about it that way, he was a terrible sexist. The waitress turned around and said that this was an incredibly strange stereotype, and she didn't even bother to think that there was anyone who believed this nonsense. The man tried some more coffee and was surprised because it wasn't as bitter as in other coffee shops. The subordinate added that his coffee was indeed a little warm and still tasted good. My husband also noticed that it had a wonderful aroma, not even a bad smell, most likely a different type of coffee. Everyone liked the coffee from Rafina's cafe, and many decided to hold meetings here. Our heroine was pleased with the result. Panic broke out in the Second Kingdom, not only because their ship had not arrived with coffee, but also because someone had opened a competing coffee shop. It was very strange. The woman did not understand how this could all happen. She asked her husband to calm down, but he started yelling at her because she wasn't the only queen to be so calm about it. He added, telling her to never forget where she came from. And so their conversation ended. He ordered that if there was any news, she should immediately inform him of it. The woman was very disappointed because she was fed up with what her husband always told her. His Majesty was recently on video all the way to the residence. She didn't even have time to meet him in person. The woman wanted to buy off the courtiers, but they turned out to be too loyal, so she can't guess why the king is so angry. The woman fantasized about how to put her father in his place when Antonio became king. The next day, Rafina's mother and the queen talked about the little girl. Unfortunately, she was unable to come to the meeting because she had a cold. It's strange because the woman didn't talk about her own illness as if it were just a trifle. The queen suspected deception, and she had an extremely angry expression on her face. But Rafina's mother did not react to this threat and added that she needed to return before sunset. So she thanked them for the invitation and said goodbye. The queen went back with nothing and was very angry. She believed that the woman considered herself a grand duchess, although if only one of the two queens remained, she would behave completely differently. Rafina happily greeted her mother and asked where she was going. As soon as the girl found out that the lady had gone to see the second queen, she was immediately glad that she hadn't gone there. The man did not understand why the queen would invite his wife. It was strange, the woman herself didn't know. She seemed to want to get closer to her. It all seemed very strange. From the windows or Tadler, so perhaps she was acting independently. At least that's what the Duke thought. Rafina guessed that the second queen simply wanted to establish contact with her father. And it was a good thing that her mother was not prone to such provocations. At night, the girl could not fall asleep. After a few years of reflection, she entered the capital's academy. Just at this time, the second queen will sow chaos between the emperor and the empress and do everything possible to get rid of Zirkan. Through an apocalyptic crack, Zirkan will fall, unable to explain what is happening. A crack appeared in the transition between the worlds, and demonic beasts unexpectedly appeared from there. And a very long war with monsters from another world developed. And even though they won, these events tragically affected the lives of 3 people. Most of all, she feared such an ending. She promised herself again to protect Zirkan and not allow death or harm to come to her loved ones. Severe drought is negatively affecting the population. Something needs to be done about this, and the situation needs to be studied. Violetta was worried about this because there was a possibility that the drought would spread to the entire continent. Zirkan believed that this was just a theory, so it was only necessary to solve an existing problem. Violetta stood her ground again because the drought was getting worse and worse every year, and they couldn't know when it would get worse, so it was important to prepare a plan for the near future. Adrian agreed with the girl. He added that the capital needs to prepare comprehensive measures to close and prevent drought. The decanter was incredibly bored. She couldn't understand why, at such an age, future academy students didn't go to the library. Zirkan stroked her head and asked if the girl was tired. So in response, she simply hugged him and added that everything was fine. She even praised herself because she adapted very well to the situation. She believes she has become a true professional. She believes her skills are at their peak. Over the past 2 years, they had become very close to the mirror. They didn't see each other that often, but when they did spend time together, she tried very hard to please him. She adjusted herself so that he felt comfortable around her. Adrian noticed that Rafina was holding the mirrors too tightly, and it must have been uncomfortable for him, so he suggested they stop the discussion if she was bored. Relata suggested that they ask Rafina's opinion about the drought together. Adrian said that she was still young, so she was unlikely to come up with anything. But Violetta insisted that at 8 years old, she was already a young lady and could offer something interesting. And besides, she was very smart. She almost started yelling at Adrian because he spoke badly about his sister. He replied that she was just a child, but Violetta was not satisfied with that. After a moment, Adrian agreed that he had done wrong and promised not to do it again. Rafina was also happy to notice that the situation between Violetta and Adrian had also changed rapidly. The mirror found the young couple's quarrel very funny, and when they noticed it, he denied everything and said that he wasn't really laughing. The couple began calling him unscrupulous and impudent, but still they were happy to see the boys smile because you don't see it every day. Rafina is very happy that they all became best friends. They all looked very cute. Our heroine also knew about the drought. This is a special time when there will be a split in the relationship between the emperor and the empress, and it is necessary to prepare a little. The girl turned to her mother and said that she really wanted to go to the castle. She said that she really wanted to see the empress. The woman was very surprised by this desire for a child, but she told me that she had an agreement with the empress and that she wanted to come and have a walk with her. And the mother didn't know how to explain to the girl that these words were just a sign quickness, so she decided to first send a letter to the empress and wait a bit. The incident that will lead to a split in the relationship between the emperor and the empress will be an incredible test for 12-year-old Zirkan. And although the parents think that the children do not understand anything, within the family it will greatly affect the child's inner state. In addition, Zirkan lives with his half-brother and is not friends with him. No matter how mature a child may be beyond his years, he can still break down from such strong psychological stress. Now the main thing for the girl is to talk to the empress and reconcile her with the emperor. She was in such a hurry that she forgot how to walk properly, so she immediately ran, even though her mother asked her to move more slowly. The empress was happy to greet and see the girl. Our heroine did not forget about the honorable greetings and therefore bowed before the queen. The queen bought quality tea leaves before their arrival, and Rafina's mother thanked her for her concern. The girl was very worried because recently her mother was invited to visit by a second queen, with whom the empress had a quarrel, and apparently this did not have a negative impact. The woman wondered why the girl was behaving like that. She thought something had happened. Standing on the ledge, she simply replied that she smelled paint. The woman had such a wonderful sense of smell that she complimented her and laughed. Kroleva said that she is learning to paint and her teacher is one of the best artists in the capital, but there is still room for growth. Rafina was delighted with this. She wanted to take a look at her work. The queen replied that if the girl wanted so badly, she could look and asked not to judge harshly. Rafina happily ran after her. In fact, the empress began to pursue a new hobby because of the emperor, because he was worried about his wife's obsession with the spirit world, so he suggested finding another occupation. So she immediately started drawing. They all came to the room where the empress was painting. The girl wanted to flatter the queen, and in fact, the drawing turned out to be simply magnificent. It deserved all the praise. The woman called it an autumn landscape at sunset. The queen said that this was exactly the landscape she saw in her hometown where she grew up. Rafina added that it was simply beautiful, and she was deeply surprised. Although the picture was incredibly beautiful, it exuded sadness and loneliness. The girl thought it was an image of the empress in her youth looking at the sunset. With such wonderful skills from the queen, Rafina's plan will work with a bang. The girl said that she also really wants to draw. The empress noticed that her painting had a good effect on the girl. Her mother added that the queen's skills were truly incredible, and she thought this really touched Rafina. Mother suggested that the girl find a good teacher, and the young lady said that she wanted to study with a court artist. Both women were very surprised by these words. With tears in her eyes, the girl expected the empress to agree and allow her to engage with her. There was no way the rumors that the queen had become close to the duchess could be allowed when the empress was so vulnerable right now. So after a little thought, the queen agreed. Rafina was very happy to hear this. The woman added that their artist was a wonderful person and the most skilled artist in the surrounding area, so he would be able to teach the girl a lot. And she was not at all against Athena visiting the palace every time the artist came. Her mother wondered if her child would cause trouble for the queen. The woman, on the contrary, believed that it was too quiet here, and when Rafina was around, everything seemed to be filled with life. She added that her life was quite boring within the castle. Hearing this shook Rafina's mother. She didn't expect to hear this. The empress is good-natured and her mother is unlikely to be able to refuse her, although the family tries to maintain neutrality. After a little thought, the woman agreed, and the empress was very happy about this. Rafina was so happy that she exchanged her mother and was called the best in the world, but the woman asked not to do that in front of her highness because it was disrespectful. The woman just smiled because she was just a child. The queen watched the little girl and her mother. She wondered if all daughters were so kind and radiated so much love. The maid added that there were also many loving sons. The woman added that it was probably none of her business, but in her opinion, the queen shouldn't distance herself so much from her son, because even though he's a prince, he's still a child. The queen agreed, but she should be stronger and stricter like Zerkan, although she would very much like to be an ordinary wife and not an empress. That's when she could become a true loving and caring mother to the mirror. The butler brought a letter and local produce for Her Majesty. It was news from her hometown. It always made her nostalgic. She was grateful for it. She thought it was a letter from her mother, but it turned out to be a letter from the Margrave of Wales. Wales is a town near her homeland, and as children they were close to the Margrave of this territory. The letter talks about how much the drought is affecting this wonderful place, and also about how the support from the population sent by the emperor has not arrived in the appropriate amount. In fact, everything is much worse than she thought, because those in charge of the budget are the queen's people, and most of the food aid was stolen midway through. But there is no evidence to press charges, and if she reports this to the emperor, he is unlikely to believe her. There's nothing you can do. Most likely you'll have to send help at your own expense. If it were like before, she would have sent a knight from her hometown to sort out all the nuances. But now she needs to send someone from the capital. She decided to use the services of the family knight and ordered a response to be delivered. She thought this was the best decision, and the messenger ran as fast as he could to deliver the letter. In fact, it was a pretext from the second queen. She said that the first one was contacting Mark Count behind his back. Meanwhile, the woman was pleased because her man had done a great job for this. She also asked if a knight of the royal court had been sent to the lands of the Margrave. The woman asked not to say anything to her father because it would be useful for her. She was ready to do anything for her crown prince as rumors quickly spread. Meanwhile, the second queen assured the emperor that there was no need to worry too much, because it was unlikely that Her Majesty would do such a thing. But the man waved her away and said he had to leave. The second queen bid farewell to His Majesty. The second queen did not expect that the emperor would go and cause a scandal for the first queen. Meanwhile, the empress and the girl were learning to draw. They looked at the result, and it looked good for a start. The queen noticed that Rafina used a lot of different colors and shades. It seemed to them that it was a wonderful combination. Suddenly, someone entered the hall. It was the Emperor himself. Rafina was amazed by his beauty, although she didn't understand what he was doing here, just as the Emperor didn't understand what Rafina was doing here. The girl greeted him, calling him Her Majesty and the son of their empire. She was the daughter of the Duke of Eston. The maid told him. He said he was glad to meet him and ordered everyone to leave the room. The maid quickly took the girl to another room, otherwise she wouldn't understand what had happened. Our heroine was afraid that right now the Emperor and Empress would quarrel among themselves. The maid said that apparently Her Majesty had urgent matters to attend to, so she suggested that they play together. But Rafina ordered Orphan to get her out of here at any cost. Suddenly, out of nowhere, strange drops appeared, which greatly surprised the maid. The woman was shocked by this because the farmer had poured water on them, and surprisingly, the jet of water poured exactly on the maid, although it was not directed at her. The girl said she would wait for the woman here while she changed clothes. While she had a spare minute, the girl thought about how to resolve the conflict and ran to the scene. And besides, nothing came to mind. The young lady saw that Zircon was listening to her parents' argument. Her Majesty said behind the door that she had no affair with Count Mark, despite the fact that the Emperor himself had brought another woman. But the Emperor was restless. He believed that the Margrave was sad when he learned that they had married, but the Queen could not listen to this. The Emperor added that he was not such a fool as not to notice it. He demanded to tell what exactly happened and what they discussed together. He was also nervous that the woman, even in such a situation, tried to remain calm and rational, which is why he found her so unbearable. The Empress replied that she was also sick of quarreling with him, and she confirmed that he had had enough. Zircon heard all this and almost lost consciousness from what he heard. Rafina turned to the guy. He pretended that nothing had happened, although inside he was in pain. He added that it was too noisy here, so he suggested we take a walk. The guy held out his hand to her, and the girl immediately agreed. It seemed to her that Zircon was not observing such a scene for the first time, although he looked both fine and upset at the same time. The girl could not understand what was going on in his head, when suddenly the stream of her thoughts was interrupted by Zircon himself. He approached her and asked about how her drawing lessons with her mother were going, and he also asked when the next class would be. The girl happily replied that it would be the day after tomorrow. The young man replied that he would come to see how they were doing so that His Majesty could visit his mother again. He added that children shouldn't listen to such things, but Rafina realized that he was still a child and asked him if everything was okay with him. The guy replied that everything was fine because he had long been accustomed to such quarrels, although the girl understood that this was not so. The day has come when they have another joint drawing lesson. This day, it is unlikely that the Emperor and his wife will quarrel because Rafina's mother will also be present. The girl turned to her mother and said that she wanted to see Zircon and suggest that he go for a walk. Mom allowed it. And the Queen ordered the maid to take her to the Western Garden. Our heroine understood that the serious reflections were due to the fact that he was most likely depressed. The girl did not know if there was a way to improve his condition. The maid asked what the young lady was thinking about, but she replied that she just wanted to see Zircon as soon as possible. Suddenly, the woman said that His Majesty was currently studying and most likely wouldn't be able to see him before then, so she asked what they would do. This didn't suit our heroine, so she wanted to sneak into the place where he studies. She added that she was very interested in finding out what the Crown Prince was doing in class. She would just calmly observe from afar. These words struck the maid right in the heart, and she agreed to take the girl to the library. They didn't know what to do, and Rafina suggested that the maid watch so that no one saw Rafina while she went in alone. The woman agreed with her and wished her good luck, and the girl immediately ran into the hall. She heard some strange scream from the reading room where Zircon studied. The young lady watched the scene as the teacher shouted at him and said that His Majesty would be very disappointed in his son. He added that the guy should tense up and worry, because now the title of Crown Prince remains with him and it is unknown when another prince might take it away. But Rafina saw that the boy was very upset about this. It's clear that the young boy can't handle such a load. It is at this age that aristocrats hire private tutors for their children, and of course they assign the best teacher for the prince of the table. This is Baron Renchist, Zircon's tutor. He is a very strict perfectionist. It was he who in the original served to develop Zircon's strong obsession. The guy was completely taken aback by the man's words. He believed that there was nothing wrong with the old man because he was just talking nonsense and there was nothing to worry about. Renchist again said that the Mirror's parents would be very unhappy with his level of education. Our young man resisted these words to the last, and suddenly he wondered what he would do if the old man's words turned out to be true. Suddenly, Rafina couldn't stand the way the old man was addressing the mirror, so she shouted at him that he was too loud. The girl added that people who do not keep quiet in the library should be punished. Suddenly, the girl ran up from behind and grabbed the old man right by his mustache. Darkon and the girl walked around the yard. He looked calm. They discussed the situation together and laughed about the fact that the old man would most likely never grow a mustache again. It seemed to Rafini that the guy had instilled in her absolutely everything, even the feeling of loneliness. In her past life, she had something similar. To think about it, Adrian had a strict but loving father and a mother who cared deeply about him. And Violetta had a brother and sister. They were all surrounded by good people, unlike Zerkan, who is surrounded only by enemies and an evil tutor. Just imagining how hard it was for him, the girl thought she might go crazy. Suddenly, the prince turned to our heroine and told her not to worry. But suddenly, Rafina turned to him and said that she could feel how cold his hands were because he was very nervous, although he didn't show it. Although he is very proud and he is a child, a person cannot grow up psychologically healthy if he is in constant anxiety. Rafina wanted to somehow comfort the boy, sincerely and without causing pain. Suddenly, while walking, they saw a red flower. The couple sat down to look at it because it seemed strange. Most likely, Zerkan said these flowers were planted earlier and recently everything was sown with green plants. Rafina added that one should be alone. She said that this flower is as red as his eyes. Smiling, she added that the flower was as beautiful as he was. Therefore, the girl suggested calling this flower Zerkan, after which the boy became very embarrassed. The girl said that this flower also grew in solitude and that it was amazing, and she should be praised for her hard work. She began to praise the flower for growing and blooming because it was incredibly beautiful and majestic, even though it was good and lonely. Zerkan was surprised by this, and the girl added that she would protect this flower. Rafina also asked him to praise the red flower because it would seem strange that it was made by itself. Surprisingly, the boy was very worried, and in an embarrassed voice, he still praised the flower, telling it how well it did. It seems like the mirror is about to cry, and she wants to hug it and comfort it, hoping that it won't hurt its pride. She understood that he was pretending to be an adult, and that if he cried, she should hug him. Suddenly, it started to rain, and the boy suggested they walk home because they might catch a cold. As soon as the couple returned, Rafina was incredibly happy, with an embarrassed mirror standing next to her. As expected, the mother was again worried about her daughter. Looking at this, the guy seemed a little jealous. Her Majesty, seeing this, asked him to come to her. She wiped his head and reminded him that the boy should not lose his pride. Athena told about how she got lost, and Zerkan found her, and then they got caught in the rain and got wet. Looking at Zerkan, she thought that he was like a time bomb, and that he was just a child, and the adults around him made him do this. Our heroine understood that for the sake of the mirror, she had to speed up her work. First, she needed to see the Emperor, so she mentally apologized to her mother and greeted Her Majesty. The girl immediately asked her mother to meet with Zerkanel. Her Majesty responded warmly to this and added that he would be incredibly happy. The girl happily ran to the boy. When she arrived at the Imperial Chamber, she saw as many as 6 guards there. She introduced herself as Rafina and said she had come to meet His Majesty. Suddenly, the security guard asked if she had an audience scheduled, to which the girl agreed and said that when they saw each other in the hall, they made an appointment. Of course, even though the meeting was not scheduled, the Emperor was very fond of taking an interest in everyone. He thought the security guards had decided to play a joke on him, but a little girl actually came to meet him. He said to leave them, but immediately wondered why she had come and whether the Duke of Eston had ordered her to lie. But she replied that last time he personally said this in the Empress's palace. She quoted his words and he remembered what they were about. The man realized right away that he needed to be more careful with what he said, especially when it came to children, although this was not the first time he had met someone who took empty words so seriously. In the end, the child of the aristocrat Duke of Eston came to him. He did not understand why the girl was visiting him. The old woman Rafina said that she wanted to show him her paintings. Surprisingly, this child was not afraid of him at all. Did ask her directly if the child was afraid of him. This question left our heroine in a stupor for a few seconds. His Majesty already regretted asking the girl such a question, but Rafina replied that she was not afraid of beautiful people. Not understanding what she said a little, he asked her to repeat it, and suddenly the young lady shouted that one should not be afraid of beautiful people. Hearing this, His Majesty laughed so hard that even the servants were surprised. He ordered the girl to come to him and show him the picture. Of course, our heroine was afraid of the Emperor, but still decided to lie to him. And it worked. She said that she tried very hard to show off to His Majesty and handed him the drawing. He became curious about who was depicted in the picture and thought it was her mother and father. And the young lady replied that it was the Emperor and Empress. She said that she sees the picture as if he and Her Majesty are walking along the riverbank, and the man tells the woman that the weather is just wonderful. Suddenly, he turned the page and saw that there was another picture there. Rafina said that it was painted in honor of the Empress because she had heard that Her Majesty distributed grain to the starving. Adrian and Violetta had told her so. Suddenly, the Emperor remembered that this was indeed the case because he had been told yesterday about this incident, how the Empress had brilliantly managed to gain the support of the population. Now His Majesty understood that he had done wrong and could not understand why Her Majesty had not told the truth. He became curious about who was in the picture and why she was wearing a halo. The girl replied that Her Majesty is very modest, and if she does good, she will never say about it because of shyness. Holding the drawing, Rafina said that her brother is the same, so she is always the first to start a conversation. All the puzzles in the Duke's head fit together. The man remembered how in childhood he was even a little jealous of her because of this. Rafina was frightened because the seriousness of his face and deep thoughts made His Majesty seem even more gloomy. Our heroine understood that due to the lack of communication, more and more misunderstandings appear, which is why the imperial couple is constantly moving away from each other. Suddenly, His Majesty saw another drawing. It depicted a mustachioed man with a monocle and a pointer shouting at a little boy. Novovolinsk became curious about what was depicted, and to better explain it, the girl parodied the teacher's bad behavior and how he teaches for the mirror. The man was simply shocked by what he heard. He didn't know how badly the teacher was treating his child. He was surprised that the man spoke to his son like that. The girl confirmed that everything was exactly like that. Rafina saw that all parents are the same, and that they are capable of scolding their children, but if others do it, they necessarily follow the logic, namely those where only parents can scold their children. The girl drew another picture and it depicted a bouquet of exactly the flowers that the Queen loves. She added that she thought if His Majesty gave her such flowers, she would be very pleasantly surprised. The Emperor's face showed mixed emotions. He couldn't even think about such a thing. Joyfully walking down the corridor, our heroine almost sang along to the melody of the song. She thought for a moment and suddenly realized that, judging by the Emperor's reaction, he did not hate the Empress. The water spirit said that it was the same with the Empress. Rafina asked how he knew, and he said that when the woman wondered about His Majesty, he hinted to her that she should wear more blue clothes. Suddenly, she was faced with the question of why the Emperor had betrayed his wife if they treated each other equally. Unexpectedly for our heroine, Antonio appeared before her. He asked what she was doing here and if she was playing hide-and-seek, and the girl simply replied that she wasn't doing anything like that, and asked why he was walking around here without a servant. The guy wanted to say something else, but the girl ignored him. This made him so angry that he grabbed her by the hair and started pulling. Antonio said that Rafina doesn't even know who he is, and she won't avoid bad treatment if she pretends to be a good girl. So our heroine is not as simple as he thought. She took this strength and pinched his hand. The prince did not expect such treatment of himself. He could not even imagine that a timid and ill-mannered girl would pinch him. Pleased with herself, Rafina went about her business and continued. As soon as she arrived home, she immediately started drawing her family. Of course, all the brothers wanted to be drawn too. Realizing that it would be necessary to draw the whole family so as not to disappoint anyone, the girl continued her work. Meanwhile, in the castle, the second queen was enjoying tea and a large number of different types of cakes, and it seemed like a great idea to have a tea party. Her gaze focused on one cup. Its value was more than most rare jewels. She always calmed down by looking at it. Suddenly, the woman was distracted from her studies by unexpected news, although she had ordered not to do this under any circumstances. But as soon as the woman heard about her son and that someone had dared to touch him, she immediately stood up. The woman literally lost her mind and, as if crazy, ran to find out what had happened. As soon as she ran into the palace, she immediately saw the boy's wound being treated with alcohol. The mother quickly ran to her child and asked who dared to do this. Antonio replied that he was fine and everything was fine. He asked the maid why his mother was called if he had ordered not to do so. The mother demanded that the prince tell who dared to do this. One of the maids raised her hand, saying she had a guess. Hearing the version that it could have been the teacher, her face became very angry again. The queen thought about it because the teacher is a scholar quite famous throughout the empire. And after her arrival, Antonio really became calmer. Most likely the Empress sent her. The woman was sure that it wasn't the maid who touched Antony, because if they had, he wouldn't have behaved like that. The queen was furious because she believed that the Empress had framed them. She immediately ran to her son and began to feel sorry for him. It seemed to her that her precious son's face had even turned pale from this stress. She ordered the teacher to be immediately called directly to this very room. Meanwhile, the Empress, along with Rafina and the teacher, were drawing, and they were doing just fine. And the Majestic One suggested that the girl take a little break from this. The woman thanked the teacher and said that she was free today. Suddenly, our heroine saw that most likely Her Majesty received the bouquet that same day. The Queen turned to the child with a smile and invited him to taste the cakes. The young lady was incredibly pleased with this offer and immediately agreed, saying that she really loves cakes. And as they were just starting to walk down the street to drink tea and cake, something very strange caught their eye. The Queen was simply shocked by what she saw. Before him stood His Majesty the Emperor. He was glad to meet Rafina and his wife. Well, I wonder if the woman keeps the painting he gave her. It was lying in the most prominent place in the hall. He said that he had just found a wonderful frame that would go very well with the painting. The man ordered the servants to bring this frame. Rafina and the Queen did not understand what was happening. The Emperor shared that this wonderful picture was drawn by a little girl and suggested that it be hung in the living room. I saw that the relationship between them had improved, although they would most likely still quarrel again. Meanwhile, the hanged queen of the second castle burst into the palace of the first. His Majesty and his wife, along with Rafina, did not understand what was happening. The woman brought her son with her to show what she thought the teacher had done. With tears in her eyes, she began to scream at the Emperor, telling him how the first teacher sent by the Queen had harmed her son. She lifted his shirt and pointed directly at the bruise on his arm. The teacher, with tears in her eyes, swore that she had done nothing of the sort. Antonio's angry mother refused to listen to anything and said that the first empress had hanged her. Our heroine was faced with the dilemma of what to do, because she did not understand how best to get out of this situation. The Emperor did not want to listen to these screams and ordered them to calm down. He ordered the younger prince to speak and give an honest answer as to whether the teacher had done it. His face was serious, but his gaze was directed directly at the boy. She was a little worried. He didn't know what to say to her correctly. The historical mother again began to justify the little one, but added that the teacher had shut his mouth and under such pressure the prince would be afraid to say anything. But His Majesty ordered the Queen to keep her mouth shut because an innocent person could suffer because of Antonio. He must think carefully and tell the truth. The girl didn't know that it was clear that she was being blamed, and it was true. But on the other hand, you can play the whole situation so that you drive the second queen into a dead end from which she can no longer get out. Immediately, the little one shouted that she had done this to the prince. The Emperor was surprised, also appeared on His Majesty's face. But Antonio's mother said that was a lie because a child couldn't do that. Our heroine added that it wasn't her, but the spirits. To confirm, the girl summoned Orphan because if she summoned the ruby, he would break the ceiling. After explaining everything, the girl told how she made a contract with the spirit. And when he saw how Antonio was hurting her, he became angry and defended the little girl. The Emperor was very happy to see the water spirit. He asked to tell the truth immediately, while the little boy was shocked. The young man agreed that the girl did it. The second queen was so angry that her expression even scared Rafina. The little girl was not at a loss and went to apologize to the teacher because she was the one who had blamed her. The young lady added that she would cure her and ordered the spirit to help her. After that, Rafina turned to Antonio and said that you shouldn't touch people's hair, but still forgave him for hurting him. She also healed the robber's wound, although she could have done otherwise. His Majesty ordered the second queen to return to her castle. For the first time, he decided to forget that the second queen had dared to tarnish the Empress's honor. The amazing and second queen left very quietly. She had nothing to say against it. Most likely the woman was shocked. The Emperor was incredibly delighted. He added that this was a blessing from the Empire. He asked if the Duke of Eston knew about it. But still, if the parents confess this later than the Emperor, they will have to be reassured for a long time. The joyful Emperor ordered the Duke of Eston to be immediately invited, and the Empress congratulated him with the good news. He added that this was all thanks to our Empress, who had great merit because she treated the problems of the people with warmth. Everything turned out much better than planned. Rafina was pleased with the result. The girl was waiting in the Emperor's hall for her parents, but surprisingly, her parents arrived very quietly. The security announced that the Eston couple had arrived. They both looked very worried and arrived as soon as they could upon hearing the news. The Emperor was simply in a wonderful mood. He said that an incredible miracle had happened, although her parents could not understand what had happened. Having explained everything, the parents decided to return, and suddenly His Majesty turned to our heroine. He said they needed to talk alone. This really excited the parents because they were worried that the Emperor would demand this from the little girl. His Grace breathed his last and thanked her from the bottom of his heart, for thanks to her they had reconciled with the Empress. The young lady added that her parents do not quarrel, but their son Zerkan is very sad because of the quarrels between the Empress and the Emperor. The man didn't understand what the child was talking about, and she added that children get nervous when their parents argue. Well, his lordship replied that Zircon must harden himself and become stronger like a sword, because in the future he will become emperor and he will have many difficult choices. He added that to become stronger, one must endure the heat and blows with a heavy hammer to become a strong emperor. But our heroine replied that he was just a child like her and not a sword at all. She added that people are not swords and this can only break them. She lost control of herself and called His Majesty stupid because with such behavior, a person would simply break down and die. Suddenly, the man understood the whole situation because Durkan was not receiving any support, warmth, or love at all. Turned pale from understanding the whole situation, because all this time he had simply been waiting. He stroked the child and said that the girl had taught him a lot and pointed out his big mistakes. He promised to give her anything she wanted. The man didn't even expect that the child could be much smarter than her peers. I thought for a moment that the girl immediately said that she wanted Zircon to change teachers. She would also like to walk with him more often. At the end, she added that if His Majesty wants to see her drawings again, he should tell the Empress about it, because they are learning to draw together. The Emperor is shocked by how well the girl thought everything out and reconciled them under the pretext of drawings. This child is incredibly smart and wise. The man believed that the Duke of Eston wanted to extend his hands to Zircon. The man's face showed nothing but the pure pride of a father for his child. His Majesty saw that the Viscounts and Tablers had too much power. He ordered the Queen's budget to be immediately reduced and an investigation to be carried out in the lands of Viscount Tadler. The Queen was simply delighted. She understood that it was because of Rafina that the water spirit appeared during the fortune-telling. The woman added that she was in a huge debt to the girl, and that if she had not explained all this, Her Majesty would have found herself in a very difficult situation because of the Queen. As a thank you, Her Majesty decided to give her a gift and fulfill any of her wishes. Without thinking twice, Rafina asked to convey her words to Zircon. Rafina's mother and Her Majesty were surprised by the girl's words. The young lady walked with a contented gait to Her Majesty to hand over the letter, but Antonio appeared on her way and asked where she was going in such a hurry. The young lady decided not to answer anything, but simply to say that it was none of his business. His servant shouted that this was a terrible disrespect for His Majesty the Prince, and Antonio ordered him to step aside and calm down. He added that it was still a bit rude and that he was just a child, and he also wanted to apologize for the previous time. Rafina directly asked why the guy didn't say that she was the one who grabbed him. He should also be ashamed that his mother hit the teacher. It seemed like he had very little conscience. Antonio was shocked that the girl was speaking so rudely to him, and the young lady said that one should not behave like that with subordinates, and that one should put oneself in their place. But Antonio burst into tears, saying he was afraid that the girl might be in danger. Hearing this greatly impressed our heroine. The young man said that he just wanted to protect her, because if he had named the girl, his mother would hardly have forgiven her. Surprisingly, everything is fine now, and Antonio promised that he would desperately protect the girl in any case. Rafina just didn't want some crazy kid touching her hair. But Antonia said that she didn't listen to him, which is why he got angry. So Rafina replied that this was no reason to grab someone by the head. To show how unpleasant it was, the girl herself grabbed the prince by the hair and asked if he was pleased. The servant was shocked by such behavior. Antonio was shocked because he didn't like being touched and reacted to it with a smile and said that everything was fine. He wondered if the girl liked his beautiful locks. During this conversation, the young lady saw that the young man did not understand her despite the strength of her lecture. The guy asked where the girl was going and why she wanted to meet his brother, but our heroine didn't want to explain anything. All Antonio did was simply look at her in a daze. He decided to return to the castle as well and calmly walked back. Rafina believed that as soon as Durkan arrived, she would give him the letter and hear the answer. While she was waiting, the maid came and brought her some treats. Suddenly, our heroine wondered if the teacher had been replaced by a mirror. And most likely, the teacher had been replaced without an official introduction so as not to spread gossip. Still, if the teacher were to replace the mirror because it was causing the boy emotional pain, it would most likely cause a severe blow to his authority. Suddenly, she remembered that in the original there was another teacher. He was gentle and always chose the right words, although from the other side you can see a completely different thing. This teacher was quite different from the others because he was against the methods of memorizing material and always asked the student for his personal opinion. Zircon was shocked by this approach. He believed that this was the best teacher that only he could have. As soon as Rafina came to visit the boy, the teacher said that they could take a short break because studying for so many hours was hard. Zirka didn't understand that if this was a guest, then most likely Rafina had come and she happily greeted him. As soon as the boy saw her, he had a strange feeling, as if something inside him was trembling. Our heroine handed over a letter from Her Majesty. The boy was surprised by this. The young man didn't understand why he had to fulfill Rafina's wishes instead of Her Majesty's, but it was logical because she was his mother. Zircon wondered what Rafina wanted from him. The lady grabbed his hand. She said that she wanted to see him as her husband, at least not really. She added that it would be purely for political purposes so that the mirror would not consider anything like that. She believed that if in the future there was a need for such a marriage for boys, she would be an ideal candidate. Zircon said that it was such a stupid principle for the girl to stop reading literature, because many aristocrats marry solely for love, so our heroine should marry the one she loves. Remembering all those warm moments and Rafina's expressions of love for him, he thought about it and stopped saying what he wanted to say. It suddenly seemed to him that the girl really loved him, and he decided to make sure of this by asking her. Rafina replied that she loved the guy unconditionally. Hearing this answer, he promised that they would definitely get married. The girl jumped up from what she heard. She was very happy. Suddenly, the heroine learned that Zircon was jealous of Adrian because he had such a wonderful sister. The young lady extended her finger and invited him to become a family and promised to marry her. The young man crossed his little fingers with her and promised that they would definitely become a family. The next morning, the girl woke up from a deep sleep to beautiful weather outside. Unfortunately, on such a wonderful day, she couldn't go out into the yard, although that's understandable, because she owns spirits that are several hundred years old. Recently, scholars who study spirits and magic have begun to come here. Even high priests and believers of other religions began to visit the girl as soon as they learned about the existence of the spirit. They needed official verification, although it was more like a biological experiment. The emperor condemned the actions of the temple because they wanted to experiment on a child. Therefore, recently, religious figures have also been condemned by the rest of the population. Because of the girl, her mom and dad are very busy at work, and they are constantly receiving business offers. While walking down the corridor, our heroine heard someone calling. It was her mother and father. They thought it was still dangerous outside. She said she would just take a walk in the garden and it wouldn't be a big deal. The woman agreed, but asked not to go outside the gate under any circumstances because it was dangerous. Of course, as expected, people always wanted to collaborate with the owner of the spirits. However, because of the girl, her parents' employment has increased, but this will bring a positive result in the form of huge profits. A teddy bear who couldn't stand it anymore until they reached the edge of the garden. He thought she had completely forgotten about him. Suddenly, on the way, she met Violetta. Immediately hiding the teddy bear, she joyfully greeted her. The girl came to play with her because she was bored. I asked our heroine where she was going, and she said she was heading to the garden and invited me to come with her. Adrian himself was standing there, writing something on a card. As soon as he saw the girls, he was immediately happy. Violetta asked what the young man was doing, and he said that he hadn't finished the drawing yet and didn't want to show it. Violetta said that she also hadn't done her homework yet. Athena had a great idea to draw a picture together. The girl was surprised that the young lady was also learning to draw, and it turned out to be true, and she had already had good success. She asked the maid to bring everything so that Violetta and Adrian could also paint the picture. Still, there was one more problem that kept on her mind. Bringing Adrian and Violetta together. Rafina asked Orphan to help her. He said he could be relied on, and by transforming into her, he gave a little time for the real heroine to take Ruby to the edge of the garden. She was just approaching a place where no one would notice her. After that, she ordered Ruby to quickly start what he wanted. Everything around began to glow purple, and even the birds flew away. Meanwhile, Orphan and the couple felt a strange tremor in the ground. Just at this time, Ruby took on his true form. He was just a huge bear. This was the reason for the postponement of Ruby's transformation. He was too big. Having assumed his true form, the spirit was sincerely grateful to her, and the heroine realized that he was much greater than she had imagined. Meanwhile, the second queen's father scolded her for being worthless and unable to do anything. The man was furious because now there would be a tax audit in the Second Kingdom. Rebecca had to calm the emperor and keep him in a shackled position. He was also very angry that a girl appeared who was holding spirits, and even worse news was that the inspection seized all the documents of the sugar business. This is a really strong blow to the man, because at this rate things will get really bad. He ordered to request an immediate audience, and the guard replied that His Majesty was not receiving anyone today. Still, he accepted it. In the emperor's castle, he behaved very disrespectfully, which was pointed out to him by the maids. But he wasn't interested in that. As soon as he saw his daughter, he immediately approached her. The woman didn't even have time to ask why her father had forgotten about etiquette before he hit her in the face with all his strength. A noticeable bruise immediately appeared on his left cheek. The husband believed that she had no right to talk to him about etiquette. He said that the girl should not forget who really has authority over her. The old man wondered why Rebecca dared to contradict the Empress, especially since he always said that she needed to keep herself and the Emperor in check. After that, the father left the woman. She was disappointed and very angry. If Antonio had not been very unreasonable, then there would have been no need to go and quarrel with the Empress. If she had found out about the spirit earlier, she would have used Rufina for her own selfish purposes. She ordered the maid to immediately summon the prince, adding that all the servants who had been in front of her and the teacher the previous time should be behind bars. Antonio entered the hall, wondering if his mother had called him. An incredibly angry woman stood in front of the window and turned to her son, wanting to know why the boy didn't tell the truth right away. Antonio didn't know what to say to her. He just stood there in a stupor. The woman said that her son doesn't even realize how badly his mother suffered because her son dared to deceive her. It was because of him that the Emperor hated her. The woman hit her son with all her strength because she had no one else to vent her anger on. The guy tearfully apologized to the woman because he didn't know it could have happened like this. She took his hand and told him to follow her. At the same time, in the Empress's castle, His Majesty was interested in Rufina's progress in painting. He asked what the girl was drawing today, and she replied that it was trees. In fact, the behavior of the Emperor and his wife resembled that of two lovers secretly in love with each other. Suddenly, Rufina asked the Emperor if he could draw well, and such a question surprised him greatly. The girl added that Her Majesty had excellent drawing skills and suggested studying this art with the Empress. The couple even blushed at what they heard, but the Emperor still agreed. Everything was going according to our heroine's plan so far, although after a second she realized it was a mistake. Suddenly, the Emperor noted that the daughters were incredibly cute and suggested that the Empress try it. The servants were incredibly happy because the imperial family had stopped quarreling and were finding more and more things in common. Meanwhile, things were incredibly bad in the Second Kingdom because the second queen found out that His Majesty was visiting the first queen's palace again. The woman didn't want to believe it. She understood that her power was beginning to fall rapidly. She also can't stand her father anymore. Suddenly, she remembered an aristocrat who could look her father sternly in the eyes. It was Count Foulard, because in the past, they had been lovers. When she became the second queen, he said he didn't want to interfere with her and move to another country, but rumors emerged that he returned a few years ago and she considers him her second chance. He would most likely trust and help her. At the very least, he was much better than her father. And yet the ultimate goal was to make her son the crown prince. She ordered her subordinate to secretly send a letter to Count Foulard. She added that no one, under any circumstances, should ever know about this. In fact, the postman was her father's man. And when he read this letter, he became very angry. He understood that although Count Foulard was a handsome idiot, his position could become much more difficult because of him. Suddenly, the assistant said that she needed to tell her husband something. She whispered something in his ear, after which the old man understood everything. Adrian, along with Violetta and Rufina, were happily walking around the yard. The girl wanted to move faster and faster, and her older brother asked her not to hurry because it was very dangerous. Suddenly, on the way, they came across Jerkan, who was standing and thinking about something. He was delighted and even seemed a little embarrassed to meet her. Adrian asked why his friend decided to come visit. You said that his classes were over, so he decided to spend some time here. Adrian was sad because Rufina was hugging his friend much tighter than he was. He thought it was unfair, and Violetta found it all very funny. The guy didn't expect to meet them here, so I asked how they were doing. It was time to ask the young man how he was studying with the new young teacher. Zircon replied that he was a good teacher, kind and erudite. Violetta was happy about this because she had heard that the previous teacher was very strict. It is because of this that the Crown Prince's mood is much better, as is the mood of our heroine. She hadn't seen the boy so peaceful and calm in a long time. It's a pity that soon she will be separated from these three beautiful people for 10 years, as each of them must go to the capital. Adding to the complexity is the fact that this very moment will be especially difficult for the mirror. The young lady concluded that this could not be allowed because the starting point of Zirkan's progressive descent into madness was the death of the Empress. This is the very first thing our heroine must decide, and yet she still does not know the cause of the Empress's incurable illness. Now, all that remains is to carefully monitor the situation and prepare for an unexpected turn. The lady was worried because she needed to find the relics of the spirits, otherwise nothing would work. While the other children were talking calmly, Rufina couldn't control her own thoughts. She was very afraid that everything would not go as she had planned, because there was very little time left. Besides, she would be very sad and lonely when everyone left for school. She pulled herself together and realized that she had nothing to be sad about because it was all for the happiness of her brother Adrian. In the same year, thanks to Viscount Thaler, the fact was revealed that the Empress was beating Antonio, which is why the woman will be in a monastery until the young man turns 18. But the little boy fell into the hands of Viscount Tadler. The girl could not even believe that Antonio was periodically beaten. But if you think about it like that, the second Empress left the capital. And this contradicts the original, and if you think about it logically, there is a possibility that the first queen will not die either. Because the first person who wanted her dead was the second queen, Rufina promised herself to protect the woman and pull herself together. And there was no way Antonio could be allowed to become crown prince. Time passed quickly, and winter came unexpectedly. The girl and her older brothers set off on a journey. Everyone has already been waiting for her, and we need to hurry. She had a lot to think about, but there was nothing she could do now because they were going away to the Aeronautic Academy. It will be very dangerous there, and our heroine was worried about Violetta, the Mirror, and Adrian. Mom saw her son off on his journey. She said that there would be many heirs from other families in that place, so it would be difficult and sometimes even very difficult. But still she believed in the boy and knew that he would cope. She asked him not to forget to take care of his health. The guy happily promised that he would follow all the rules. The young man did not forget to say goodbye to Rufina, his beloved sister. The girl quickly ran up to him and hugged him with all her strength. Leaning against her brother's chest, she muttered that she would be waiting for him impatiently and asked him to come back soon. The parents laughed because it was clear that the girl did not want to part with her brother at all. They simply have a wonderful relationship. Violetta added that they were also leaving. Our heroine turned to Violetta and asked her to come back soon, although sadness was visible on the child's face. But when Rufina looked at Zircon, she immediately burst into tears and ran to hug him. Well, she asked me not to forget that he was going to marry her. In response, the young man simply smiled. Having been there a little, he said that he had promised and would keep his word. The young man assured that they would definitely get married. The young lady gave the boy a nudge and was reassured. Adrian joked that he hadn't given his consent to the marriage yet, and Violetta said she was very sorry. Everything was prepared so the young students could go to the academy. At the farewell, Rufina hugged the mirrors tightly and lovingly. For a moment, she thought about the fact that he would forget about the promise, but still it seemed quite unreasonable. In farewell, the girl shouted that she would wait for her brother and friends. She asked them to be careful because this was their first long separation. In the original, after 6 years, a spatial rift occurred, absorbing the light of one part of the continent where the academy was located. This fault was called the Apocalypse Cracks. Demons began to emerge from it continuously, and every day there were more and more of them. Even the capital's sorcerers could not cope with this trouble. At the same moment, the Aeronautic Academy, which was located not far from the crack, will make a decision that will change its fate. The Academy's senior students were given a choice because in an extreme situation, no one can guarantee safety. So anyone who wanted to could return home, or stay at the Academy and compete side by side with monsters. Until the course of history contradicts the original, most of the students, including Violetta the Mirror and Adrian, decide to compete. It was a brutal war where humanity was in a weak position. As planned, Violetta became the owner of the spirits of Fire and Snake. Zircon once found himself in a dangerous situation, but the pendant that Rufina gave him protected him. Legends say that when the spirits of darkness meet with the spirits of light, it greatly changes the course of the war. A year later, Viscount Tadler became alarmed, as the entire empire was filled with news of the Knightly Order's victory over the Eastern Prince. He sent Antonio to the frontier barbarian combat zone so that he too could achieve great success. And 6 years later, news broke that the Crown Prince of Mirrors had closed the crack of the apocalypse. The girl's older brothers were shocked because it was amazing news. During this long time, the girl herself managed to grow up and transform from a child into a beauty. As the heroine had guessed, they managed to close the crack, albeit a little late. So perhaps the best knights will be able to return home in the winter. She was so happy that tears began to appear in her eyes. She hadn't received a single letter from them for 2 whole years, but soon the war would end and they would return. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a servant who invited her to dinner. Going down to the bottom, our heroine thought it was a great decision to have dinner with the whole family at least 4 times a week. After all, everyone in the family is very similar to each other. Meanwhile, her brothers joined the capital's garrison of Evanston. In the future, they wanted to become commanders of the 1st Guards Division, so to speak, to follow in their mother's footsteps. Meanwhile, the mother was sad because her children would only return in the winter, even though there were only a few months left and it seemed like an eternity to the woman. Rufina's father assured his wife that everything would be okay. If all this happens in winter, then Rafina herself will have already graduated from the Imperial Academy and will go through the coming-of-age ceremony. Our heroine had already relaxed and thought that she wouldn't have a problem, but in reality, everything was still ahead of her. Parents were also worried about this. Her father didn't understand why a marriage proposal was received immediately after the coming-of-age ceremony, because it was vulgar and low, even though he himself had proposed marriage immediately after Rafina's mother came of age. The girl wondered if her parents were just as worried about the magnifying glass and Louis, but on the other hand, her daughter was a completely different story. The lady decided to visit Ella's house and was happily welcomed by the owners of the Mason Empire tea service shop. She came because she was incredibly curious to see their new product. The woman said that she would definitely show it to him now. It was a new tea set. It looked simply amazing. As soon as the young lady saw him, she immediately fell in love with him. She was curious how the couple achieved such a wonderful color. The woman replied that it was all thanks to trial and error methods. Rafina liked the set so much that she decided to give one to the Empress, which was a great idea because it would further enhance the family's reputation. The main character no longer looked like a little confused girl. She was a confident and businesswoman. After some good shopping, she decided she needed to go home. Arriving at the Empress's hall, the girl immediately laid out her gift. The Queen's face showed incredible surprise. She was shocked by the beauty of the current set. The young lady said that she is friends with the master of this brand, so she can buy such sets before they go on sale. They were of simply incredible quality, incredibly pleasant to drink from. Now, in addition to coffee, black tea is also imported to this continent, so over time the business has only flourished. For appearances, it is under the control of Orphan, but in fact the owner is our heroine. Suddenly, Rafina asked a very strange question. She wondered if the Queen had been in any pain lately. The woman added that there was nothing to be afraid of. She had already been to the doctor yesterday, and he had found nothing. Rafina added that everyone is worried about her, which is why she is asking about the Queen's well-being. At the moment, there seemed to be no signs an incurable disease that was present in the original. While enjoying another cup of tea, the girl ordered Ruby to scan the nearby area for danger because a spy hiding poison might be lurking somewhere. Ruby replied that everything was clean today, while Rafina talked about how everyone would be back soon, and how she couldn't wait to meet the guests. Returning home accompanied by the maid, I am relieved because today was a wonderful and fruitful day, and I can go home. Suddenly, she met Antonio, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. The lady replied that she had already heard about the prince's return, and you wondered why she hadn't visited him. Rafina didn't understand why she had to do this, and he just made an incomprehensible sound. He asked if the lady remembered his letter. Suddenly, she remembered something like this. After thinking for a bit, she remembered that a few years ago, a very sweet and charming letter had indeed arrived. Suddenly, she frowned and replied that she was not his friend because he insulted her and pulled her hair. Vadi didn't understand why he was silent and looking at her, so she decided to say goodbye to the guy. To avoid further conversation, she snuck away so quickly that he didn't have time to say anything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Rafina's mind because when Antonio returned, his mother would have to return. Rumors spread around that a saint had appeared in the temple who could bestow God's blessings and who would not refuse even people from remote villages. In fact, Rebecca could not bear the blessing of the poor, and yet she had to endure it. And everyone, including the emperor's father and even Antonio, threw herself into tears. But on the other hand, thanks to this, the medicine she had given to the emperor would reappear in her hands. Grabbing the magic amulet, she swore that everyone would pay back for what they had done to her. Returning to the capital will not be a problem for her. The only thing that is needed is for the medicine to fall into her hands, and then she will again make the emperor drunk and seize all power. After reading the new letter, the girl did not understand how the saint was spreading rumors that the new crack had closed. On the way down, Rafina met Bastian. She asked us how he ended up here. She thought he decided to meet with Luca and Lois. He laughed and confirmed her guess, even though her older brothers were late. Rafina invited the guy to a meal, and during the conversation, he learned that she would soon graduate. The young man shared that when he saw her in the courtyard, he heard her talking to His Majesty Antonio. He would like to have the same friendship with her. But the young girl didn't have to think long. She immediately realized what the boy liked. Of course, it was rude to treat a guest like that, and she said she needed to leave. The guy, filled with feelings, was left alone waiting for the heroine's brothers. Meanwhile, Rafina breathed a sigh of relief. She thought she would never get out of there. Similar situations had happened several times at the academy itself. Many of the boys showed interest in her and, one way or another, hit the iron wall of her coldness. After all, she kept all her sincere feelings for the mirror to which she had made a promise in childhood. She wasn't going to tell Violetta about the arranged marriage because there were things they were better off not knowing. This winter, the military regiment returns to the capital. Suddenly, a servant ran to the man and said that Mr. Adrian had returned. The parents were happy to hear this, although at the same time they were worried. Together with him, Violetta arrived at the Duke's estate. The sister, along with this family, joyfully welcomed the couple, and the girl hugged her brother. The pleased Duke even shed a tear because he was shocked by how quickly his children had grown up. Violetta hugged Rafina tightly. She added that she didn't even know how she could leave such a beauty here all alone. She once again remarked how beautiful our heroine had grown. Adrian took Violetta by the shoulder and said that she had overdone it with alcohol. He invited her with him and said that they had something to talk about. A moment later, Violetta asked for everyone's attention and wanted to make an announcement. Adrian started and still agreed that it was worth talking about now. The couple shared the happy news that they are getting married soon. Athena was so surprised that she screamed. The brother thought that his sister was sad because of this news. But on the contrary, Rafina was incredibly happy about it. Sitting on the windowsill, she was happy because the plan was progressing successfully. Based on this, Zirkan and Violetta will not get married, and you can no longer propose to him to marry her. The lady was pleased with herself because her hard work had brought results. The next morning, Rafina was walking down the corridor with her maid. She believed that the Empress was happy to see her children again. At first, the Emperor and Empress were very happy to see their son. As soon as the lady entered the imperial hall, she was greeted by the Queen in good humor. The girl seemed to be glowing with happiness. Her Majesty already knows that Violetta and Adrian have decided to get married. She also learned that they want to borrow the Great Hall of the Imperial Court for this purpose. The Queen added that this was well-deserved for the war heroes. The girl was shocked by what she heard, because in history, only a few families had had their weddings in this hall. Rafina couldn't even imagine how happy her parents were because of all this. The Queen shared that she even manages the Duchess a little. She said that Zirkan was in a bad situation. According to the original story, Zirkan didn't want to get married at all, so he offered Violetta a contract marriage. The heroine thought about all this, and her thoughts were interrupted by the Queen, who hinted that soon the girl would come of age and she would receive many marriage proposals. Her Majesty also said that the mirror would arrive soon, and the girl would not want to see it yet. Rafina seemed to be lost in her thoughts and replied that everything was fine, because they would meet soon, and to start, she needed to meet Violetta. She understood that it was better not to look in the mirror for now because she needed to finish everything first. While nothing happened, she wanted to return home, but it didn't work out because she crashed right into Zirkan. Upon seeing the young man, the girl began to fall, and the prince immediately caught her. When the couple faced each other, a moment of awkwardness passed between them. His Majesty the Crown Prince said that they had not seen each other for quite some time. Of course, she had nothing to do with him. She didn't even know how they ended up in such a situation. Rafina, who had not noticed such details before, now understood why Zirkan praised him so much, because his nose seemed to have been painted with an artist's pencil. Beautiful and slightly moist lips and a melancholic look. He was so handsome that the heroes. Zirkan hoped that the girl remembered the promise she had made to him, but most likely she had completely forgotten about it, and at that moment she said goodbye to him and said that she needed to go on her way. The young man wished the girl a safe journey and asked her to take care of herself. The young man even felt a strange tightness in his chest, and Rafina realized that she couldn't just wait until someone talked to him about a contract marriage. It was necessary to clarify everything immediately and come up with the best way to do it. The Queen met the mirror. It looked broken. It told what it had done to the girl. The Queen recalled how, as a child, Rafina constantly asked a boy to marry her. But in her opinion, the girl still had not changed her mind about her choice. From what he heard, Zirkan lost his train of thought. In his head, there were only his mother's words that Rafina still loved him. Of course, the Queen exaggerated her words a bit and didn't think there was anything wrong with pushing the guy. Suddenly, the young man told his mother that he had forgotten to do something and left the imperial room. He needed to think about what Rafina really felt about him. If his mother is right, then most likely the girl behaved like that because she was worried. It's been a long time since he last met the lady, so he thinks he doesn't know her at all. His thoughts are filled only with Rafina. He doesn't know what to do right, let alone offer her his hand and heart first. Rafina's coming-of-age day came. A large number of people met in Evanson's hall. There was a huge amount of whiskey, cognac, and Rafina wanted to try all these types of alcohol. She mentally said goodbye to the endless era of immaturity. She decided to try what was right in front of her first, and after midnight, whiskey. But her brothers stopped her because they didn't want to leave the girl alone. They knew that there were many bad people among men, so they didn't want anyone to offend her. Such strong guardianship of her brothers irritated the girl. And then news came that her brother had arrived. Suddenly, the girl heard Violetta's voice and was shocked at how beautiful Rafina had grown and dressed up. Adrian appeared behind the girl and said that he was taking Violetta with him because he was her partner at today's party. Rafina was delighted to see the love between her brother and the girl, and she hoped that she could bring this couple to a happy ending. The older brothers invited the heroine to dance. While dancing, one of the twins said that the girl danced beautifully. Zurkan himself came to this ball. When he was right in front of her, he seemed like the most beautiful man in the world. He was the real main character. Rafina thought he was too close and she was a little confused. The young man asked her to be more focused. She didn't know how to do it because his beauty took her breath away. Not to mention controlling her movements while dancing with him. Emotions took over. She could barely hold her heart in her chest. Surprisingly, even a few minutes after dancing with the mirror, the heat throughout my body did not go away. She was so enamored with the young man that she couldn't concentrate when suddenly Antonio appeared behind her. The entrance to the terrace was closed by guards, but still the second crown prince has the right to go wherever he wants. He said that the girl danced with his brother, so he also wants to ask her to dance. He was angry that the girl wanted to dance with the mirror and not with him. Antonio still thought they were close enough to dance together. The young man asked if the girl had read the letter he had sent her before the trip. Rafina didn't know how to behave with the guy. The best way out for her seemed to be to leave the terrace and go back into the hall, because if she spent too much time with one young man on the balcony, the other guys might misunderstand the situation. Antonio became very angry and left the girl alone. Our heroine thought it was ill-mannered. He had no manners because he didn't even apologize. Rafina's thoughts are filled with the mirror again. He must have been very embarrassed as soon as she left him after the dance. Antonio, meanwhile, thought that our heroine was only pretending to hate him, but was actually secretly in love. The announcement in the hall that fireworks will be coming soon and everyone who wants to watch them must go to the terrace failed. Rafina met her brothers and was happy because of what they brought. It was whiskey. And the lady was incredibly happy that she would finally be able to try this drink. The lady tipped her glass of whiskey as if she had just drunk it. They couldn't understand how this happened, and the woman herself recalled how they let her try this drink on her coming of age. In the original, Adrian had a bad tolerance for alcohol, but drinking made him forget everything. Rafina was waiting for her brother and couldn't wait for him to appear. And finally, he walked into the hall. She asked if he had a few minutes to discuss something, and taking his hand, she led him in an unknown direction. The main character began to ask her brother about what kind of girls Zurkan liked, but the guy replied that he didn't even know about it because he wasn't interested in such topics. Our heroine even began to doubt that her brother was really His Majesty the Prince's best friend because he didn't know such a trivial detail. Zurkan, hearing Rafina's voice, began to worry a lot outside the door. Surprisingly, as soon as he heard her voice, he came straight to her on his own. He made sure that Rafina was still breathing unevenly towards him. Walking through the hall, he felt incredibly hot, just like Rafini. Antonio's mother also appeared at the ball. She was the same one about whom there were rumors. The woman, seeing Her Majesty and the Emperor, was surprised that the couple had become so close. Somehow she managed to get his heart thanks to the poison, and she doesn't need him anymore. She needs all the power that will prevent anyone from treating her the way they did. Not the Emperor, not the Empress, not even her father. She wants to make absolutely everyone suffer for their actions. Her father and brother greeted her, adding that they were glad to see her because she had finally returned to the capital. Rebecca found it very rude and ill-mannered to call her sister that in public. It seemed as if the Viscount was not at all involved in raising his own son. The husband said that he really raised the children poorly, and Rebecca had no right to point that out. This controversy attracted the attention of everyone around. The woman, fixing her hair, said that she admits all her previous mistakes because every child is a reflection of their parents. She angered her father by saying that in the future she would not study with them and would try to become a good mother. Carl looked into his sister's eyes and saw that she was thinking something. The queen is happy because she is almost at her goal. She needs Antonio to take her side, and thanks to her, he will be the crown prince. Rafina woke up the next day. Amazingly, there was no hangover at all, and it seemed like she had become a mother. The girl sent Orphan to look for a girl who would suit Zurkan. Rafina ran to her brother. She gave him a letter that he was to give to Zurkan in the future. The guy was scared and didn't know what was in it. The girl added that she had high hopes for him and said goodbye to her brother. His Majesty in the East informed the prince that Adrian had arrived. The guy was scared because his friend didn't warn him about his visit. Adrian wanted to address the prince officially and yet came to him as a friend. He handed him a letter. It looked like an invitation for a date, which completely surprised the guy. He thought it was incredibly sweet, because she still loved him and avoided seeing him. A smile appeared on his face, and when he saw his friend watching, his expression immediately changed to a serious one. Adrian admitted that he is ready to give his blessing and believes that no one but the mirror will make his sister happy. The housekeepers whispered among themselves. They saw how red the crown prince was today. The guy dressed incredibly handsome because he knew he was going on a date. Gathering his thoughts, he decided that it was time to head to the meeting place. Arriving at the meeting place, the man was shocked because Violetta was sitting there. The young man was completely confused. That girl promised to explain everything. Now he learned that Mistress Eston had asked to meet the boy because, according to her, she was perfectly suited to enter into a contractual marriage with him. Whatever the conditions, she was ready for anything. The young man became terribly gloomy. He did not understand what had happened. An angry boy visited the Duchy of Aston. At that very moment, Clyde visited Rufina. He came to ask for her hand and heart. Durkan saw all this. The guy was so angry that he decided not to look into it and just go back to the castle. Amazingly, Rufina was able to politely refuse Clyde, even though she didn't think she would succeed. Suddenly, she was awakened from her sleep by spirits who sensed the coordinates of the relic. The angry heroine said to just tell her the coordinates and calm down. Looking at the map, she saw that 2 relics appeared at once. Now the lady understood why she was so worried. She promised that she would do everything to find the relics. After all, it was for this reason that she told her parents that she was going on a journey in search of the Spirit Stone. The next day, Zurkan was completely in no mood. The prince summoned his friend, believing that if there was a misunderstanding, it would be best to resolve it immediately. To begin with, Zurkan was curious whether Rufina had accepted the guy's proposal, and he also wanted to know what kind of meeting she had arranged for him. After reading the letter, he became even more disappointed because our heroine had left in an unknown direction. The mother said that her daughter went in search of spirit stones and left this morning, leaving a letter and asking her to give it to her husband. Zurkan didn't understand anything because the letter stated that he had 10 dates to find his destiny. The young man looked nervous, saying that he would come to the duchy as soon as the girl visited here. So in fact, he decided to go after Rufina right away. Heading towards the coordinates, our heroine saw that they led straight to a snowy mountain. Surprisingly, Orphan was quite calm. He simply believed that the girl would be able to find his sacred relic. She wanted to really try because Ruby and Orphan had served her well for 10 years. Although she promised to find the relic, she couldn't believe it could be such a difficult task. Her hands and feet were frozen. She couldn't feel anything anymore. She wanted to ask the Ruby to take on her own form and warm her, but at the last moment, she changed her mind because she had to find the relics on her own. Meanwhile, Durkan spoke with his spirits, wondering what was stronger than the Spirit Stone. The spirits said that the best thing for weak spirits is a holy relic, and that more powerful representatives of their race don't need it. But the weak can't get anywhere without them. Zurkan said that they immediately set off on a long journey in search of the relic, because most likely Rufina herself was in the same place. He didn't care that there might be great danger there. Moreover, the spirit could deceive her, and then she would be in even greater danger. So he decided to catch up with the girl in any case. Therefore, he ordered his subordinate to declare Rufina wanted outside the capital, and in the meantime, the prince would find out where Rufina was. Our heroine has already suffered a lot, but she has finally reached the top. Orphan immediately found his relic and took on his own form. Rufina began to lose consciousness, but thanks to the help of the bear, she instantly recovered. Orphan, along with Ruby and the girl, is happy that everything worked out. Miraculously, a lake appeared with a holy relic. The orphan thanked her from the bottom of his heart because thanks to her, he found his relic. As agreed, the spirit grants its power for 5 years as agreed. Rufina was pleased because Orphan looked incredibly happy. Half the work is done, and now it is necessary to find the ruby relic. Arriving in the east, the girl was shocked by the local flavor. Near this place should be the Kingdom of Babylonia. Now she understood how people feel when they are in foreign lands. After the trip, the girl was very hungry, so she decided to try chicken kebab. The ruby relic was also in the water, and thanks to Orphan's powers in it, she will be able to breathe directly underwater. The next morning, she is fully focused and ready. She made the final decision to jump into the water, and until the last moment, she didn't want to do it because it was icy. Orphan immediately warmed her up with his own strength. Thanks to this and breathing underwater, finding the relic will not be a problem. Only the spirit owner could extract the relic, and the girl succeeded. The 2 spirits were incredibly happy because they had found what they had been waiting for so long. The young lady knew that she could rest a little and set out on her journey, but at that moment she was taken aback. She realized that she would no longer have free time for such entertainment. So, Rufina decided to take a little rest and have some fun at the same time. and at that very moment her fatigue disappeared. She happily bought various delicious snacks in the beautiful city. But after some time, Rafina noticed a crowd of people, but she was puzzled, as she did not understand what had happened and why they had gathered. She slowly walked closer to them and noticed that they were looking at something carefully. At the same time, she noticed an advertisement about an escaped criminal, and the reward for his capture was very large. But when Rafina came closer, she froze in shock as she saw her photo on the flyer. She was puzzled as everyone started shouting as the crowd quickly recognized her. Everyone present could not believe that the wanted criminal was nearby. But at that very moment, the knights arrived in response to the noise, and they already had their weapons at the ready. Rafina was shocked, and at the same time she was very tired of this because she just wanted to have a little fun. At the same time, the prince was informed that people had noticed a young lady near the market. The prince immediately gave the command to his subordinates, and they rushed to Rafina in haste. At the same time, Rafina ran away from the crowd with tears in her eyes, but she did not understand at all why the prince declared her a villain. She didn't know what happened at home and suggested that it was her brother's idea. But she dismissed such thoughts as her mother assured her that everything would be fine and she could travel calmly. And at the same moment, she threw those thoughts away as she saw the prince on her way. Zirkan was stunned by everything he saw, but the young lady only looked at him with tears in her eyes and hastily shouted his name. Zirkan was shocked and shouted to her about the danger, but she, not listening to the prince, jumped into his arms. At that very moment, their embarrassed glances met. In turn, young Rafina could not withstand such a shock, and she slowly fell asleep while the prince, torn apart in agony, called for her. Meanwhile, the young lady lay quietly in her bed, but she heard someone calling her. She didn't understand what had happened, but she remembered what had happened before. After all the memories, she opened her eyes in a hurry. But in turn, Anna was taken aback, as she saw her relatives as well as her father, who was crying over her. She was puzzled, because she didn't expect everything to turn out this way. Rafina was upset because she was unable to rest after searching for the relic. But at that very moment, she turned her attention to her family, who were hastily asking if everything was okay with her. But she still wondered why the prince had come for her. She was surprised, however, because it was the first time she saw his worried expression. Rafina was immersed in her thoughts about what had happened and did not hear her family calling her. The lady asked her daughter with a smile whether she had managed to solve all her problems. The young lady told her mother with a smile that she had decided everything, and her mother breathed a sigh of relief. At that very moment, Madame hurried to clear everyone out of the room so that her daughter could have a good rest. The young lady, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief and looked after them with a smile. But moments later, she saw the letter and remembered the banquet in honor of the second prince's birthday. She understood that the second queen had personally sent her the letter and at the same time assumed that the queen was trying to strengthen her grip on power. She understood that she was the mistress of the spirit and, moreover, close to the empress. And it was not at all surprising that the queen wanted to attract her to her side. Rafina understood that the invitation had been sent to all the influential families and that nothing terrible would happen if she showed up at the event. But after some time, the young lady was stunned by everything that was happening. She had no idea what the prince was doing next to her. In turn, the prince looked tenderly at the young lady and said that it was a great honor for him to accompany her. Rafina was puzzled and didn't know what to do. After all, she couldn't even look at the prince, since this was their first meeting after her fainting. At that moment, she stole a glance at the prince and shuddered, as he was looking at her intently. She was a little embarrassed and didn't understand why it was so difficult for her to look him in the eyes, while she avoided him and pretended to have forgotten about their childhood promise of marriage. But in turn, she knew that this was not the only reason. The prince looked at her with bewilderment because he did not understand her behavior. Rafina was confused and did not understand why he had become so handsome over the years. She didn't understand what she felt, and at the same time, she tried to avoid him. A moment later, all her worries vanished along with her questions, as she clearly saw the prince offering his hand to her. He looked at her tenderly. At this, the prince came closer and tenderly asked her to be careful and watch her step. She froze in place with embarrassment, as she realized that she was nervous because she saw him as a man. Realizing her feelings made it even harder for her to look at him. At that very moment, the prince approached her and quietly asked if she wanted to take his arm. She was taken aback and filled with embarrassment as he whispered the words in her ear. Then the young lady hastened to take his hand. Zirkan, in turn, was puzzled because he saw that she was unbearably close to him, to the point of trembling, and therefore she did not even look at him. Now he realized that if he had known that she would be so upset, he would not have suggested such a thing. In turn, he did not understand why everything turned out this way, because when they were children, everything was different. A moment later, the presence of the crown prince was announced in the ceremonial hall. The young lady, together with the crown prince, slowly entered the hall. At that moment, everyone began to whisper as they knew the young people had danced at the previous coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone was surprised that the young people came together, since the young lady was not yet engaged. Adrian said with a smile that the young people were well suited to each other. But his companion understood that there was no person who would not suit their Rafina. At that very moment, she looked intently at the prince and said threateningly that she was watching him. Rafina looked at her companion with a smile and said that she would return soon. Rafina was glad that she was able to relax a little thanks to her brother and friend. But moments later, she was taken aback, as the queen, with a smile, thanked her for her presence as her son was very eager to see her. But the queen, in turn, did not at all think that the girl's partner would be the crown prince. At the same time, the young lady looked closely at the queen and noticed that something was wrong. She didn't understand what had happened while she was away. The queen looked at her companion with a smile and told her an interesting story. In turn, the girl supported the queen and laughed, but she noticed that all the aristocrats were hostile to the Viscount. There, she had previously thought that the Viscount and the queen were on the same page, but now she assumed that they did not have a very good relationship. But at the same time, Rafina believed that the queen was building a new support for herself. She understood that it was not at all good that the enemies were divided. After all, this all complicated her life, since she understood that they were very cunning. But at that very moment, she was taken aback as she heard the prince. The prince froze for a moment when he saw the young lady in front of him. Rafina sighed and greeted the prince, but she saw that he was already an adult, and yet he still ran after his mother. At that very moment, the prince quietly said something to his mother. Rafina looked at them in bewilderment. At that moment, the prince grabbed the young lady by the hand and said that she no longer needed to stand next to the queen, as he wanted to talk to her. She understood that this course of events was better than communicating with the queen. Then she obeyed and followed the prince. Rafina looked closely at the prince, as she had said earlier that a woman and a man on the terrace could not be together, as it could spread bad rumors. But at that very moment, all her thoughts disappeared, as the prince asked who was her partner at this event. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. But in turn, she said in a calm manner that her companion was the crown prince. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. He was furious and shouted that he heard, "Last time she danced with the crown prince, therefore on her birthday, he should be her partner." She looked at him in bewilderment, as she understood that he was talking nonsense. Antonio immediately looked away from the girl and asked her to stop deliberately making him jealous, because he was already jealous of her without it. She was taken aback, as she had not expected to hear anything like that. At that very moment, the knight called the prince, as he wanted to tell him some news. Antonio Iscosa looked at his companion and said that she should wait for him, because they needed to talk about something important. The young lady, in turn, looked after the prince with bewilderment. But at that very moment, she realized that she had to run, so she decided to hide in the garden and return later. Rafina came out into the garden with relief and breathed a sigh of relief as the garden was quiet and calm. But having gone a little further into the garden, she was taken aback, as she found herself in a very intimate scene between young people. She was shocked because she realized that they were doing very shameful things. But before she had even taken a few steps, she stopped as she felt someone's presence. She felt like someone was following her. Rafina turned around hastily as she assumed that Antonio had already returned. But at that very moment, she saw the crown prince, who was angry and wanted to talk to her. She looked at the prince in bewilderment, as she did not understand why he had such an expression on his face. She stared at the prince for a moment without saying a word. But at that very moment, the young lady turned around, as she hoped that the shameless couple were no longer near her. The prince asked her in bewilderment what she was doing. Rafina, with a smile, immediately replied that there were couples hiding in the bushes. He said that there was no one in the garden because he knew all the secret places of the palace. But at that very moment, the young lady also looked away from him in embarrassment, as she felt somehow awkward. Zirkan looked at his companion intently and with bewilderment. But at that very moment, he became furious, because she didn't even like to touch him. But with Antonio, she behaved at ease. At that moment, Zirkan could not stand it and angrily asked why she was constantly avoiding him. The young lady was taken aback and looked at him in bewilderment. Zirkan shouted with fury that she didn't even deny that she had done something like that. She was confused and didn't know what to answer him. He looked at her intently and said that he had promised to fulfill their childhood agreement. But at the same time, he asked if she was afraid that he would immediately ask her to marry him. He wanted to know if this was the reason she had been avoiding him all this time. She froze, and as he came very close to her, he said forcefully that she had previously constantly said that she wanted to marry him. But now that he had returned, she avoided him. while Rafina froze for a moment from his words. He looked away from her and asked angrily if she was afraid that he would ask for her hand, and for this reason she made a list of acquaintances. Rafina was taken aback and didn't know what to answer him. She didn't understand why he suddenly said such a thing. She was afraid that he had become possessed, just like in the original story. At the same moment, Rafina said that the Empress was also worried about the day, and he still needed a contract marriage. The prince sighed as she was aware of his situation, but at that very moment he said that he really had no thoughts of marrying her. The young lady was a little shocked, but at that moment she pulled herself together and asked with a smile if this was true. The prince, in turn, was burning with anger and fury, but he restrained himself. She looked at him in confusion and wondered if she had said something wrong. After a moment, he looked intently at his companion and said that he did not know what would happen if she herself did not want it, but he would not force her to marry him. He said with tenderness in his voice that, as he had said in childhood, she should meet a man whom she would love with all her heart. A moment later, he turned around, and as he left, he said that he would look into her list. He also thanked her for her efforts and informed her that she no longer needed to avoid him. Meanwhile, the young lady stood there as if spellbound, as she was shocked by their conversation. In turn, she stared after him, showing that she didn't care about what was happening. Meanwhile, the banquet hall was bustling with activity, and the queen was happily chatting with all the aristocrats. But after a moment, she looked back, because she wanted to know where the young people had gone. She looked around for the young people, as she knew they should have returned by now. In turn, the queen was seething with rage, since her son said that he would like to marry the young lady, so she understood that she needed to somehow help and bring them together, because in this way she could regain the trust of the emperor, and not only him. She had already prepared a sleeping pill with a special drug. She understood that she would soon give the drug to her son, and then everything would go according to her plan. She was well aware of the fact that this was very cruel, but this is how her father had previously treated her as queen. At that very moment, the queen turned around with joy as the knight called her. She wanted to know how her son and his companion were doing. The knight guiltily asked the queen for forgiveness and reported that the young lady had gone home. The queen was shocked, as she did not expect such a thing. She was furious because the girl had simply run away, and now she had to act according to a different plan. She understood that she simply had no choice but to use the saint's love potion. After some time, Rafina was quietly resting in her room. In turn, she was very puzzled, as she was over-nervous and could not get enough sleep. She thought about the whole situation with the crown prince, as it was assumed that she had hurt him. She knew that he was very upset after hearing everything from her and assumed that she had gone too far in her actions. But a moment later, the young lady threw all her thoughts away, as the maid informed her that a guest had come to see her. Rafina was a little surprised, as she did not know who had come to her in the morning. The maid informed her that the prince had come to see her. At that very moment, Rafina remembered their conversation, because earlier the prince had said that she should wait for him, since he wanted to talk to her. Now she was shocked, because she had completely forgotten about him after everything that had happened. She didn't know how she could have done it anyway, as she had assumed that he liked her. She was very excited and didn't know what he really wanted to tell her. At the same time, the young summer girl did not want to make him wait long and hurried to him. Antonio looked at the lady with a gentle smile and asked if she had not expected to see him, but he also noticed that she loved to sleep. The young lady, in turn, did not want to see him at all, but she asked him why he had arrived at such an hour. He could not resist and hastily asked why she had obeyed his order yesterday, since he had said that she should wait for him. Rafina sighed and said that she couldn't do anything because she had to say hello to many people. Antonio understood that she was lying to him and said that she simply left everyone and went home. But the young lady was outraged by his words and said that she was simply tired. She realized that their conversation was reaching a dead end, and so she asked what had brought him to her so early. At that very moment, Antonio casually threw a small box into her hands. She looked at it in bewilderment. She knew it definitely wasn't a gift since he threw it away so carelessly. She didn't understand why he was so careless about such things. But at that very moment, the realization of what might be in the box washed over her, and her expression changed dramatically. Antonio, smiling, looked away from her and said that she should not hesitate and open the box. Rafina, in turn, asked if she could open the box later. He was shocked by this and shouted at her to open it quickly. After the young lady opened the box, she stood frozen in shock as she saw the ring. But in turn, she looked at the prince with bewilderment and asked why she needed it. He was shocked by her short-sightedness and shouted that he was proposing to her. At that moment, the prince beamed with happiness and said that he had informed his mother, and she said that she would ask the emperor for a blessing. But since he did not trust his mother, he would personally talk to the emperor. He also said that he had already achieved success on the battlefield, so they would listen to him, and she did not need to worry about such things, while the young lady froze in shock on the spot, as she did not expect such a thing. But at that very moment, she coldly replied that she had never thought of marrying him. She understood that this was simply a real nightmare for her. At that moment, an awkward pause hung between them. This pause lasted for a very long time, and no one said a word. At that moment, Antonio looked away from her and said with a smile that she was very cute when she was embarrassed, while he noted that he also did not want to marry someone like her. Antonio burst out laughing, but the young lady sat there dumbfounded and simply could not utter a word. Smiling, he said that it was time for him to go back. As he left, he said with embarrassment that he would soon receive permission, so she should wait a little. After his departure, the young lady realized that he would soon receive permission to marry. At the same time, she understood that she was in a very bad situation. Rafina was aware that he liked her, but she never thought that he would go so far. She didn't expect him to want to marry her at all, and she was also shocked that he wanted to personally ask the emperor's permission. She understood that this would complicate the situation, since the emperor was favorably disposed towards her, and at the same time, this marriage would make them a family, so he could easily give permission. Rafina understood that she simply could not refuse him, since her refusal could cause discord between her father and the emperor. She was well aware of this fact and knew that she had to come up with something quickly. At that very moment, she realized that she had to enter into a marriage of convenience, but in turn, she knew that an ordinary aristocrat would not suit her. Since a prince could easily crush an aristocrat, she needed a peer from an influential family with whom the queen and her son would not be able to argue. No one came to her mind except the crown prince. But she remembered that earlier he had said that he really had no intention of marrying her. Then, as he was leaving, he said that he would look at her list, which she had prepared for him in advance. But at the same time, she had no desire whatsoever to become the wife of a man disgraced by the actions of his mother. And she did not want to have a mother-in-law who had originally destroyed the country. For this reason, she hastily wrote a letter to the crown prince, but she also knew that if he refused, she would find another way. After some time, the young lady came to a beautiful place where the viewing of the crown prince was to take place. She understood that if the girl came, she should keep her distance from them. But a moment later, she felt that there was someone behind her. The crown prince looked closely at the young lady and asked why she was standing there, and he also said that he had canceled the meeting. She was taken aback in a way she had not expected. After some time, the young lady still wondered why the crown prince had canceled the viewing. At the same time, looking at the prince, she wondered if he had already entered into a marriage of convenience. The prince looked closely at his companion and wondered if she was upset because he had canceled the meeting she had prepared with such difficulty. At that very moment, looking at his companion, he thanked her for her efforts, but said that he was not planning to get married yet. Rafina was shocked by his words, and at that very moment she was confused and asked why he was so categorical. The prince said that he would remain on the throne without marriage because he was convinced that marriage should be concluded for love and not for political gain. She was shocked by such words from the young man, but at the same time she was glad because she managed to change him, and he did not grow up to be a tyrant, as in the original story. Rafina, in turn, was upset, since all this was not to her advantage. He looked at her with bewilderment, since he did not understand her reaction. Rafina did not answer the prince, and he did not understand what was going on at all. Sighing, the prince said that she looked like she was about to cry at the moment. Rafina looked away from the prince, as she had nothing to say to him. The prince looked at his companion with bewilderment without uttering a word. Rafina, she understood that her whole plan had gone down the drain and she needed to find another way. After a few moments, she plucked up her courage and said that she would like to propose a marriage of convenience to him. The prince was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. For a moment, he looked at his companion in confusion, as her words came as a bolt from the blue. Zerkan, in turn, was filled with embarrassment and simply could not believe that she had proposed not matchmaking, but a real marriage. He didn't understand why she had suddenly changed so much. Meanwhile, the young lady looked at him with a smile, not knowing how to start the conversation. She sighed, knowing she needed to tell him everything. A moment later, she said with a casual smile that Antonio had proposed to her, and she had said that she did not want to get married, but she noticed that he had not heard her words at all. At that very moment, she looked intently at her companion and said that for this reason she had decided to ask him for help. Rafina happily enjoyed the wonderful dishes and told the prince that she would refuse his brother, because there was nothing worse than marrying him. At the same time, the crown prince listened attentively to his companion, but slowly began to boil with anger. He took a few seconds to think, and then told his companion that the most important thing in marriage was political gain, and love was of secondary importance. Rafina looked at the prince with bewilderment, as she did not understand why he had suddenly changed so drastically. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said that after the meal she should tell him about her plan. Rafina, after much thought, realized that the crown prince had changed his mind for only one reason. If she married his half-brother, her family would automatically become his enemy. Now she felt a little awkward in front of the crown prince, but she understood that this was the only way for her to survive. After a while, she looked at him timidly and asked if he was going to accept her proposal. Zirkin informed his companion that he would like to hear her plan first. Rafina looked at the prince with a smile and informed him that it was better to resolve all issues regarding marriage with their mothers, since their fathers were very hot-tempered and could behave in an extraordinary manner in the current situation. She also noted that if she married his brother, it could harm the empress. A moment later, she looked closely at her companion and also noted that her marriage to Antonio could complicate the life of the crown prince. At that very moment, she said with tears in her eyes that she wanted to marry him, and if she did not find another way out of the situation, she would run away from the empire. She was well aware of the fact that if her family united with the queen through family ties, the queen would make the most of them, so she wanted to unite with the crown prince. After her short story, she looked intently at his companion as she awaited his verdict. Zirkan in turn thought for a moment. Without wasting a moment, the young lady asked if it was true that the queen and the viscount were not on good terms. She said in a hurry that if she became the crown prince's right hand, she would be a good support for him. But she also noted that he would not find a better assistant in the entire empire. Her goal had always been to make the crown prince into a wonderful emperor, and if she became the crown princess, that would be easier to achieve. At that very moment, Rafina shyly extended her hand to the prince, as she hoped for a positive answer. He was embarrassed by this, but still agreed to her proposal. She, to everyone's joy, cried out that this was an excellent solution for everyone. Zirkan looked at his companion with embarrassment, but at that very moment he was taken aback, and all his joy disappeared, as his companion informed him that their contract would not last long. She said that as soon as he ascended the throne, they would tear it apart. Gritting his teeth, he agreed to such a condition. At one point, the young lady returned home and, sighing with hope, looked into the distance, as she hoped that everything would be fine. She was a little excited because she knew she was fine before, but now she was very excited because the prince made her heart tremble. They had previously signed a contract, and after reading it, the young lady asked the prince if these were all his conditions. Then she said that if necessary, they could add and discuss several points, and the prince hastily agreed with her. Rafina, with a satisfied smile, told her companion that he would not regret his decision. She also said with a smile that the contract could only be changed or broken when they were together, and the prince reluctantly agreed with her. Now she was excited, but in turn, she understood perfectly well that they would succeed. But at the same time, the young lady understood that time was running out and she needed to act quickly, so she wanted to talk to her parents about the wedding as soon as possible. The next day, the young lady, with a sweet smile, informed her family about the upcoming wedding. Her brothers and all her relatives were shocked, but the young people asked their father not to give permission for the marriage, since they were sure that their sister's husband should live with them, and the crown prince could not live in the same house with them. The duke looked intently at his daughter and called her, but at that very moment he was unable to utter a word as emotions overwhelmed him, and he burst into tears, while his sons were shocked by his reaction. The lady told her family with a smile that in such a situation one should not cry. But moments later, Madame turned to her daughter as this was a rather unexpected decision on her part. She still asked her daughter why her choice fell on the crown prince. Rafina was momentarily taken aback by surprise, but she had nevertheless expected such a question. Shedding a single tear, she said that she had loved the crown prince very much since childhood. But after the prince returned to the capital, she felt nothing. But after some time, she began to feel anxious and worried about the crown prince. And as soon as she thought that he might meet another, her soul became bitter. Her relatives listened to her very attentively, but at the same time, they were surprised. At that very moment, she said that she simply could not let go of these feelings. And so she confessed to the crown prince, and then he accepted her feelings and finally responded to her unrequited love. Without wasting a minute, she looked closely at her family. And in one breath, she announced that if she did not marry the crown prince, she would go to a monastery. Everyone present was shocked by her decision. Her brothers did not want her to go to a monastery at all. At the same time, her father could not bear such words. Adrian froze in shock as he did not expect such a thing. Only Madame looked at her daughter with a sincere smile as she saw that she was determined. And then, without wasting a minute, she blessed her daughter. Meanwhile, the emperor sat quietly in his office and sorted through important documents. But a moment later, he heard that someone had come to him. Antonio slowly walked into his father's office and greeted him. But without wasting a single minute, he firmly told his father that he would like to talk to him. At that very moment, he informed the emperor that he wanted to marry Rafina Esten. The emperor was shocked by such a statement and asked his son what he said. The prince was taken aback, as he had not expected such a reaction, and again told his father that he would like to marry the young lady. The emperor interrupted his son and said that he was his son, and he loved him very much. But there were things he was forbidden to do, and one of them concerned his brother. The prince looked at his father in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was talking about. At that moment, the emperor sighed heavily and said angrily that the young lady was going to marry the crown prince. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Antonio was puzzled by everything he heard and did not pay any attention to his father's words, since he was only concerned with one question: who was marrying whom? But now he understood that the young lady had simply deceived and betrayed him. After some time, the queen heard the news that the crown prince was marrying Rafina, and she became furious. The queen attacked the servant with rage and anger, as she understood that this was all nonsense. She thought for a moment, because she knew that her son wanted to get consent for the marriage, and at the same time she wondered if the girl had simply depressed her son. She was very angry and wanted to take revenge on the girl, but at the same moment she asked the maid what her son was doing now. Meanwhile, the young prince was throwing out all his rage and anger. A moment later, the queen finally found her son. She ran hurriedly to her son and told him that she had heard the news. But the prince informed his mother that it was the emperor's decision, and the queen froze in shock. Antonio was furious, and at the same time he was lost and upset, since the emperor informed him that he was forbidden to encroach on things that belonged to his brother. After her son's words, the queen boiled with rage and anger, as she understood that the girl was to blame for everything. But at that very moment, the prince began to wonder in confusion why he couldn't take what belonged to his brother. The queen realized that this was her chance. She took pity on her poor son and said that everything was permitted to him. She quietly whispered to her son that he was not taking away, but only returning what originally belonged to him. She said that he could take away everything that belonged to the crown prince, and the girl would be suitable as a trophy. After some time, the young lady was in deep thought, as she did not think at all that the emperor and empress would be in such a hurry to marry, since after the conversation she received a letter with a proposal of marriage. She understood that if their families signed the letter, they would be officially engaged. But she also knew that everything would soon change, because after the ceremony, she would be living in the palace. At the same time, Rafina wondered whether she would be able to date someone after the divorce. But she was still concerned about one thing. There were too many conservative people around her. But after a moment, the young lady threw all her thoughts away, knowing that she didn't need to worry about it yet. At that very moment, she slowly walked down to the hall and noticed that the prince had arrived to meet her family. She froze for a moment as she saw the handsome crown prince. Rafina, in turn, did not take her eyes off the young prince, and with her gaze said that he could trust her. The young lady quickly got into character as a girl in love, and at that very moment told the prince that she had never thought that he would come to her in person. The prince was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing from her, while her relatives were shocked by her changes. The crown prince was a little confused and timidly said that he personally wanted to come to her. She smiled and said that it was very touching of him. At that very moment, she hugged him and asked him to quickly go into the living room. Her relatives looked at her with tears in their eyes, as they did not want to let her go at all, and only Madame looked after them with joy, as she was sincerely happy for her daughter. After some time, the crown prince granted the Duke and Duchess his hand in marriage in an official letter. Madame looked at the documents with a smile, as if there were no problems. The Duke's assistant sighed and said that it was time to sign the document. At that very moment, Rafina signed the letter with firm confidence, but at the same time she felt relieved that she had done so. But, of course, she understood that she was pursuing her own personal goals, but she was still happy about it. At the same time, Anna did not take her gaze off the crown prince. She understood that now it was time to leave. Rafina knew perfectly well that a marriage of convenience with the handsome crown prince was a good deal, even without all the work she had done. At the same moment, she turned to her companion. She said with a smile that she would like to show him her room. Without wasting a minute, she grabbed her companion and hurried to her door. The Duke watched them go with tears in his eyes and asked his daughter not to lock the door to the room. After some time, the young people found themselves in a more relaxed atmosphere, and Rafina breathed a sigh of relief. She looked closely at her companion and thanked him for playing along with her. But at that very moment, the prince looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand how a person could change so quickly. Up until this point, he actually found out that she liked him. But now he understood that it was all a lie on her part, and this made him even sadder. At that moment, Rafina asked the prince how they reacted. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked who she was talking about. Rafina said that she is now talking about the queen and her son. The crown prince sighed and said that it was difficult to judge, since they both remained silent. Zerkan, looking at his companion, said that they could not do anything now. At the same time, the young lady felt relieved by his answer, since she still shuddered when she thought about Antonio's proposal. But she knew that it was even good that he took the initiative, because thanks to this, the crown prince accepted her proposal without hesitation. At that moment, she thanked the crown prince with a smile. Without wasting a minute, she said that he should not regret anything, as she intended to become the prince's best wife. Zerkan was a little surprised, as he saw her expression like a knight on the eve of an enemy battle. But he said that she did not need to be such a hero, since his efforts were enough. At that moment, he froze in mid-sentence, because he did not know whether it would be right to say that he intended to be a good husband for her. The lady did not feel awkward and asked with a smile if they would really meet at the palace. Rafina said that she did not want to fail in front of the emperor and empress. She understood perfectly well that it would be quite easy for her son to play the role of the crown prince. But still, she didn't want to hurt him with her actions. At the same time, the young lady saw that he was very handsome and could make any beautiful girl fall in love with him in a second, so this made her even more anxious. After all this had happened, the young lady slept quietly in her room, but at the same time, she felt uneasy. After some time, she woke up from a terrible nightmare, but at the same time, she heard the voices of her spirits. Rafina was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on at all, but a moment later, she was taken aback, as her spirit pounced on her and with tears in her eyes asked what would happen to them when they encountered the spirit of darkness. Offren shouted that he did not want to go to the palace at all. The young lady sighed and casually said that she needed to sleep and that he should be quieter. Offren was shocked by his mistress's response, but she assured him that they would think about everything in the morning as she was very tired. She assured her comrade that encounters with dark spirits would not be such a frequent occurrence. Offren was completely sure that she was lying to him, since he understood that when she became the prince's wife, she would sleep with him in the same bed every night. He was puzzled because he understood that he too would encounter the spirits of darkness every day. The young lady was shocked by his words. At that very moment, he realized that his words had just reached her. The young lady was shocked because she realized that in front of everyone else, they were supposed to be newlyweds. This means that every day before going to bed and after waking up, they will see each other's faces. Rafina understood that even in his dreams, her words sounded magnificent, and after that, bad thoughts about the crown prince crept into her head. At that very moment, she was taken aback as she realized that she needed to stop thinking about such things. Time passed very quickly, and the day of their engagement arrived. The prince froze in embarrassment when he saw his beloved. The young lady, in turn, was very glad that the day of their wedding had arrived. Then they exchanged marriage vows in front of many witnesses. Rafina was very confused and bewildered, as she could not believe that she was actually marrying the crown prince. She thought for a moment, but at the same moment she was taken aback, as she realized that she had forgotten something. Zerkan looked at his bride with embarrassment and quietly whispered that she should take the ring. Rafina was taken aback, as his beauty blinded her, and she completely forgot about everything. At the same time, she understood that she had to pull herself together. After all, it was all just beginning for them. After some time, all the guests present congratulated the newlyweds with joyful smiles. Rafina, looking at everything that had happened, understood that if everything had gone according to the original, the Empress would have to die soon. But at the same time, she understood that if she spent a lot of time with her, she would be able to protect her. At that moment, the young lady threw all her thoughts away and with a gentle smile thanked everyone, because she was very happy with this outcome. She insisted that everything would be fine, because in order to catch the tiger, she needed to go to his den. On a happy note, she promised everyone to be an exemplary wife and support for her husband. After some time, the young lady enjoyed a wonderful banquet. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as she saw her friend, who was running towards her with tears in her eyes. Violetta rushed to her precious friend and said that she wanted to live with her as her daughter after she got married. Adrian quickly pulled his friend away from his sister, but the young lady did not calm down and told her friend that if she was offended, she should tell her. Rafina happily told her friend that she would do just that. but at the same time, she noticed that everyone around her loved her very much. At that very moment, she turned around and began to look for her husband in the crowd, as she wanted to know what he was doing now. But at that very moment, their eyes met. Rafina hurried to her husband with a smile. But at that same hour, she noticed that someone had gotten ahead of her. The young lady blocked Rafina's view and greeted the prince. Rafina looked at the girl in surprise. But at the same time, she recognized her. And it was the saint who arrived from the monastery along with their queen. The same mix of saints officially introduced themselves. But after her introduction, she looked at the prince with bewilderment, as she did not understand why he did not answer her. Celestia looked at the prince in bewilderment as he ignored her and continued walking somewhere. In turn, the crown prince coldly told the girl to move over as she was in his way. The saint froze in place in surprise as she saw the crown prince looking at someone with a gentle smile. Then she realized that he was not at all like the rumors said. She had previously heard that his wife was running after him, and he accepted her. So she assumed that the crown prince would be easy to seduce, but now she realized from his actions that it would not be easy at all. At the same time, Rafina looked at the saint with bewilderment, since in the original it was known about the tireless. She did not understand why the saint appeared in such a place, and at the same time she was looking for a logical connection. Rafina knew that the temple did not support the empress, as it was in the original, which is why the position of the crown prince was stable, and everything was smooth in the relationship between the emperor and empress. At that moment, she was taken aback, as she was deeply immersed in her thoughts and did not hear her husband. The crown prince moved closer to his companion and quietly said that everyone was looking at them. She was taken aback, because she realized that she had to diligently play the role of the beloved. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she leaned against her husband and called him with a tender smile. The prince was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. He was shocked and couldn't understand how she could change so quickly. He didn't expect her to use shameful phrases full of love. Her behavior confused him very much, so he was confused and did not know what to do. At the same time, everyone watched them closely and saw that the expression on his face was too stern, and everyone understood that he could pull his sword out of its sheath at any moment. After some time, the Duchess tenderly said goodbye to her daughter. Rafina, in turn, saw her relatives off with a tender smile, but after a few moments she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that it was all over and she could now go and rest. Sometime later, she changed her clothes with the help of a maid. A few minutes later, she plunged into the bath. Then the maid asked the young lady if she was very tired. Rafina breathed a sigh of relief and said that she would like to take a bath and lie down as soon as possible. The maid said with a smile that she would still need her strength and that she needed to save herself for the coming night. After some time, the young lady was taken aback, as she remembered that members of the imperial family had said that she needed to quickly gather all her strength and make a bunch of children. At the same time, she was puzzled by this fact and did not know how to act in this situation. The prince looked away from his companion in embarrassment and, puzzled, said that he had not forced her to prepare. But he still couldn't resist looking at his companion, who was very embarrassed. There was an awkward pause between them, but at that very moment, Rafina noticed alcohol on the table and quickly rushed towards it. Then she told her husband with a smile that the emperor had prepared a wonderful drink for them. She was very happy because she understood that she would be able to try a very valuable drink, and then she asked the prince if he had tried this wine. Zircon said that he had not tried the wine, but then the young lady, smiling, invited him to share the drink. Zircon did not take his eyes off his companion, and at the same time he noticed that she loved alcohol very much. Rafina approached her husband with a joyful smile and praised him for how well he had tried during the day. So she suggested having a drink and talking, because they had a lot to discuss. The prince looked closely at his wife and agreed with her. The young lady was certainly a genius in acting. Although her heart was going crazy, she did not show it. But still, the young lady was a little puzzled. She understood that they were already married, but she did not understand why she was still nervous in front of her husband. At that very moment, she was taken aback as her husband called her. Zircon looked closely at his wife and asked if she wanted to clink glasses. She immediately became embarrassed and did as he suggested. The prince looked at the young lady with bewilderment as he was surprised by the fact that she liked to drink. Rafina looked at the prince with a smile, as she was glad that everyone at the celebration correctly understood what was between them. She also remarked that she played her role perfectly, as if she was head over heels in love with the prince, and the prince sarcastically remarked that she was an amazing actress. Rafina didn't pay any attention to his words and said with a smile that they would have to stick to this concept from now on. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. She said that he was not opening the door to his heart to her. After all, while she was writhing with love for him, he continued to treat her like a younger sister. But at the same time, the prince understood that he did not perceive her in this way at all. She said with a smile that when she saw him in the distance, she would run up to him and throw herself into his arms. But then he must cross his arms over his chest, and she will later beg him to take her hand. The prince was shocked by her words. In turn, he had already imagined all her actions. And at that very moment, he said, puzzled, that he understood her. Rafina looked away from the prince and thought for a moment as he was not playing well. But the crown prince was still puzzled because he did not understand why he had to adhere to such a concept. Rafinavskaya said with a sigh that if he suddenly and sincerely accepted her feelings, then the others would demand more. At that very moment, she said that she was talking about the next generation. And when the prince heard her words, he shuddered. And at that very moment, an awkward atmosphere reigned between them. Rafina, in turn, was not silent for long and said that she was very tired, and it was time for her to rest. Meanwhile, the prince drowned his rage in alcohol, but he couldn't even imagine that he would be in so much pain. He was burning with rage and anger, as he had loved the young lady since childhood, but not so much as to sacrifice himself. But in turn, Antonio could not understand his feelings, as his heart was bitter and he seemed to be torn apart from the inside. Since childhood, he understood that his older brother was pathetic. He knew that his brother was older and would therefore take the place of crown prince, but he understood that his father loved him more. He knew that his father and mother would always take care of him, and yet his older brother will never be happier than him. Antonio didn't want to let his older brother take what was rightfully his. But now Antonio understood that his brother had taken something very valuable. He was burning with anger and fury because he did not understand how he dared to steal what had long belonged to him. He shouted in anger that he would pay his older brother back by any means necessary for such a disgrace. Meanwhile, the maid was watching everything that was happening sideways. After some time, the maid informed the queen about everything that had happened, and the queen was shocked and angry at her son. The maid sighed and said that the young master had drunk a lot of alcohol and was acting violently in his room. The queen sighed heavily, knowing it was inevitable, but she knew she could deal with her son later. But in turn, she thought for a moment about this difficult situation, since the heir apparent took Rafina as his wife, and this move gave him wings to take off. But the queen was angry and knew she had to cut his wings, so she wanted to spread rumors that it was the young lady who had first proposed to the prince. She also wanted to use the saint as she had planned before, and in this way, she could let the crown prince's reputation go to the bottom. She understood that she would do everything possible to make her son an emperor, but she had already given the medicine to the saint, and all she could do was wait. Meanwhile, the young lady slept quietly in her new bed. Despite everything, she lay in her bed with a contented smile. The crown prince, in turn, woke up a little earlier and looked at his wife with embarrassment. He was puzzled and didn't know if he should really continue in the same spirit. Looking at his wife, he understood that the situation was not easy, because last night he had been in deep thought. He understood that he was the one who benefited most from the marriage, and because of the conservative society after their brother's death, the young lady would forever be labeled a divorcee. He understood that if he could change the law, then society would not change either. So after the divorce, he intended to revise the system and support those who were in a remarriage. He understood that if his wife wanted to remarry after the divorce, he would find a better husband for her. But at that very moment, he froze and wondered if there was such a man in their world. After some time, he finally left the common room and went about his business, and the knights greeted him. The knights stared at the crown prince as he was not in a very good mood. A little puzzled, as we clearly saw that he was not in the mood even after the wedding. Many young people began to discuss how cold he was towards their new mistress. But a moment later, their discussion came to an end. Percy looked at the knights closely, and they realized it was time for them to leave. He sighed heavily as he realized that even the guards were whispering about the prince and his wife, not to mention the aristocrats. A moment later, Percy informed the prince that he had come to see him. Entering the office, he apologized for disturbing us. At that moment, he was taken aback as he saw the menacing expression on the prince's face. Percy knew he was moody even after the first day of the wedding, so he wanted to get it over with quickly and leave. Persia said that he had come to report on the plan for the coming day. Meanwhile, the prince thought about his wife and assumed that she had already woken up. Everything turned out as the prince had expected. For after a long sleep, the young lady woke up joyfully and realized that she had had enough sleep. She was a little confused because she had been nervous on the day of the ceremony, and now her whole body ached. Sighing, she looked at her faithful friend, as she knew she couldn't ask for another bed. She looked at her faithful bear with a smile, as she understood that her friends had been guarding her while she slept. At that very moment, she greeted her friends with a smile, and at the same time she noticed that the spirits of darkness did not touch them. Rafina was immediately taken aback and shuddered as she heard a rumble outside the door. After some time, the young lady was already ready, and she was informed that she must go to the Crystal Palace to dine with Her Majesty. She understood that in the evening, she and the Crown Prince would go to her home, but at the same time, she could not get used to the fact that they were actually married. In turn, the young lady understood perfectly well that the Empress had now become her mother-in-law. A moment later, to her surprise, she saw the Empress and the Emperor. Rafina was a little puzzled, as she did not understand why the Emperor greeted her, since she was only supposed to meet the Empress. A few minutes later, they were all sitting at the table, and the Empress was asking with concern if everything was okay with her. Rafina thanked them with a smile for their concern and said that the previous night had been wonderful. The Empress noted with a smile that the young lady knew how to speak beautifully. The Emperor supported his wife, as he did not expect anything else from his daughter. He said with a smile that since she had married his son, she had become his daughter. The Empress was momentarily taken aback and asked her husband to be more careful with his expressions so as not to embarrass the lady. At that moment, the Empress looked closely at the young lady and said that they were very glad that everything turned out this way. After meeting with the Emperor and Empress, the young lady hurried on with her business. She knew she needed to choose a maid and prepare for the first banquet. Rafina was very puzzled at this, because she understood that no matter how much she hurried, it was too difficult to make up for the time. But at that very moment, she drove all her thoughts away as someone called her. She froze as she saw her husband, who was more handsome than everyone else. For a moment, the young lady looked intently at her husband, who looked at her with embarrassment. She was amazed because he looked at her as if she were a real husband. At the same time, she wondered whether she should have been so happy with the work she had done. Rafina looked at her husband with a smile and asked for forgiveness, because she was a little late. The Crown Prince quickly picked up his wife and announced that it was time for them to leave. He was a little puzzled, as she had gotten into the role very well. At the same time, the aristocrats looked intently at the young men from afar. They were a little puzzled as they saw the cold expression on the Crown Prince's face again, and thought that the young princess was very unhappy. Rafina looked at her husband and asked if anything had happened to him. Zircon said in a cold manner that nothing had happened to him, and also asked how it was about her. He also asked if she had slept well, because he knew that she had slept like a log all night. She said sheepishly that nothing had happened and that she had slept well. The young lady also informed her husband that she had dined with the Emperor and Empress. The prince knew this, and he also knew that his father had to take part in the official reception. But he put all his affairs aside, because he intended to dine with his daughter-in-law and wife, and the prince was very upset, because he wanted to spend time with his wife, but he was beaten to it. But still, the prince, looking at his wife, saw that she looked happy. In turn, the prince wondered for a moment what the word family meant to him. He understood that for him it was an indestructible cold fortress, huge knights standing in the corridor. For him it was a strict place, with cruel rules of conduct. On his way, he saw only a cold mother. He also had a demanding father, and in turn, he felt completely alone. It seemed to him that he would never find a loving family. Zircon assumed that he would always be alone, but after some time, he still met us on my path. Responsive people with loving families. But a moment later, all the prince's thoughts disappeared as he heard someone calling his wife. The brothers happily rushed to the carriage as they missed their sister very much, but at the same time, they offered her to stay at their house and go to the palace as if it were work. Rafina looked at her brothers with a smile, but the prince was puzzled as he wanted to offer his wife's hand. Zircon looked at his wife with surprise, as well as at her family, because they greeted the young lady with joy and warmth. He understood that they were all happy, while he felt only loneliness, but at that very moment he was taken aback, as Adrian called him. Adrian looked at the Crown Prince with a smile and said that they were now family. The Crown Prince was surprised by such words, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. At that moment, he remembered his family, who had always been cold to him. But then the young lady appeared in his memories with a radiant smile. And it was in childhood that Zircon made a wish, because he also wanted to hear kind words and laugh together. He wanted to find a similar family. At that very moment, he threw all his thoughts away as his wife called him with a joyful smile. Zircon had previously assumed that his dream was not destined to come true, but now he understood that his dream had already come true. The next day, the young lady woke up a little later and noticed that her husband had already left. She thought for a moment, as they had been drinking heavily the previous evening and had returned home late, but she still understood that they had a good trip and rest. But after some time, Rafina began her work and duties. While studying the documents, she realized that she could choose several maids with whom she was close at the academy. After some time, she had dealt with the pressing matters, and so all that remained for her to do was to sort out the list of invitations to the tea party. The Empress had given her a little hint earlier, but she understood that this was all difficult for her. She remembered the young saint who had arrived with the queen from the monastery. While the saint lived in a temple near the imperial palace, Rafina learned of the fact that the queen wanted to infiltrate secular society through the saint, so the Empress did not recommend inviting her. The young lady knew that this was a very good chance to find out what they were up to, but she still understood that it was all very complicated. At the same time, there was a commotion in the hall, as the aristocrats demanded that the emperor get to the bottom of the truth. He shouted that there was no reason at all for the monsters to appear again. However, the aristocrats still assumed that the rift had not been closed during the last war. But some still asked their comrades whether they were saying that the crown prince was wrong. The emperor listened to everyone, but angrily informed them that they must watch their tongues, and he also said that he had sent knights to investigate. After some time, the crown prince set out on his journey. Moreover, the aristocrats whispered among themselves as they assumed that the crown prince had deliberately not closed the crack. They said that he should be punished accordingly. At the same time, the young lady ran to her husband in a hurry, as she knew that there was nothing about monsters in the original story. She was furious because everyone wanted to put the blame on her husband, but at the same time she understood that someone had orchestrated this situation. At that very moment, she quietly knocked on her husband's office door. The crown prince looked at his wife in surprise as he did not expect to see her. Rafina Fi saw that her husband was beside himself with excitement. She understood that he was very early, and it hurt him that all the blame was placed on him. The prince approached his wife and informed her that she would remain alone in the palace for a while. She didn't understand what he was talking about, but he said that he had to go to the border zone. She knew about what had happened, but she didn't understand why he had to go. At that very moment, he said that he was going there just in case. He was puzzled and upset that the crack might actually open. Rafina was shocked, as she saw that the more he sank into despair, the stronger the spirit of darkness became and consumed him. Rafina was a princess and also a mistress of the spirit. Thanks to her magical barrier, she could involuntarily bring the spirits of darkness to their senses. She then suggested that someone might have desecrated the corpses and tampered with the evidence, but the prince assured her that the wounds from the monster's claws could not be faked. He sighed and with sadness in his heart told his wife that he had to go. Rafina, in turn, without wasting a minute, suggested to her husband that they go together, since her brother and friend were busy preparing for the wedding, and they could not go with him. She also said that her spirits would help him, and then she shouted that if he refused, she would silently follow him. The prince was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like this, but after some time he still found himself in a daze and shock, as he could not believe that everything had turned out this way. The young lady, in turn, without wasting a single minute, obediently followed her husband. Rafina looked at her husband with a joyful smile. The crown prince was surprised and stunned by such an appearance of his wife. She said that there were few plains in the east and the horses would not be able to pass, so she would go alone. He disagreed with her and said that the monsters were very dangerous. But then her faithful spirit bared its teeth and showed everyone that he was not to be trifled with. Zircon sighed heavily as he realized that now you would be in greater danger from the monsters than his wife. After some time, the young lady and her faithful spirit were rushing towards their destination. But in their haste, they wondered if their spirit could find the place by smell. Ruby was puzzled when he said he wasn't a dog, and his owner asked in confusion if he didn't have a sharp charm. He sighed and said he would try his best. A few minutes later, Ruby reported that she smelled an unusual odor nearby. She was shocked, as her guess was correct. At that very moment, they followed the scent, and her faithful companion reported that the smell of blood was coming from the stream. At that very moment, the young lady heard some noise in the distance. Looking closely, she clearly saw the terrible monster. Rafina knew she had to tell her comrades about the find immediately, so she didn't waste a minute and did everything she could to notify them. But all her manipulations terribly angered the ferocious monster. Rafina was a little shocked, as she didn't expect him to be so violent. Then her faithful spirit told her that the monster would soon attack, so she should hide behind it. She was puzzled and scared at the same time, but she knew that the spirit would help her. Without wasting a single minute, the monster, growling menacingly, pounced on them. Ruby, in turn, was not going to give up without a fight, and also opened his mouth and growled menacingly. A moment later, they clashed in a fierce battle. The young lady froze in place in shock. But a moment later, she saw that the terrible monster had flown away into oblivion. Meanwhile, the crown prince rushed to his wife in a hurry. He was puzzled because he saw that the road was winding, and that was why he was a little delayed. But still, he hoped that nothing would happen. A few minutes later, they finally rushed to the crown princess. Rafina turned around and looked at her husband in surprise, as she did not expect him to rush in so quickly. Zirkan ran up to his wife and asked if she was okay. The young lady sighed and said that she was fine. But a moment later, the prince was taken aback as he saw a terrible monster in front of him. He couldn't believe that the monsters had appeared again. But in turn, he was angry because he understood that because of this, a terrible war would break out again. Rafina quickly stood up and told her husband that something was wrong in this situation because she knew that monsters traveled in packs. The prince looked at the dead monster in surprise and confirmed her words. At that moment, the young lady reached out to the monster and was taken aback. She sighed heavily and looked at her husband with worry because her fears had been confirmed. She understood perfectly well that the monster in front of her was not an easy one. After all, such a monster should not emanate sacred power. After some time, the young lady sat quietly by the fireplace and reflected on everything that had happened. After all, she knew that monsters traveled in packs, but at the moment they had only met one. She had previously heard from her husband that the monsters were different in appearance, so she assumed that the crack had not opened at all. For in such a case, the monsters would have gushed out in a terrible stream. Meanwhile, the young prince was returning to his wife, planning to stay nearby for a few days just in case. At the same time, he felt relieved, since the count's estate was located next to the mountain. Zirkan knew that the count had lost his arm in the war with the monsters, and he also knew that the count was a loyal man until the very end. He had his back. The crown prince knew that such a man could be trusted. Entering the estate, he assumed that his wife was currently resting. But he didn't have time to open the door, as his wife was already waiting for him. Rafina asked her husband from the doorway whether he had visited the nearby temple. She wanted to know what he had found out. Looking away from his wife, he said that I was suspicious of the situation, and some of the servants looked fidgety and worried. The prince continued to tell his wife everything he had learned, while she looked at him with embarrassment. After all, he didn't just tell her, but also undressed in front of her. Rafina could not stand it and screamed because she understood that he could catch a cold, and therefore she asked him to quickly go and wash himself. Zirkan looked at his wife with bewilderment as he did not expect such a reaction. In turn, he was immersed in dark thoughts as he hoped that he would never again meet monsters on his path. Previously, people praised him and called him a war hero, but he understood that this was a victory in words, because many soldiers died, so he did not deserve the title of hero. Zirkan K, to his regret, the video of the fallen soldiers and their families. He saw the grief and hatred of those who were abandoned, so he thought it was his responsibility. But he knew it was too much of a burden, and he felt like he was about to suffocate. But he knew he had no right to do so. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback, and all his thoughts flew away as he heard the voice of his wife. Coming out of the bathroom, he thanked his wife for preparing his clothes. Rafina hurriedly asked her husband if he had warmed up. He looked at his wife with embarrassment and thanked her again, but still it felt a little strange to be with her outside the palace. Without wasting a minute, Rafina began talking about monsters again. She believed that with the help of her experiments, sacred power was introduced into the monster. But she understood that since they burned the body, only her testimony remained. Looking at her husband, she said that first they must find irrefutable evidence. The prince supported her and said that they would leave as soon as the rain subsided. Rafina was categorically against this because they had little information about the enemy, and therefore she wanted to send the exposed spy to investigate. The prince looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about, but she said that she would like to send her spirit. Zirkan was puzzled as he did not know whether the spirits could be trusted, but the young lady assured him with a smile that they could be trusted because her spirits loved her very much and were very devoted to her. She saw that he was very surprised and therefore assumed that he was not in harmony with his spirit. In fact, she had already sent her spirit to the nearest temple because as soon as she mentioned the current situation, he had already run away, since he did not want to be near the spirit of darkness at all. She understood that with his abilities, he would definitely not be discovered, because even the temple could not know about all the abilities of the spirits. At that moment, she thought about the spirit of darkness of her husband. She knew that he was enveloping her husband in darkness. A moment later, the crown prince saw a small letter on the table and asked his wife what kind of letter they had received. Rafina informed the prince that she had been asked to deliver this letter to him when he returned. The crown prince was surprised that he received a letter, but he was even more surprised when he read it, because they thanked him for saving many people. Rafina looked at the letter with a smile, as it was very sweet. But a moment later, she saw that her husband's face had changed. Zirkan, in turn, could not bear it and burst into tears. He understood that he had not saved them, because everything was the other way around. She was shocked by what she saw, because she understood that he blamed himself for what happened. She knew that he was very kind, and therefore took full responsibility upon himself. She pointed out that he knew perfectly well that no one blamed him, but she was very upset because, since childhood, he had been accustomed to taking all the pain upon himself. She understood that he still did not have the strength to cry loudly, so she had no choice but to console him. At that very moment, she looked at her husband with tears in her eyes and asked him to stop hurting himself. Rafina hugged her husband tightly and quietly said that he had acted exactly the same way as a child. The crown prince was surprised and at the same time shocked by her behavior. Rafina began to praise her husband, and the prince froze in place in surprise. He was taken aback for a moment, remembering how she had praised him as a child. Bursting into bitter tears, the young lady said that he had not listened to her at all even now. The prince sighed heavily after her words, and he had no choice but to obey and hug her tightly. The power of the spirit and its owner is used wisely. Everything depends on the abilities of each of them. Since the power is limitless, there were no detailed records about it. Offren's new ability, which he gained after finding the relic, is, without exaggeration, perfect. With his help, the young lady could achieve what she wanted. She was glad that with the help of water power, it was possible to record any dream or event. But what she liked most was that the recording could be viewed later. At that very moment, she threw all her thoughts away as her husband called her. Zerkan looked closely at his wife and asked if she had managed to find out anything. He arrived just in time. After all, based on the memories of her spirit, the temple was also watching them. So if they remained in the count's estate, the temple would calm down and try to hush up the situation. She suggested that the prince rely on her spirit because she knew that he would soon find evidence, and she asked her husband how he was doing. Zerkan said that with the help of the count's knights, they were able to comb a large area. The young lady, in turn, felt relieved because everyone in the capital would calm down after this news. At that moment, she briefly thought about the fact that they had left immediately after the wedding. She understood that this was how things had turned out. But their honeymoon was over, and it was time for them to go back. Now she wondered what their life together would be like after they returned. Rafina was very excited because she remembered the previous evening, because due to her emotions, she burst into tears and said all sorts of things. Now it was difficult for her to look her husband in the eyes. After some time, they got ready and went to meet the count and countess. The count looked at the young people with a smile and announced that everything was ready for their departure. Rafina thanked the couple with a smile for their concern, but said that they were in a hurry and intended to go on horseback. Then the count said with a smile that the prepared carriage would follow them. The crown princess was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. The count smiled and said that upon hearing that the crown prince was returning to the capital, the local people had collected a lot of things for them, and they had also prepared some things. Rafina looked at her husband in surprise, but at the same moment she noticed that he was amazed by what he heard, and also embarrassed. She understood that the caring people had collected everything for him, so they would thus ease the burden on his heart. After some time, the prince and princess returned to the palace, and the prince met with his father, who assured him that there was no need to worry about what the aristocrats said. But still the emperor was very angry because his son took his wife to such a dangerous place. He looked at his son with fury and asked if he could imagine how worried the duke was about his daughter. The prince understood that if he said that his wife had insisted on it, he would look pathetic. At that very moment, he said that his wife had said that she could not live without him for a second, and she had declared that she would rather die than be left alone. After his words, an awkward atmosphere hung between them and silence fell in the room. The emperor looked away from his son and said that he understood everything. After some time, the prince walked slowly towards his room. Zerkan was surprised because when he returned to the palace, he felt calm and comfortable, although nothing had changed. For some reason, it seemed to him that he absolutely had to return to the palace, and he understood that it was all thanks to his wife. Looking at his sleeping wife, he knew that she was very tired, since upon arrival, she saw her mother, and upon returning to the palace, she immediately fell asleep. Zerkan looked at his beloved with tenderness. He hoped that she wouldn't feel as lonely in a place like this as he had before. Zerkan sighed heavily and looked away from his wife, as he understood that he would be forced to let her go, because it would be better for her. But he still wanted her to feel warm and comfortable in the palace, just like he did now. He wanted her not to want to return home, even when the contract ended. After some time, the young maids happily welcomed the crown princess because they wanted to take care of her. Rafina looked at the girls with a smile as she was pleased with her choice. The young ladies were very happy and simply could not believe that they would be working in the palace from now on. Rafina Pristelnaya looked at her friends from the academy with a smile, because now she realized that she had made the right choice, since she had chosen them as her maids. But at the same time, she felt guilty. because the girls dreamed of serving the Empress, but she had no intention of becoming one. Time passed very quickly, but her carefully prepared first tea party went off beautifully. Rumors spread throughout the capital very quickly, so the young crown princess received many gifts from the aristocrats. But she was also strewn with letters from all sides. But before the crown princess had time to look back, it was time for Violetta and Andrian's wedding. Violetta, looking at Rafina, asked if she had dressed up too pretentiously. Rafina assured her that this was not the case, and it suited her very well. Rafina smiled and told her friend that she was magnificent, like a goddess. But moments later, all her joy vanished as she heard her spirit finally making contact. At the same time, fierce monsters were running amok in the temple. The priest was shocked and at the same time very scared, as the monsters did not obey orders. They saw that the monsters were very angry, and the priest assumed that at this rate they would all run away. The man shouted to all his subordinates that they should strengthen security and eliminate those who were raging. But the young man was shocked as a lot of money and sacred powers were spent. But the man shouted that this was an order from above. The young man, in turn, hastened to obey the order. Meanwhile, the young couple looked at everything that was happening in surprise. After what he saw, the young prince assumed that the capital's temple knew nothing about what was happening. His wife said that this was indeed the case, and it seemed to be the work of only a small number of priests. But she thought for a moment about the words of the priest who said that they had followed orders from above. She remembered that in the original, it was Antonio who handed over the empire to the neighboring kingdom. She wondered if it was somehow connected. Rafina wanted to know if the queen had power inside the temple. No matter how much she thought about such questions, they did not become less. Rafina clearly understood that they needed more information. At that very moment, she asked her faithful spirit if she could ask him for a favor again. Ofrin, with a joyful smile, told his mistress that he would be only too glad to carry out her errand, and therefore he would set off immediately. She looked closely at her spirit, as she understood that he was taking the initiative because of the spirit of darkness. Meanwhile, the crown prince looked intently at the spirit of his wife. He was puzzled because he saw that her spirits were calm, intelligent, and talented, and they were the complete opposite of his spirit. But at that very moment, all his thoughts vanished as the spirit of his wife, with a casual smile, asked when his mistress would divorce her husband. Rafina froze for a moment in surprise at such a question. Ofrin said with a smile that they still had a fictitious marriage and they should get divorced. He said that he wanted his previous lives because the spirit of darkness is very scary, so he was always in fear. Rafina thought for a moment and after a few seconds said that first they should deal with the enemies, and only then she would divorce her husband. After this answer, her spirit joyfully shouted that he would immediately sort everything out. In a hurry, running away, he shouted that he would find as many clues as possible so that everything would happen as quickly as possible. A few minutes after Ofrin left, an awkward pause fell between the young people. The lady, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief as she realized that the storm had died down. But at that very moment, she threw away her thoughts as her husband called her. Zirkan looked at his wife with bewilderment and asked if she really wanted to terminate the marriage contract as soon as possible. She thought for a moment, because she didn't know if he had spoken about this, and at the same time hinted that he wanted to get rid of annoying enemies as soon as possible. At that very moment, she said with a smile that the sooner they sorted everything out, the better. The prince was taken aback, as he did not expect such an answer, but still asked what she would do after the divorce. Looking at her wife, she said that she would like to develop a business, meet the right man, and live happily. But she also asked what he would do after the contract was terminated. Zirkan coldly told his wife that he would become emperor and immerse himself in his duties. She looked at her intently as she understood that he was upset about something. Rafina said with a smile that in that case he should choose a candidate for the role of empress in advance. But at that very moment she regretted what she had said, because she saw that he was very angry. And the young lady said that she urgently needed to finish some business, and therefore she was leaving. The next day, the young people came to their relative's wedding. Looking around, Rafina saw a lot of people, but she was taken aback when she crossed Antonio's gaze. Without wasting a minute, she approached her husband and called him with a smile. The prince shuddered, as he did not expect such a thing at all. Rafina quietly told her husband that his brother was glaring at them. Zirkan sighed heavily as he understood everything and decided to play along with his wife. But in turn, he was furious, because he realized that she could not have stuck to him without a reason. But still, looking at his wife, he wondered what if this was not a game at all. He hoped that she really liked it, and understood that it would be good. After some time, the wedding ceremony of the young people began. After the main ceremony, the young bride joyfully threw her bouquet to her bridesmaids. Meanwhile, the young crown princess happily chatted with all the socialites, who thanked her for inviting them to tea. Smiling, she said that she would definitely invite them next time. She saw that many people from the queen's side were trying to get her attention. Rafina, in turn, began to look for her husband. She understood that he had suddenly disappeared somewhere, but at the same time, she knew that she had to play a role in front of everyone. A moment later, she noticed the saint surrounded by men. At that very moment, Rafina smiled and told her interlocutors that she would step away for a while and wish them a good time. Without wasting a minute, she followed the saint since she did not leave with the best people. At that very moment, she heard a not very pleasant conversation from the balcony where the saint had gone with the men. Rafina moved closer to them as she wanted to find out what they were talking about. At that moment, the young lady was taken aback as she heard that the saint was wandering along the red light district. Rafina knew perfectly well that the saint had no business being in such a place, but she wondered if this was really such a strange way of flirting. In turn, the men looked at the saint with lust and desire, as they understood that she should be more frank, while they wanted her to be kinder to them and thank them. They said that she was obliged to caress them and heal all their emotional wounds. But at that very moment, the young people were taken aback as they saw the crown princess. Rafina, in turn, could not stand it and angrily asked what they were doing. She looked at them with fury because they were committing shamelessness at the wedding of people dear to her. The young men said that this situation was just a misunderstanding, but the young lady pressed them, and at that very moment she pointed a pistol made from her hand at them. A few seconds later, the young people fell from the balcony one after another. Rafina, in turn, stared after them, not flinching at what she saw. Meanwhile, the young people landed on the ground with a thud, unconscious. Rafina turned her gaze to the saint and asked if she had taken their words to heart. She also reassured the saint and said that the men would not die, as they had only fallen from the second floor, and she told the saint that her words might sound harsh, but she should still take care of herself. The saint froze for a moment in surprise, but at the same time she looked at the crown princess with admiration. Rafina looked at the saint with a smile and said that she had things to do, so she needed to hurry. At this point, Celestia stood there for some time in a daze, looking after the crown princess. Rafina, without wasting a minute, ran to her husband. Rafina, overjoyed, asked her husband where he had been all this time. She quickly took his arm and said with a smile that she had been looking for him at a bad time. But in turn, the crown prince quickly distanced himself from his wife. At that moment, he looked at her intently and said that they were alone in such a place. Rafina was taken aback because she realized that she had made a mistake, because she was glad to see him and accidentally took his hand. She felt somehow awkward because she was used to clinging to him, and when she received a refusal from her husband, she felt somehow unpleasant. In order to ease the tension, she asked where he had been all this time. In turn, the press coldly replied that he had been spending time with the bride and groom. Leaving his wife, he said that they should refrain from any touching, even in public, because he felt awkward. Rafina, in turn, froze in shock. It was painful for her to hear such things, but she could not do anything about it. But in the meantime, a stranger was watching the young people from afar. Antonio was furious and didn't understand why the young lady allowed someone to treat her like that. After some time, Rafina, with tears in her eyes, asked her relatives if they were really leaving. In turn, the newlyweds joyfully said that they were going on a honeymoon to the magnificent coast of Redonia. Rafina looked at her relatives in surprise, as she knew that in the original story, her brother, upon hearing about the main character's wedding, was depressed, and after which he went to the coast where he committed suicide. But now she was glad from Togo that, contrary to the original plot, they were now happy. Zircon looked closely at his family because looking at them, it seemed to him that they were leaving for an eternity. Adrian smiled and assured everyone that they would return in a week. Rafina sighed because she realized that no one knew why she was crying. Rafina happily saw her family off on their honeymoon, but still she knew where her brother died in the original, and she could not calm down about it, but still hoped that nothing would happen. At the same time, the crown prince watched his wife closely. A moment later, he said with a displeased expression that only she and the parents were so worried about the young people. Rafina was surprised and did not understand how he understood what she was worried about. He sighed and said that last night she sighed tirelessly, and because of this, he could not sleep. Zirkan informed his wife that he had ordered the Shadow Knights to follow the newlyweds, so she did not need to worry that something might happen. She was surprised and at the same time glad that he had sent a secret squad. Rafina thanked her husband with joy, as she felt a great sense of relief, but at the same time she opened her arms and moved closer to him. But at that same moment she remembered that he had asked her to refrain from any touching. She understood that he felt awkward around her, and so she expressed her sincere gratitude in words. The crown prince froze in shock as he knew she was more than naive, and yet her acting was skillful, and this was beginning to irritate him. Now he realized that he had been wrong to give in to his feelings and say such words, because now it seemed to him that he had only made things worse for himself. At the same time, the aristocrats whispered among themselves as they saw that the crown princess was poor, since a real wedding ceremony was just around the corner, and the crown prince was simply pushing his wife away. They were shocked that he didn't even let her touch him. In turn, Rafina was glad that everything turned out much better than she expected, because she used her operation, the sad look of a lover. She only regretted that she had used this technique a little earlier. She understood that her actions did not cause discomfort to her husband, and now she felt better about herself. She understood that everything was fine, but something made her feel sad, because every time she touched him, she caught herself thinking that he smelled nice. And gradually, the desire to touch my husband became even stronger. Sometimes she wanted to stroke his powerful back, and sometimes she wanted to press herself against his chest, and she even wanted to touch his buttocks. But as soon as she caught her husband's gaze on her, she immediately turned away, and at the same time, she had the feeling that she had lost something. The prince, in turn, was puzzled, because he saw that his wife was playing a role, but he no longer saw her smile and did not feel the weight of her warmth. He knew he had to talk to her immediately. But at the same time, Zerkan didn't know whether he should say that he liked her touch in public, and not only. He wanted to say that she could touch him whenever she wanted. But in turn, Zerkan clearly understood that his words might sound strange. A moment later, the prince's assistant said that he would like to talk about preparations for the ceremony, as there were issues that needed to be resolved. The prince sighed as he realized that he had a lot of work to do. But at that same moment, he turned his gaze to his wife and noticed her sadness, but her facial expression. As he left, he glanced furtively at his wife, although he knew that this was just a game on her part. But his heart still felt an unpleasant ache. After some time, Rafina was resting in her room. She knew that now she did not need to cling to her husband, so banquets became boring for her. Olivia looked at her mistress and said that she was worried about the upcoming ceremony, as there were bad rumors about the relationship of the young people. Christina, in turn, supported her friend since she was puzzled and did not understand what exactly the prince did not like, since he was pushing his wife away so much. Rafina assured her friends with a smile that everything was fine and they didn't need to worry. After some time, Rafina read the list of guests that the Empress had prepared. But after a moment, she turned her gaze to her friends as she noticed that they were very excited and a little sad. Rafina smiled and told her faithful maids that her husband was not rude to her. She became quiet for a moment as she realized that she had become too carried away by her role. And when she got into character, she sometimes did not understand where the truth was and where the fiction was. Rafina froze for a moment in surprise as she realized that she liked her husband, but she didn't know how he would react if she showed her true feelings. Rafina assumed that if her husband became carried away by his role, he would hate her. She knew he had previously suggested limiting physical contact, and after that he had become strange. At the same time, the young lady understood that she had to find out the truth. She hoped that they would be able to talk late in the evening, so she decided not to go to bed because she wanted to wait for him. But after some time, she finally fell asleep and, waking up, noticed that he had not come to bed. Rafina assumed that he was afraid that their bodies would accidentally touch, but she couldn't shake the thought that he was tired of her. That same morning, the young lady saw her husband and called him. He turned around when he heard someone calling him, but looking into the distance, he did not notice anyone. As he left, he sighed, realizing that he had simply imagined it. Time flew by very quickly, and unexpectedly for the young lady, the day of the wedding ceremony arrived. Rafina looked at her maid with a smile and asked for forgiveness, as she was a little nervous. Rafina was well aware of the fact that their wedding was just a sham, but she didn't understand why she was so nervous. The young maids looked at their mistress with a smile and said that she should rest a little and calm down. Rafina thanked her friends with a smile for their support and care. Rafina stared at the arriving guests from afar, and at the same time, she was immersed in her thoughts, as she was very nervous. At that same hour, she noticed that her brother and her friend had returned from their honeymoon. Then she felt relieved that everything was okay with them. A moment later, she heard a knock on the door and was pleasantly surprised that her maids quickly returned with the prepared tea. In turn, the crown prince, in full dress, quietly knocked on his wife's door. Rafina smiled and asked her faithful maids to put the tea on the table. But when she turned around, she froze in place because she saw her beloved, who was ablaze with beauty. Zerkan slowly approached the young lady and said that they needed to talk. At the same time, she was amazed because she saw that he was incredibly handsome in his tuxedo. Zerkan sighed and said that he would like to talk to her about the marriage vows. The young lady was taken aback and asked if there was any problem with him. The prince said that was not entirely true, but then he timidly said that they would have to kiss in front of everyone. The young lady was taken aback for a moment and froze, not knowing what to answer. She wondered if he really wanted to suggest that she skip this moment. She was very worried about this, because she knew that for citizens, a kiss is the most important part of the celebration. She knew that if there was a problem with the kiss, everyone would doubt the authenticity of their marriage, and this would become the crown prince's main problem. Rafina, with tears in her eyes, wondered if she was really so disgusting to him and disgusting that he wanted to refuse something like that. Zircon looked at his wife in surprise and called her. Without looking up, she asked if he had really offered to kiss. He sighed and said that that was not the point at all. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked what was the matter then. Zircon sighed and said that he was worried that she would feel uncomfortable kissing him, and he apologized for what he said last time. After all, now he understood that he was wrong when he told her that she needed to limit touching in public. So he suggested to his wife that she behave in public as before. Zircon knew perfectly well that if he said that she could touch him as much as she wanted, it would sound strange. At that moment, the young lady's face changed, and she asked if they could seal their vows with a kiss. Zircon froze in place from shock and was filled with embarrassment, as he did not expect such a question. At that very moment, he gave in to his emotions and, losing control of himself, said that he agreed, and also said that she could touch him as much as she wanted. Rafina looked at her husband in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about, and then he realized that he had made a mistake. The prince began to make excuses, but the lady said that she understood everything and they should just continue to play their roles. Rafina said with a smile that she had gone a bit overboard and that it hadn't been easy for her either. She also said that his skills had improved, but she asked him not to get too involved in the role and not to really hate it. She didn't want him to confuse reality with acting. The prince froze in shock as he realized she had assumed he truly hated her, but he was also amazed that she had also gotten into character, and it wasn't easy for her. So he wondered if she really liked him. The crown prince didn't have time to ask his wife anything when suddenly they were called out. At that very moment, the young people looked at each other intently as they understood that the real ceremony would soon begin. After some time, they slowly entered the hall for the ceremony. Rafina understood perfectly well that even though it was a fictitious marriage, she was still worried. Turning around, she saw her family, and at the same time, her soul felt warm, because they were sincerely happy for her. Meanwhile, the ceremony of their marriage began, but the young lady did not listen to the words of the priest as she was thinking about the kiss all this time. She understood that this was only a necessary measure. A few minutes later, the priest gave the prince the go-ahead to kiss the bride so that they could seal their vows. The young lady looked closely at her lover. She understood that this was just a game on their part, and it was all for the well-being of the citizens. But she also would not mind kissing him. After some time, all the guests went to the banquet on the occasion of the wedding, while they were all whispering about the kiss of the prince and princess. The aristocrats were now sure that all the rumors were true. They did not understand how anyone could kiss the bride with a displeased grimace. Everyone was a little puzzled, as they understood that the future emperor and empress were no longer on good terms with each other. Meanwhile, despite everything, the cozy ladies looked happily into the distance. But at the same time, she was puzzled and worried, because she did not know how to kiss her husband again. She used to laugh at the words that at the first kiss you hear the ringing of bells. But after a few minutes, all her thoughts disappeared, and she jumped in surprise as someone called her. Turning around, she saw her husband. Zircon, looking at his wife, announced that a foreign delegation had arrived, and that they, as legal spouses, should greet them together. Rafina asked her husband what delegation they were talking about. He said that the delegation had arrived from the kingdom of Temion. She thought for a moment, as the title had been familiar to her for a long time, but at the same time she was puzzled, since when the main characters died, she did not follow the plot, because it was no longer interesting to read. At that moment, she looked at her husband and said that they needed to hurry because she wanted to find out something. Rafina approached her husband and quietly said that things had been strange in the kingdom lately, so they needed to find out who the kingdom was in contact with. She said that the kingdom that was given away seemed suspicious to her. But after their words, the young people looked at each other with embarrassment, as they were very close. They moved away from each other in a hurry, embarrassed. The young man happily greeted the newlyweds and introduced himself as a representative of the Temion Kingdom delegation. Archduke Gaston remarked with a smile that the imperial palace was truly beautiful. Rafina, in turn, suggested that she was tense because Togo knew the plot of the original. But at that very moment, she said with a smile that everything was true, and the palace was incredibly beautiful. She also said with a smile that she was glad to meet him. But at that very moment, she noticed that the Viscount's servant was watching them. She also noticed a priest in the distance who was suspicious. At the same time, she felt their intense gaze on her. They looked with the eyes of a marauder trying to steal someone else's. Meanwhile, the young saint wandered around in search of the crown prince, as she understood that today she had to bewitch him. She knew she had to ruin the marriage and lower the prince's reputation in society. She understood that if her plan succeeded, Antonio would appear in a better light. But for some reason, she felt uneasy. Now she realized that she had been wrong to accept the crown princess's help. But she also knew that she had to pull herself together, because she had no reason to hesitate. She knew why she had to do this, so she mixed the medicine into a glass of champagne. At the same time, the crown princess noticed the saint's machinations. She looked closely at the young people as she understood who was behind this. But in turn, Rufina looked around because she realized that only she had seen something like this. Rufina approached the glass with the drink and realized that since the saint did not take the drink right away, she would try to secretly slip alcohol to her. Celestia looked at the crown prince with a smile and offered to bring him some alcohol, as she assumed his throat was dry. But when she turned around, she saw a truly terrible picture for herself. Rufina stared at the glass with the unknown contents, as she did not know what was in it, but she could not allow the saint to give it to her husband to drink. Rufina, with a satisfied expression of victory, decided to hurry to where there were fewer people, while the saint froze in shock. As she stepped onto the inheritance terrace, the princess informed the knight that she wished to be alone, so he should not let anyone in. The young lady stared at the glass of champagne for a moment, wondering what the saint had added to it. She wanted to call her spirit and ask about the composition, so she looked for a place where she could hide the glass. But while Rufina was looking around for a suitable place, she looked at the door in surprise, since she did not expect to see anyone in it. At that very moment, Antonio came out onto the terrace and said that they needed to talk. She was shocked and did not expect to see him, but the young prince could not stand it and asked the princess with rage what was wrong with her. He was very angry and asked if she really liked the crown prince so much that she was ready to tolerate such a relationship, while he was sure that she was truly unhappy with him. He was shocked to see her now standing and drinking alone. Antonio had no intention of looking at such a thing, and at that very moment he snatched the glass of champagne from her. Without wasting a minute, he drank the entire contents of the glasses. At that moment, he looked at the glass of champagne in surprise. Rufina was shocked because she wanted to know what was in the glass. At that very moment, a saint ran up to them on the terrace. She was in shock from everything that was happening. Celestia froze in shock when she realized that Antonio had drunk the contents of the glass. Celestia couldn't believe that the prince drank the contents because the glass contained a love potion, and a very powerful one at that. She knew that the first person she would see was the one who drank. There was deep passion in him. Celestia froze in shock as she realized the fact that she was the one who was supposed to awaken the passion in the prince. Rufina angrily attacked the saint and asked what Antonio had drunk that made her so surprised. Antonio came closer to the saint and asked in bewilderment why he had been filled with love at the vision. Rufina froze in shock when she heard something like that. But at the same time, she thought for a moment, since she had read about the love potion in the original. Now she realized that the saint intended to arm her husband. Rufina understood perfectly well that everything happened on the orders of Queen Rebecca. At that moment, Antonio turned to Rufina and hastily said that he still loved her. Rufina didn't listen to his words. She understood that if the young people got together, they would become a wonderful couple, because the queen and the saint got along well with each other. She pounced on the prince with a smile and said that he should go to the saint. Antonio looked away from the young lady and asked if she didn't love him. He understood that he would not wait for an answer and left the terrace in a hurry. After some time, the queen became furious because she learned that her son had drunk the love potion. Celestia, in turn, understood that she had made a huge mistake, and therefore timidly told the queen that everything happened by pure chance. But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly and unexpectedly received a very strong slap in the face from the queen. The queen was furious, and at the same time assumed that the saint intended to bewitch her son. She furiously asked the girl if she really wanted to take the place of the empress. Celestia, with tears in her eyes, said that this was not so, and everything happened because of Rufina. She said that Antonio did not interest her at all. The queen froze in shock when she heard that a young lady was involved in this incident and asked if the girl had given Antonio the potion to drink. Celestia sighed and, thinking, said that the girl did this on purpose and that everything happened very quickly, and she didn't have time to prevent anything. Celestia, upon leaving, told the queen that she would sit in the room until she found the antidote, and at the same time she asked the queen to assign her protection from the prince. The queen was shocked, but at the same time she accepted the fact that the girl was very cunning. She was furious because her son always disobeyed her. At the same time, the Viscount tried to find her son's weak points and take him away from her. The Viscount constantly put pressure on the Queen, and it all drove her crazy. At the same time, the Queen was furious, since they decided to childishly leave her behind, and even the nobles despised her. She understood perfectly well that she could not leave everything as it was, so she decided to immediately take revenge on the girl. After some time, the young lady looked at our outfit with bewilderment, as she was sure that they had skimped on the fabric. But she understood perfectly well that she could not take off such an outfit. A few minutes later, she saw her husband. But the young lady froze for a moment as she was blinded by his beauty. She knew that she had received all the blessings of life. Zirkan, in turn, looked at his wife with bewilderment. He was a little puzzled by her behavior, as she ran hastily to the bed and told him that she was very tired and therefore would go to bed early. A moment later, the young lady pretended to be sleepy. She made the sounds of a sleeping person, but in turn, she was very embarrassed by his appearance. She understood that she needed to fall asleep quickly, but she couldn't do it. At that very moment, Zirkan asked with a smile if she had really fallen asleep. Rafina quickly rolled over onto her back and began to snore sweetly. Rafina was very embarrassed at this and hoped that he would quickly turn off the light and lie down next to her. But the next day, the young lady was a little puzzled and confused, as she did not understand why her husband touched her lips the previous evening. She didn't feel his breath, so she assumed he touched her lips with his finger. But she still did not understand why he acted in such a way. While her maids quietly whispered to each other, because from the image of their mistress, they understood that nothing had happened between the newlyweds, and now their mistress was upset. But moments later, they remembered what the courtier had brought, and so they assumed that their mistress might be distracted. At that very hour, they conveyed the invitation to their mistress, and at the same time, the young lady looked with surprise at the invitation from the Queen to tea. She was a little excited and puzzled, as she understood that she was being invited to a banquet and that it would be difficult for her to refuse. At that very moment, she asked her maid with a smile to send a reply. Rafina was aware of the fact that if she refused, it could harm her reputation. At the same time, the young lady wanted to take advantage of the situation and turn it to her advantage. Sometime later, she visited the Queen's palace for the first time. She knew that the Emperor loved this palace very much, and the building had recently been restored. A few minutes later, she entered the hall where her meeting with the Queen was to take place. Rafina thanked the maid with a smile for taking her to the meeting place. But after a few minutes, she saw the Queen in all her glory. Queen Rebecca looked closely at the young lady and thanked her for deigning to visit her. Rafina greeted the Queen according to all the rules of etiquette and thanked her for the invitation. She knew that according to etiquette, they should communicate with each other respectfully. But at the same time, the Queen naturally addressed her informally, due to the fact that no one was around. After some time, they sat quietly at the table. The Queen broke the silence and told the girl that she had been very worried about the rumors about her. But when they met, the Queen realized that there was nothing to worry about. Rafina looked at the Queen with bewilderment and asked what rumors they were talking about. At that moment, Queen Rebecca said with a smile that she had heard about their bad relationship with the Crown Prince. The Queen said that everyone was talking about how the young lady had been dumped, but she assured the young lady that she did not need to worry as it was just a rumor. At the same time, Rafina clearly saw that the Queen was mocking her. The Queen smiled and told her young companion that while she was in the monastery, she noticed that the girl had become very close to her son. Rafina froze in place in shock and surprise, as she had not expected to hear anything like that at all. The Queen looked intently at her companion and said that her son even said that they loved each other very much. Then the Queen could not stand it any longer and warned her young companion that she needed to behave appropriately if she did not want to cause a quarrel between the friendly brothers. Rafina, in turn, looked at the Queen for a moment, taken aback and bewildered. At that moment, the Queen looked at Rafina with fury and told her not to come near Antonio. Rafina, looking at the Queen, said that she had misunderstood everything, because she had never been close to Antonio, and therefore she asked the Queen not to say terrible things about them loving each other. The Queen, in turn, was furious when she heard that these were simply terrible words. Rafina said with a hint of embarrassment that since childhood her heart had belonged only to the Crown Prince, and all the people in the monastery knew about this. Rafina said with a smile that the brothers had never been close either, and for this reason she simply could not be the cause of their quarrels, since they had not gotten along with each other for a long time. The Queen, in turn, could not stand such words from the young lady and cried out in rage that she knew perfectly well that it was the lady who had given him the vile potion. Rafina calmly said that she had not given the prince anything, since he had drunk her glass himself and the potion had been brought by the saint on the Queen's orders. The Queen froze in shock. Rafina told the queen with a smile that they knew why she had invited her today, and so she could assume that the queen simply wanted to vent her anger. But the young lady with a gentle smile told the queen not to be upset. The queen froze for a moment, for her companion had said that she, like the sobbing mother, knew better than anyone that Antonio had neither talent nor strong will. At that moment, the queen could not bear it any longer and furiously attacked the young lady, insulting her and raising her hand. She was furious because the girl, having become a princess, imagined herself an empress. She shouted that the young lady would pay the same price as the empress. The queen screamed that the crown prince, like the emperor, would find another, and she would sit and suffer. At that moment, the queen was taken aback, as she saw a medallion on the girl's chest. She understood that she should calm down, as she could have more enemies, but she also understood that a magic detector had been installed at the entrance to the palace. The queen knew that the girl would not be able to carry the recording magic devices. She was also aware of the fact that none of the servants would tell what had happened. She knew that this conversation would not go beyond the room, so she angrily ordered the girl to get out of her palace. After some time, the young lady slowly returned to her place. At the same time, she slowly looked around, but after a few seconds, she staggered, and at the same time, she fell to the ground. After a long period of time, Rafina lay quietly in her bed. She recalled how the queen angrily drove her out of the palace. But in turn, she herself left the room out of anger after their conflict. Rafina froze for a moment as she thought the queen would get angry and yell at her. But the queen turned out to have a more fiery temperament. She realized that the queen was now driven into a corner, and because of her mistake, Saint Antonio was hot on her heels, while the Viscount was building up his strength to get his hands on Antonio. Rafina knew very well that Queen Rebecca had previously been hot-tempered, but now she had become extremely irritable. Rafina saw that the queen was openly angry, and at the same time she believed that no one would believe the young crown princess, even if she spread rumors, because she had a good reputation in his high society. But the young lady, in turn, was not upset, since she had a secret weapon that would help her solve the problem in an instant. Rafina knew that the queen would spread the rumor that she had spoken to her disdainfully, but the young lady knew that the queen had missed something very important. Therefore, putting her plan into practice, she deliberately fainted in front of everyone as she left the queen's palace. The knights rushed towards the crown princess in haste, as they did not expect anything like this. A day passed after the meeting of the queen and Rafina, and that's when she woke up. But when she woke up, she saw her husband, who was burning with anger and rage, and at the same time he was agitated and worried. He came to her in a hurry after hearing about her condition and therefore wanted to know what really happened. Rafina, in turn, was in no hurry to tell her husband about everything that had happened, as she wanted the servants to leave. But as soon as she heard that they were alone, she told her husband that she was fine, and she was just pretending. Zerkan, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief, but still he did not expect this and said that he was very worried. Before he could finish speaking, the emperor and empress burst into the young lady's room. The emperor was shocked by what had happened, so he hastily asked why she had gone to the palace to see the queen. Zerkan broke free and, hugging her husband, said that she had received an invitation from Queen Rebecca. But at the same time, looking at her new parents, she said with tears that the queen had misunderstood everything and began to scold her harshly, even throwing food at her. The emperor was furious after hearing this information, but they all still wanted to know what really happened. Rafina sighed heavily and began her story. After some time, the high aristocrats were gathered in the imperial main palace. At this point, the queen was beside herself with rage because she knew that the girl had faked fainting, but at the same time she understood that they had no evidence, but they were still going to judge her. Queen Rebecca froze for a moment when she heard that they intended to bring spirit water. At the same time, the young lady provided her amulet, which she wore during her meeting with the queen. The emperor ordered the court magician to cast an expansion spell so that everyone could see what had really happened. A moment later, everyone saw the meeting between the young crown princess and Queen Rebecca, with the queen saying that she was greatly troubled by the rumors about the young lady. The queen was taken aback, as she did not expect to see anything like this. She froze when she clearly saw her reflection, and she also heard her own voice. Then she said with a smirk on her face that everyone was now only talking about how the crown princess was abandoned alone. But she assured the girl not to worry, since these were just rumors. She said with a grin that the young crown princess had become very close to her son. The emperor and empress shuddered when they heard the queen's words that the young crown princess could cause a quarrel between the very close-knit brothers. Then the queen, threateningly, told Rafina not to approach Prince Antonio. Rafina immediately told the queen that she had misunderstood everything and that she was not at all close to Antonio. She assured the queen that since childhood her heart had belonged only to the crown prince, and all people knew it. Then the queen could not resist and waved her hand in anger as she intended to strike. All the aristocrats were shocked. They could not believe how the queen dared to raise her hand against the crown princess. At that very moment, the queen froze in a daze as she realized that this situation was shown in a different light. She was taken aback and started screaming that she had not raised her hand against the girl. The emperor looked at the queen with fury and said that their common son was influenced by her old habit. Then everyone clearly heard what the queen said to the young lady, for she declared that the girl imagined herself to be an empress. But at the same time, she assured her that she would also pay the price, just like the empress. She shouted that the crown prince, like his father, would find another woman. The empress froze for a moment from what she heard, as she was sad and in pain. Finally, everyone heard the queen screaming furiously at the crown princess to get out of her palace immediately. The queen was shocked by everything that was happening. She screamed that it was a fake and the girl had fabricated everything. She knew she had no choice but to protect herself, so she insisted she had been unfairly framed. But at that very moment, the crown princess made a statement and appealed to the emperor. She looked intently at everyone present and swore by the name of the spirit, and said that it was completely impossible to falsify something that did not exist. But to be fair, the young lady made a few changes to the recording. After hearing all these words, the empress quietly called the emperor, as she found it unbearable to hear such words from the queen, while the emperor sat in a daze. She was very angry and shouted that she could not allow something like this to happen again. She did not want the crown princess to go through the same pain that she had gone through, so with tears in her eyes, she left the hall. Rafina looked at the emperor closely, as she thought he regretted such a thing. But she understood that the emperor could not be blamed for everything. After all, it was the queen who gave him the potion. At that very moment, the emperor became enraged and ordered that the queen should not be allowed into her chambers again. And for a time, he ordered that she be taken into custody. The queen was shocked by such a verdict. He looked at her with fury and ordered her to wait for the final verdict. He left and she screamed after him because she could not accept such a sentence. After some time, her young lady and her husband also left the audience hall. But then the prince's assistant reported that their emperor was going to a personal audience. Sometime later, the young people were sitting in the emperor's office, and the atmosphere was very tense. The emperor lowered his gaze and said that he very much hoped that he had not caused them any trouble because of his mistakes. He sighed and said that this shame would end with him. Zirkan looked intently at his father and said that this is how it would be. The young lady, in turn, understood that her husband responded sharply. After all, he was closer to his mother, whom the emperor had offended. She understood that he would not follow in his father's footsteps for his own sake. But she also understood that the emperor could not blame himself for everything. She understood that everyone should know the real reason for his actions, so she plucked up her courage and asked if she could ask him a question. Rafina looked at the emperor and asked if anything unusual had happened before Queen Rebecca appeared. The emperor was a little puzzled and unsure. She asked if it was possible that for a moment someone couldn't get out of his head or he missed someone so much, as if he had drunk a love potion. After hearing these words, the emperor froze in stupor. He thought for a moment and said that it wasn't quite like that, but he had felt for a long time that something had changed in his heart. At that time, he believed that this was true love, and over time he drowned in it. But then it was too late to put everything back in its place. Hearing these words from the emperor, the young lady cried out that these were the symptoms of a love potion. Rafina claimed that the queen had used a love potion on the emperor. The emperor froze in shock, but he wanted to know if it was true. She said that he must have heard of forbidden witchcraft before and that there were people who used it. Rafina said from the bottom of her heart that she would conduct an investigation, and only she was capable of such a thing thanks to her spirit. Rafina looked at her new father with a tender and caring smile and asked him not to blame himself. And at the same time, she said that he should take care of the empress because she suffered more than anyone else. The crown prince froze in shock when he heard this. At that very moment, she turned around and looked tenderly at her husband because she knew that he had also suffered a lot, but she assured him that she would take care of him herself. Zirkan froze in place from her words, but he was very embarrassed and glad to hear something like that. He felt the tenderness that emanated from his wife. Meanwhile, the queen in her chambers was nervously pacing from one corner to another, as she felt like she was in a dungeon. But at the same time, she understood that she could not sit idly by, and that she needed to do something. After some time, the maid brought her lunch. The queen looked closely at Etta and noticed a small piece of paper. Unfolding the paper, she noticed valuable information and silently thanked her faithful servant for her help. At the same time, Camilla informed her mistress that she had done everything according to plan, and after the news of her arrest, the aristocrats did not dare to do anything. At the same time, the queen learned that her father had arranged a meeting to overthrow his daughter from the throne. The queen was furious and simply could not believe that her life now depended on her vile father. She was in shock and didn't know what to do. But moments later, she saw a small note from her maid as she asked her mistress to prepare for a walk at night. The queen was glad of this, as she understood that this was her chance. That same night, the queen quietly looked out and made sure that she was still being guarded. But since the guard was sleeping quietly at his post, she also quietly passed by him. The queen ran away from her prison in a hurry and no one noticed anything. A few seconds later, the knight approached his comrade and asked if anything had happened. Waking up from the noise, the guard reported that nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the queen hurried her horse as she wanted to sort everything out as quickly as possible. That same evening, the Viscount, getting ready for bed, froze because he heard some noise and felt someone's presence. He looked at his daughter, who had suddenly appeared to him in bewilderment. For a moment, he stared at his daughter in silence, but in turn, he realized that Camilla had brought the queen. Camilla had amazed him with her talent since early childhood, and since then, he introduced her to his daughter, saying with a grin that he had not heard her call him father for a long time. At that moment, the queen threw aside all her pride and, kneeling down, said that she was guilty before him. She said that from now on, she would obey him as before, and that is why she asked for help. She did not want to be removed from the throne. The Viscount looked at his daughter with anger and said that she was only pretty in appearance, and that she had no talents, and that she no longer needed to pretend to be smart, so she should obey without question. He looked at her with contempt and said that she did not understand anything, and was burning with desire to get what belonged to her brother. She was furious and only wanted him to love her more than his son. But Bacon only laughed wildly and said that she was saying funny things. And because of her stubbornness, she could not get more love, not housing brother. He spoke with disdain that she was useless and could not even win the emperor's heart. The queen was shocked by her own father's words. She could not stand it and pushed him angrily. Thus the Viscount fell and seriously injured his body. Getting up, he said angrily that she was very impudent. He was trembling with pain. At that very moment, the Viscount ordered the maid to immediately take the queen away and call someone for help. Camilla, in turn, did not obey the Viscount's order and only turned to her mistress. The Viscount was shocked. He shouted for the maid not to stand and immediately grabbed his daughter. At that very moment, the queen made a decision for herself and attacked her father with all her strength. The Viscount froze in place from shock, as he did not expect anything like this. Trembling with fear and pain, he repeated the same words, but it was all in vain. Queen Rebecca, with tears in her eyes and a smile, looked at his father and, raising a small dagger over his chest, said that they would meet soon in hell. She said that when she got there, she would take revenge on him again. But for now, he should wait for her in hell and enjoy the remaining time. Sometime later, the crown princess learned from her maids that the Viscount had died because assassins had invaded his home at night. Rafina was shocked and did not expect to hear anything like this, but she still asked what happened to the nobles who followed the Viscount. Then the maid asked the crown princess if she had heard about the Viscount's son. Olivia said that the Viscount's son was a simple-minded person, but he enjoyed the trust of the nobles close to him. He was still in a hurry to inherit the title despite the fact that the imperial family was conducting the investigation. At that very moment, Christina said that this was not the problem now. She said that because of the murder of the Viscount, everyone felt for Queen Rebecca. But at the same time, the maids understood that the nobles should not have felt sorry for the queen after all that had been done. Rafina understood perfectly well that this was a good opportunity for the aristocrats close to the queen, since the Viscount's influence had weakened and the queen now had a good image in high society. She understood that everything would be solved if she edited the video and released it to the public, but she did not know who killed the Viscount, because the queen was locked up and she could not do it. Therefore, Rafina assumed that it could have been the Viscount's son or someone from the temple. Meanwhile, the queen sat quietly in her room and thought about everything. She would have been glad if her father had died at a more convenient opportunity. Then she would have been able to label the crown princess as a criminal, but now her son could only rely on her. After some time, the young crown princess was unsuccessfully walking around the castle, and she was puzzled, since you had not given her any peace for the last few days. Her family was very worried about her and did not give her any peace. Every single day her family came to see her and checked if she was okay. She barely managed to calm her enraged mother. And at the same time, her twin brothers were furious. And at the same time, they took out their anger on their older brother, since he did not keep an eye on his sister while he was in the capital. Rafina breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that her relatives were leaving the capital after all, as it had weathered a real storm. And recently she began to see the Empress often. Every day she brought her new treats, and therefore she saw that the Empress began to come to her senses. She was glad that her daughter-in-law visited her every day. Rafina the Empress said with joy that she enjoyed communicating with her, but she understood that she had to take care of the Empress's mental health. Rafina understood perfectly well that when she was near the Empress, her mood improved, even if only slightly. After some time, she saw her husband, who was staring into the distance. Zerkan turned around hastily when he heard his wife's voice. The young princess asked her husband with a smile if he had really come to meet the Empress. Zerkan said that this was not so. Rafina was surprised and asked him why he had come. He smiled and said that he wanted to tell her something, but at the same time he asked her to go to a place where there were fewer people. Rafina, in turn, hugged her husband tightly and began to communicate with him with a smile, as she saw that they were surrounded by many people. At the same time, a man was watching them closely from afar. At that very moment, the young princess turned around because she felt someone's presence, but she didn't see anyone. After everything was gone, the man realized that the princess was unrequitedly in love with the crown prince. He understood that such a lie would have to be found only a few years ago. But in turn, he was glad that this was his weak point, which was easier to get to than the Empress. So he intended to use the young lady to get to and destroy the crown prince. A moment later, the young lady came to her senses and responded to the voice that was calling her. She looked closely at her husband and asked what he wanted to talk to her about. Zerkan said with a smile that at the moment, Gerald Tedler was granted a title and now had under his control the nobles who were led by the former Viscount. The young lady looked at her husband in bewilderment, as they had recently spoken about something similar. The man visited the queen for a while immediately after his ceremony. Gerald Smile looked at his sister and told her not to worry about anything. He told her that he would gather all the nobles and they would become her support. She thanked him for this with the same polite smile. But a moment later they parted and the queen, looking after her brother, realized that he had lied to her with a shameless face, while the man realized that she had guessed that he had lied. At that same hour, Garol was standing in the palace, smoking a cigarette, while thinking about all the recent events. But a moment later, he was taken aback as the young lady called him. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked if everything was okay. Without hesitation, the young saint answered that everything was okay. He looked at her closely and said that he heard that something happened at the last banquet. The saint, sighing, said that at the banquet the princess saved her, and in doing so she pushed aside the nobles who were harassing her. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked if such a trifle could make the saint hesitate. The saint immediately responded categorically that this was not so. But in turn, she was a little worried, Garol piece of the saint, and told her not to be mistaken, because he relied on her. At that very moment, the young lady froze in place after his words. He looked at her intently and said with a smile that he would immediately become the only Archduke of the new empire, and she, in turn, should become his only Archduchess. The young lady, in turn, froze for a moment after his words. Sighing, she said that from the day he pulled her out of the bottom, she lived only for him. Looking into the eyes of her savior, she said with firm confidence that you will wait only for him. He was glad of her words, and at the same time he understood that it was time to visit his nephew. Meanwhile, the prince looked at his wife in surprise. Rafina, looking at her husband, said that he had come just in time, as she wanted to show him something interesting. At that very moment, the young prince heard my wife's recent conversation with her spirit regarding a fictitious marriage. He was a little puzzled and did not understand why he should hear such things, but his wife asked her spirit to tell her what happened next. At that very moment, her loyal subject showed the entire subsequent picture of how divine power was poured into the monsters in a multifaceted manner to change their essence. Most of them were young, they were weakened and injected with holy power, but if the transformation failed, they were left and removed. The young lady was shocked by this, but she understood that this experiment was carried out in order to start a war. Zerkan, in turn, understood that if they were strengthened for the sake of war, then the recent monster could not have caused so little damage. In turn, the young lady was puzzled and did not understand why the temple was modifying the monsters. She did not know what the true reason was. At that very moment, her spirit asked for forgiveness because he regretted this, but he did not know more information, and it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to find out more. Rafina thanked her comrade with a smile, as he had already learned so much for them, and he was glad that everything had worked out so well. At that moment, he said with a smile that in that case he would concentrate on their business and ran away in a hurry. Rafina looked into the distance with a smile, as she understood that her spirit would rather concentrate on work than spend time with the spirit of darkness. She looked closely at her husband and said that everything was only getting more suspicious. She asked her husband to be a little careful, and at the same moment he agreed with her words. Meanwhile, the young prince drowned his sorrows in alcohol. He was furious, and at the same time he was overwhelmed by his own feelings. Because of the love potion, he couldn't stop thinking about the saint. But at the same time, he did not want to think about her with all his being, because he had loved a completely different lady since childhood. He furiously denied the whole existence of a love potion, but to his regret, his uncle noticed something similar. While he watched his nephew with a fierce grin, he realized that his nephew's body was rejecting the love potion because his feelings for the crown princess were stronger. He decided to take the chance and asked the prince if he remembered what he had said earlier. Looking at his nephew, he said that he would help him and he would get what he wanted. Antonio looked at his uncle in bewilderment, but immediately wondered if such a thing was possible, since his beloved was the crown princess. The man looked at his nephew with a grin and told him the good news that everything was possible, because he wanted to do everything possible for the future emperor. Antonio looked at his uncle in bewilderment. He wanted to know how this was possible. The man looked at his nephew with a grin and said that everything was possible only if he had a little patience. He spoke in an ancient language, and Antonio looked at his uncle in bewilderment, but he merely gave a reference to the ancient language. He asked if he knew about it. The man said with a grin that before the founding of the empire, the current lands belonged to Temion, or more precisely, the temple. Antonio did not attach any importance to his words, but his uncle assured him that he should have known about something like this. At the same moment, he looked at his nephew with a grin and said that he would certainly take care of this matter and provide the young prince with what he had long wanted. Antonio moved on in a way he hadn't expected to hear, but his uncle assured him that he would contact him soon. In turn, the prince wanted to see a smile on the young lady's face, as he knew that she loved only him and should smile only at him. At the same time, he was furious and did not understand why she was upsetting him, because he knew perfectly well that she did not love his brother at all, who forced her to pretend. He understood that she was only playing the role of a lover. Meanwhile, the crown prince sat quietly in his office, filling out paperwork. He was puzzled and wondered whether he had to become emperor, but he wanted things to go more slowly in Rome. He wanted to leave everything as it was for now, and now he understood why he didn't want to divorce his wife. Zirkan assumed that if his wife found out about his feelings, she would feel burdensome and would not want to leave. But he understood that if she wanted to leave, if she left him alone, he would not interfere in her heart affairs. Zirkan was well aware of the fact that they needed a divorce, but he wondered if there was a way to keep her in the palace after the divorce. He understood that it would be very good, and he would be glad if she chose him and stayed by his side. Then she would not have to pretend, and she would truly love him. But a moment later, all his thoughts disappeared, as he met his half-brother on my way, who claimed that his wife did not love him. Antonio, in turn, looked at his brother with a grin and said with anger that she was only playing the role of a faithful lover, and therefore he should not deceive himself. The crown prince looked at his brother in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. Antonio shouted angrily that the young lady wanted to marry him. He continued to shout, but the prince stopped him on his tracks, and at the same time he informed Antonio that he no longer had a brother. Zirkan looked at the prince with his old age and told him not to dare call him his brother. Passing by the prince, he said that he never considered him as such, so he was nobody to him. Antonio was shocked by these statements. Looking after his brother, Antonio shouted with rage that even if he had everything in his hands, he would never win the heart of his wife. Without looking at this conversation, the prince left without saying a word to his brother, but he was still furious. But after some time, all his anger vanished as he saw his wife, who asked with bewilderment whether he had really come to her. She saw that he was worried about something, so she asked if everything was okay with him. The prince was a little puzzled and did not know what to answer her. In turn, he wondered if it was true that she would never love him. Looking at his wife, he wondered if she would never accept his feelings. For a while, they quietly looked at each other, while the principal understood that it made no difference to him whether she accepted his heart or not, because he wanted to give her everything that belonged to him. At that very moment, he touched his wife tenderly and called her with the same tenderness. Rafina froze in place as she did not expect such sincerity from her husband. The crown prince looked closely at his wife and, with a smile at the same time, said with embarrassment that he had begun to doubt them. Rafina looked at her husband with bewilderment. The crown prince, looking into his wife's eyes, said that his brother had begun to watch them from afar and needed to be convinced otherwise. At that very moment, the crown prince told his wife that they needed to play their roles better. Rafina froze in shock. But at that very moment, her husband kissed her tenderly. But at the same time, she understood that it was all a game and wondered why they had gone so far. But she understood that even this would not make things worse. And so she gave in to her feelings and emotions and kissed her husband. But after a few seconds, their passionate kiss ended. The young princess missed it, but she didn't show it. Looking away from her husband, she wanted to say that someone was standing behind their backs, and therefore they should kiss again, because she really wanted to kiss him. At the same time, the prince, looking at his wife, decided to put aside all his emotions, since it made no difference to him whether she accepted him or not. After all, he understood that she had already taken his heart a long time ago. But after a few moments, he couldn't bear it and gave in to his emotions, so he burst out laughing, while the princess looked at him in bewilderment. He knew that now was his time to steal her heart completely. For this reason, he wanted her to stay by his side forever. Meanwhile, the queen was furious and did not understand what her brother was planning. She didn't understand why he suddenly took the saint for himself. At the same time, she wondered if he realized that she had killed their father, and that was why he wanted to take revenge on her. She understood that her brother was not like his father, but she also knew that now they had one goal, namely, to make Antonio emperor. So they wanted to eliminate the crown prince, but she wondered if her brother was targeting the empress. The queen clearly understood that the person who was easier to approach was now closer to the crown prince, so it was necessary to ask the question whether her brother was planning something against the princess. She understood that if he got rid of the crown princess, then she would certainly become the scapegoat. Meanwhile, the young lady was thinking about how she felt comfortable sleeping in the same bed after their kiss. But in turn, she was puzzled, as she was afraid that she might attack him. She understood that even if her husband said that they were just in a sham marriage, she would have nothing to say in response. And at the same time, she didn't know what to do. Rafina thought she could kiss her husband and say that someone was standing behind her. It seemed to her that she was satisfying only her own desires, and she did not even hear what was happening around her. Throwing all her thoughts away, she nevertheless answered her spirit, which was constantly calling her. At that very moment, her spirit informed her that someone had kidnapped the saint, because he had been watching her every moment. The young princess was shocked by what she heard. She knew that there had recently been a meeting with a neighboring kingdom, so she ordered her spirit to watch over the saint, because she suspected that something irreparable would happen. Looking at her subordinate, she asked if he had seen how the saint was kidnapped. Afrin answered without a drop of doubt that he had seen everything and could, with the help of his power, show everything that had happened. Then he showed how the saint was walking along the alley. But as soon as she turned the corner, someone hit her. The young lady was shocked because she recognized the young men who had pestered the saint at the banquet. So without wasting a minute, she asked her subordinate if he could track the saint's location. Rafina understood perfectly well that this situation could become, so she wanted to take Ruby with her. She realized that if she was late, her husband would worry, so she left him a note. She knew she had to hurry and save the saint, no matter what the saint had done for her. After some time, she finally found the saint and saw the young people who surrounded her. Looking sideways at the men, she realized that they were not the same ones who had been at the banquet. Rafina understood perfectly well that the aristocrats did not decide everything with money, so she would have to figure it out herself. Without wasting a minute, she came out of the shadows, and at that very hour the men were taken aback as they did not expect to see an unexpected guest. Rafina looked at the young people with bewilderment, as she understood that they were too scared to be those who decided to do such a thing. Before the young lady could utter a word, someone's silhouette appeared behind her. She turned around and was taken aback, while the man looked at her with a gray grin, since he did not think that she would come so quickly, and therefore he was pleasantly surprised. He looked at everyone present and asked them to leave, while the young people shouted at him to keep his promise. The man threw all the documents away with a grin, but he was glad that he had managed to get involved at all, inheriting the princess. The young people did not waste time, collecting the documents that the man had scattered. At the same time, he was glad that the young people had kidnapped the saint in the most realistic way possible. Rafina stood in one place in a daze as she understood that she had fallen into a trap. She saw how the young people, having collected all the documents in a hurry, ran away. He looked at the crown princess and said with a grin that this incident was a miracle for him. But she was shocked and did not know what to do. The young lady immediately reached out to her spirit, but a moment later she was prevented from implementing her plan into my design. When she opened her eyes, she was taken aback, as there were handcuffs on her hands. She did not understand what was happening, since her power did not work and her faithful spirit did not come to her aid. Garol looked at the young lady with a happy grin and said that she was now surrounded by useless things. Mocking the young lady, he said that he knew very well that there were several people in the empire who owned spirits, and it was she and her old friend who were the ones who did it. He noticed that her friend was an outstanding knight before gaining a spirit. But he still, looking at the young lady, wondered what a person is without a spirit. He mocked the crown princess, saying that she was just a helpless woman. Rafina, in turn, was shocked by everything that happened, as she did not know what to do. At the same moment, he dryly declared that from an early age he liked to educate women who were higher in status than him. Without wasting a moment, he announced that one of them was his sister. So he intended to tell the young lady something very amusing and interesting. And looking at the crown princess, he said that his goal was to kill the crown princess. At the same time, he intended to make his nephew an emperor because he wanted to dedicate the entire empire to his own man. Rafina was shocked by what she heard because she knew very well what could happen in the original. Garol, without wasting a minute, said that they would begin to slowly correct her, and so he raised his stick at her. She froze for a moment, but after a few minutes, they both heard some noise. The warehouse door opened in a hurry, and everyone present was taken aback as they saw an unfamiliar silhouette. After a few seconds, the queen showed her appearance. She looked at her brother with fury and said that she missed him very much, so she came. At the same time, she was out of anger and fury because she was right. After all, her brother decided to kill the crown princess, and at the same time, he wanted to put all the blame on her. In turn, the queen could not allow him to do something like that and said that she had come to tell him something. Garol looked at his sister with a smile and asked how she knew that they were in such a place. He assumed that Camilla brought her to this place. He looked at his sister with contempt and lust and said that he had long wanted to caress Camilla, but their father had given her over to the queen's subordination. Without wasting a minute, he asked with a fierce grin where her maid was, since she had come alone. The queen, in turn, did not answer her brother and only looked at him with a grin. Garol shouted at his sister with a grin that she didn't understand the situation she was in. But at that very moment, his fierce grin disappeared from his face, and everyone present saw the distinct silhouette of a man. The crown princess froze in place, not knowing who had appeared before them. But at the same time, she froze in a daze as she saw that all the knights were scattered by someone with the speed of lightning. She looked into the distance in surprise and saw Antonio. He didn't even have time to utter her name when he suddenly heard that they needed to hurry. The young princess looked at her savior in bewilderment. But a moment later, the maid approached the crown princess and informed her that it was time for them to leave. The queen looked at the knights and ordered them to take her to her brother in the dungeon. After some time, Antonio looked at his uncle with rage. He understood that he wanted to kill his beloved, so he had to pay with his life. But the queen managed to stop her son. She spoke tenderly, saying that everything was already over, and at the same time she told her son not to worry and to return to the palace, since after everything that had happened, the young lady would remain by his side. Antonio followed her words, and after some time the queen was left alone with her brother, and she did not know what to do, kill her brother or not, since in her scenario the crown princess died on the spot. She knew that her brother was just a useless slug, and therefore she had to put an end to his life. But she thanked him for his help with a fierce grin. At the same time, the young princess was in a perplexed state because she did not know what to do, and she was very scared because she was afraid of never meeting her comrades again. Meanwhile, the young maid quietly guarded the crown princess. But a moment later, she was taken aback and looked at the young man in bewilderment, as she did not understand why he had come to the crown princess. Nevertheless, she let him in unconditionally. Watching the young man leave, she realized that it was not in vain that she had left the carriage at the back entrance. At the same time, she really hoped that nothing irreparable would happen. The young lady was sitting quietly in her cell when she suddenly heard someone calling her. The young man looked at her intently and said that she could go with him without wasting a minute. He suggested that she run away. At that very moment, he dropped all his disguise and, in a fit of emotion, offered her to run away with him. He wanted her to agree to be his, and after that, he would immediately pull her out. Rafina looked at the prince in surprise, as she did not expect to hear something like this. He was furious and shouted that she did not understand, because soon his mother would come to her to kill her, and he did not want that at all. Rafina looked at the prince with bewilderment and said that she did not understand at all why he was doing this. He was shocked and shouted that he had been in love with her since childhood. But the princess assured the young man that these were only his feelings, and she had never been interested in him and did not accept him. Sighing, the princess said that it was absolutely impossible to force one's feelings on someone else. He was in shock and shouted that if she did not go with him, she would die, while Antonio was burning with rage and shouted. He wanted to know if she really loved his brother so much that she was ready to sacrifice her life. Antonio could not contain his emotions and shedding tears. He said that everything happened because of her. He said nothing more to the young lady and therefore decided to leave immediately. At that very moment, he came out of the dungeon, and young Camilla, looking at the prince, realized that he was going to harm the queen. She knew she couldn't do anything about it and had to stop him. In her mind, Camilla apologized to the prince, but she knew it was time for him to return home. After she knocked him out with all her strength, she dragged his body towards the carriage. Meanwhile, the young lady was in fear. She didn't know whether her husband had read her note, but she hoped that he would come to her rescue. But a moment later, someone she had not expected to see appeared in front of her, and the saint looked intently at the princess and told her to leave, as the queen could kill her at any moment. The saint informed the young lady that there was no time and she had to leave the dungeon. Rufina looked at the girl with bewilderment, as she understood that she was the queen's accomplice. Celestia looked closely at the princess and asked if she was interested in why she was helping her. The princess assured her that it was very suspicious. The saint asked the princess why she had come to such a place. She said that she wanted to save her, but not alone, but with the spirits. As a result, the young lady found herself chained up. As she left, the Light One said that she had simply repaid her debt. Then the crown princess stopped the young saint. Rufina looked closely at the saint and said that she had saved her life earlier. But everything must be fair. She wanted the saint to take the ring with her spirit, and in doing so, he could save life. Without a moment's delay, the young princess left her dungeon. Meanwhile, she was confused because she gave away the ring and could not use the power. She understood that her power would return to her as soon as she broke the shackles. But a moment later, she froze in a daze as someone asked where she was going. Rufina turned around and looked at the queen in horror, as she looked like she had come back from hell. She was shocked because she realized that the queen had killed her brother and had come to deal with her. Without wasting a minute, the pig princess approached the door and tried to open it. She mentally asked for it to be revealed, but it was all in vain. But a few seconds later, her face froze in shock as her husband hugged her tightly and apologized for being late. He looked at everyone present with anger and ordered his knights to put everyone in the house behind bars. He wanted to know what really happened. The knights, in turn, immediately followed the order of the crown prince. They quickly captured the queen. But at the same time, he noticed that his wife was very upset because her spirits had disappeared. She told her husband that she had been shackled and that her power had been blocked. She was upset because she was worried that she would no longer be able to see them. Zerkan, looking at his wife, assured her that there was no need to worry at all, since he intended to do everything so that she would not cry. At that moment, he took out the Spirit Master sword from his secret pocket, and the young lady was taken aback, as she recognized the most precious relic of the Empire. She was shocked, but he said with a gentle smile that there was nothing more important in the world than her. Then he asked her with a smile to sit down and not to twitch. He also said that she needed to turn away and close her eyes. But at the same time, he said that he would not harm her. A moment later, the young lady followed all his instructions, and at the same time, the prince raised a small blade over her hands. After some time, the young lady woke up in a daze from the screams of her spirits. They looked at her with tears in their eyes, as if they were worried and did not understand what had happened at all. They were rushing, saying that they had time, and at the same time, they had no connection with her. Rufina looked closely at her comrades as she saw that they were in perfect order. At the same time, her head was splitting with pain, and she did not know how she even lost consciousness because she only remembered the sword that her husband raised over her hands. She remembered that he dealt only one blow. At that very moment, she came to her senses as she saw her husband in front of her, who was calling her. The young lady looked at her husband with bewilderment, who wanted to know if she was okay. Rufina was a little puzzled and scared at the same time, but she assured her husband that everything was fine with her and asked how to cope with the different circumstances. Gritting his teeth, the crown prince said that the man was dead and the queen had been arrested for the murder and kidnapping of the princess. For this reason, her trial would soon take place, and so he would have to leave for a while. He told his wife that the trial could drag on, but she knew it was inevitable. When the young lady with tears in her eyes said that it was not the queen who had kidnapped her, but her brother, she said that the man intended to put Antonio on the throne and give the empire to the kingdom, so he intended to kill her. The prince was shocked by her words. Rufina, looking at her husband. She said that the man thought that she was the crown prince's weak spot, so he decided to act in this way. At the same time, the young lady thought that he had acted very stupidly, but then the prince assured her that this was not so, because she really was his weak spot. Because if something happened to her, he would go crazy. At this inheritance, the prince looked closely at his wife and said that he was very glad and at the same time felt relieved when he saw that she was safe and sound. After some time, the young princess visited the maids as she had heard that the saint was in the clinic. She said that she absolutely wanted to meet her, but she understood that she had no time to rest because the queen's trial would take place soon. She understood that she could leave some matters to her husband, and at the same time she needed to find out the kingdom's plans. But for this she needed a saint, and the saint met the young princess and said with relief that she was glad that she was alive. Rufina looked at the saint with a smile and said that they had mutual feelings. At this point, the young lady noticed that the ring no longer glowed on the saint's hand, meaning that magic had been used. She asked what had already happened. The saint looked closely at the young lady and said that the queen's brother was always one step ahead. Celestia, looking at the princess, said that the nanny of the killers, so that they would kill her if something happened to him. Celestia sighed heavily and said that she had given the man everything from the moment he picked her up on the streets of the kingdom. The princess looked closely at the saint, as she regretted the murderer for what had happened to her. The saint told the princess that she had saved her, but she had not been able to repay the kindness with kindness. At that moment, the crown princess asked the saint to tell her about the kingdom's plans. She told the saint that she could cooperate and receive a lesser punishment. Rufina reported that soon the spies would find out everything and learn about all the saint's relationships. She looked intently at the young saint and said that if she told everything herself, she would protect her despite hidden plans. The saint kept her promise and appeared before the court. There was an endless struggle for power in the temple, and the priest with the nickname of the ancient sage had the greatest influence. They all believed that the king of the neighboring kingdom was the reincarnation of the priest Bescain. Therefore, he must rule the whole world. Geralt, returning from a trip from a neighboring kingdom, accidentally encountered a sect and became very interested in it. The king of a neighboring kingdom, in order to gain recognition, used the man for his own purposes, with the goal of overthrowing the crown prince and placing Antonio on the throne, thus absorbing the empire. Of course, they used magic to increase their powers and turned to a special organization that deals with potions. But what surprised everyone most was that the woman had once replaced little Rufina, was now at the court of a neighboring kingdom and was producing magical potions. At the same time, the girl wanted to save money and return to the kingdom. Without hesitation, she used potions and stole the child. Rufina knew that the entrance and the fact that the saint was a spy from a neighboring kingdom had been revealed, but now she was under protection as an important figure, so everything should be fine with her. After some time, a meeting of all the aristocrats took place. The emperor looked intently at everyone present and said that everyone had already heard about the latest events related to the neighboring kingdom. He said that he had sent spies to confirm the information, and they should find out what was going on and whether the neighboring kingdom was preparing for war. He knew that compared to the empire, the kingdoms were small states, but he understood perfectly well that along with monsters, witchcraft, and allies, they were gaining strength and threatening the empire. And at the same time, he could not ignore the kingdom. He also announced that the crown prince would take command of the operation to resolve the situation. The crown prince will also be supported by the strongest hero in the war, Andrian. And Violetta, who was the mistress of the spirit, will not be left out either. The emperor understood perfectly well that they needed to minimize the damage to the subjects of the empire. Meanwhile, the crown princess was nervously pacing from one corner to another. But a few moments later, all her worries disappeared, as she met her relatives on my way and ran up to them with a joyful smile. Rufina with tenderness and smiles. Rufina was glad to see the young people, but she was puzzled, since she did not know how they came to her. She smiled and asked if they had come to live in the palace. Her brother immediately said that this was not the case, and they had come, but they would have to leave soon. The young lady hit her husband painfully and said that he was only frightening his sister with such words. Violetta looked closely at her friend and said with a gentle smile that she had probably already heard the latest news. But they also had to take part in the war with the neighboring kingdom, because it turned out that they were hiding monsters, so they could not help but enter the war against them. Violetta, looking at her friend, said that her husband went with them as commander-in-chief. Violetta told her friend with a smile that they were not sure what exactly would happen in the war, but they would try to get back to her as soon as possible. At that moment, the princess could not stand it and hugged her friend tightly. Rufina was furious after meeting her relatives, and at the same time, she didn't know what to do. She was furious because her relatives had visited her a few days earlier, but her husband had not wanted to tell her until the last minute that he was going to war. She was scared and didn't know what if they suddenly died, just like in the original story. She was scared and didn't know what if the course changed, but the ending would remain the same, despite all her efforts. That same evening, she sat quietly and waited for her husband. Zirkan entered the room and looked at his wife in surprise, as he did not understand why she was not yet asleep. The young lady, in turn, did not answer her husband, but only looked at him intently. After a few minutes of silence, she asked how long he was going to remain silent. She was puzzled and did not understand why he no longer consulted her, because before they discussed everything under the sun. But now, no matter what she said, he did not answer her. Zirkan, sighing heavily, sat down next to his wife and said that he was going to tell her everything, but in turn, he was afraid that she would want to go with him. The young lady, in turn, was a little offended, but stated that she had not thought about it at all, since she understood that she would not be able to help him. In turn, she was very worried about him and wanted to support him. At that very moment, the crown prince looked intently at his wife and said that he had been to see the emperor today, and that he had promised him a title. She was taken aback, as she did not understand what was being discussed. He sighed heavily and said that when he returned from the war, he would take the throne. Zirkan looked intently at his wife and said that he would return and become emperor, and she would be free. The princess froze in place after his words. He approached her and quietly whispered that if she wanted, he would divorce her. She was shocked, did not understand what his words meant, and at the same time she wondered if he really agreed to a divorce now. But she didn't understand why he said such things with a pitiful expression on his face. Zirkan looked closely at her husband and asked if she wanted a divorce, but in response, he heard only dead silence. He understood that whatever the answer was, he did not want to let her go and was waiting for her to agree. At that very moment, he asked her to answer honestly, but he did not wait for an answer, as she kissed him tenderly. Then the prince breathed a sigh of relief and accepted her kiss with a gentle smile. Zirkan, looking at his wife, said that this was enough, because when he sits on the throne, he will be hers forever. He looked into her eyes and said that then she would be his forever. He intended to give her all his love and tenderness and still did not want to let her go even on the threshold of death, while the young lady tenderly hugged him and quietly said that this was exactly what she had hoped for. The next day, the crown princess, looking at her husband, saw him off to war. The crown prince looked closely at his wife as he saw that she was agitated, but a moment later he knelt before her. She said with a smile that she would be lying if she said he wasn't worried. But looking at her husband, she said that everyone trusted him completely. He was pleased and embarrassed by such words. Rafina looked after the crown prince and asked him to return to her unharmed. She regretted that she could not go with him, but she knew she could help him in another way. After some time, the crown prince's assistant looked with bewilderment at the small pouch the prince had on his belt. He was a little puzzled because he remembered that the crown princess had given the bag to the prince. But in turn, he was glad that their relationship had now improved. At that moment, he could not resist and asked the prince what was already in the small bag. The prince thought for a moment, but after a few minutes, he said that there was only a bear there. The young man looked at his master in bewilderment as he did not understand what he was talking about. After some time, he understood what the prince had said earlier. After everything he had seen, he realized that he would no longer joke about the prince's wife, since she was not the kind of person who could take liberties. Meanwhile, the young lady was walking around the castle, unable to find a place for herself, since several weeks had already passed, and there was still no news from her husband. She was glad that during this period, the Empress's fortune had increased, and she had settled several pressing matters. But she felt like several months had already passed while she was waiting for her husband. After some time, she came across the great statue in the middle of the garden. She looked at the statue of the first emperor in surprise, and then she realized that she had entered the Western Palace. As a child, she always looked at this statue, and it seemed big and scary to her. But at that time, she came to the palace to see her lover. But moments later, she screamed as she heard someone's voice. Moments later, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief as she saw a prince in front of her who was terrifying and frightened her. Antonio looked closely at the young lady and called her, but at the same time, he asked if she would like to sit next to him. For some time, the young people sat quietly next to each other. At the same time, the young princess felt cool. Antonio paused for a moment and said that when they were little, he really liked having an older brother, so he always wanted to be closer to him. But at one point, he learned something, namely that he would not be able to get anything from his brother except hatred. And then he himself began to hate him and constantly boasted about his father's love, and at the same time, he pressed his brother on his sore spot. But now he understood that in the end, his brother had everything, and he had nothing. Looking at the young lady, he said with a gentle smile and sincerity that he liked her. He understood that there was nothing left for him in this world. He burst into bitter tears as emotions overwhelmed him. But the young lady enraged the prince that she was not the one who could give him what he lacked, and that somewhere such a person still existed. The The princess looked into the distance with a smile and said that they would definitely be able to meet. And that was when he would relax a little. After their short conversation, there was an awkward pause. After some time, the emperor looked at his son with a puzzled expression and asked if he really wanted to give up his status as a prince. Antonio, in turn, said with relief that this was so. He knew perfectly well that his mother would never give up, and he no longer wanted to watch his loved ones suffer because of the power given to him. The emperor sighed heavily and asked his son for forgiveness, but at the same time he asked him to at least occasionally convey news of himself. After meeting his son, the emperor realized that his youthful mistakes had continually brought hardship to many people. After some time, newspaper headlines were abuzz with news that they had won the war. All the aristocrats were delighted with such news. But the plot did not know that the prince had renounced his title and left the empire, and the queen was in prison. And at the same time, she was in great shock and did not eat or go to bed for several days. And because of these circumstances, the trial was postponed for a week. After some time, the trial of the queen began. But the queen, in turn, did not admit her guilt, and everyone was furious about this. The queen glanced sideways at the small glass of water. But at that very moment, the crown princess looked at the queen with bewilderment, as she did not understand why she did not drink water, since she was coughing so much. At that moment, the queen turned around and looked into the distance with fury. Rufina was puzzled and did not understand where the queen was looking so intently. But a moment later, she realized that the queen was looking at her servant, who was in a position. Unable to withstand the queen's pressure, she drank the water anyway. Rufina was shocked that the queen drank the contents. At that very moment, the queen, with a predatory grin, said that she was not at all to blame for what had happened, and that it was her brother who was to blame, and he deserved to be torn to pieces. She screamed that he was the one who deserved to die like a dog. She was puzzled because she understood that they did not dare blame her for what she had done. And yet the poison that was in the water had taken effect. At that moment, the judge could not stand it any longer, and with a puzzled expression on his face, he called for the doctor. Rufina was shocked by everything she saw. But at the same moment, she turned her gaze to the queen's servant. She stared at the young girl as she quickly walked out of the courtroom. Rufina couldn't stand it and called the girl, and she stopped. Rufina knew that it was Camilla in front of her. At that very moment, Camilla told the crown princess that she had no evidence to bring her to trial. The young princess was a little puzzled by such words and immediately said that she had not even had such thoughts. But a moment later, the princess froze in place because she did not know what question to ask the maid. And yet she did not understand why she was so devoted to the queen. At that moment, Camilla sighed heavily and said that she and no one else were destined to understand the queen. But Camilla knew that the young queen had once saved her from a monster, whose death is unworthy of a human being, and therefore it has always been devoted to her. In her early childhood, Rebecca looked intently at the maid, and she took the blow and asked her to leave, because she was no longer her maid. And yet, in her memory, she remained only a beautiful girl. Sometime later, the Duke family received a letter from the battlefield. They were shocked and puzzled when they saw that there was a strand of hair in the box. The Duke could not bear this and simply fainted. But the Duchess held back her emotions, and a moment later, she saw a small letter. The Crown Prince wrote to his new mother that all her children were alive and well, and he also informed her that a subordinate of the king's had been captured. The woman who was a criminal, who stole and dumped their daughter on the Viscount, and at the same time she made a potion of forbidden magic. He informed the Duchess that the criminal had been executed, and so he was sending, evidence to ease the long-standing pain a little. After reading the letter, everyone froze for a moment. But at the same time, they felt relieved. Sometime later, Crown Princess Wu attended an audience with the Empress. The maid told the women with a smile that the Emperor had arrived. Rufina was not at all surprised, since the Emperor had been visiting at every opportunity lately. At the same time, she felt somehow awkward, especially when he was sulking at the Empress and did not hide it. The Emperor slowly approached his relatives and, with a smile, asked what kind of tea they were drinking today. Rufina looked at the Emperor with a smile and said that they were drinking black tea with lemon, and at the same time, she invited the Emperor to join them. At that very moment, he accepted her proposal, and he and Smile began talking to each other. Rufina looked tenderly at the Emperor and the Empress as she saw that they were a sweet couple. At that moment, the Emperor looked intently at the lady and said that, as she knew, he was not an enviable emperor at all. He said that he repented of his past foolish decisions and intended to live with dignity and not have regrets. So when his son returned, he would leave the throne and he and the Empress would go to live on the Iodine land. Rufina was shocked that the Emperor, throwing aside all his pride, decided to go to the Empress's homeland. At that very moment, the Emperor said that he intended to record all his weaknesses in the history of the Empire, so that his heirs would never repeat his mistakes. Rafina froze in surprise, as she had not expected to try something like this. She still did not expect to see an emperor who would want to document his own mistakes, because admitting mistakes is the greatest shame for an emperor. But looking at the emperor, Empress Anna understood that despite everything that had happened, he had made his choice. And at the same time, she was glad that he did something like this for the sake of a bright future. A full year later, the war ended, and the kingdom that Stock had held, the defense, declared its surrender, and all war criminals, including those associated with the monster trials, were executed. Therefore, the young ladies eagerly awaited the day when the detachment inherited the prince and returned to the capital. She wanted to meet her husband as soon as possible, and for this reason, she ran towards him with a joyful smile. She waited for him to come up to her and greet her. But the crown prince was in no hurry to do anything of the sort. At the same time, she was puzzled, because she did not understand why he was not looking at her. She was shocked, and wondered if after a whole year at war, he had changed his mind and now didn't want her. Rafina didn't know what to do if they divorced according to the contract. Sometime later, the young lady went to her room, but she was puzzled, because she knew that her husband had gone out to march solemnly through the city, and yet he had not even looked at her. She was in shock. She didn't understand why everything turned out this way, because she had been counting the days until his arrival for a whole year, so she didn't understand why he didn't even look at her briefly. Meanwhile, the crown prince hurriedly flew into the room and called his wife. He looked at her puzzledly, as he could see that she was upset. Without wasting a minute, Zerkan approached his wife and, kneeling down, said that he was incredibly guilty, and therefore asked for forgiveness. He sighed and said that if he looked at her, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. She was in shock and didn't understand what was wrong with him. Looking at her husband with tears in her eyes, she asked how it was possible not to look at her wife even once, because this made her very upset. Zerkan looked at his wife with a gentle smile, as he understood that he had not seen his beautiful and sweet wife for a whole year, and therefore he could not understand how he had managed to survive without her for such a long period of time. At that moment, a dead silence reigned between them. But fortunately, it did not last long, as the young lady could not stand it and rushed to her husband with tears in her eyes, saying that she missed him very much. He kissed her tenderly and said with a smile that every moment he thought only of her, and therefore he really dreamed of seeing her. And he loved her very much. Sometime later, her young lady sat down on the bed, sighing heavily, and she could not understand how it was possible to spend less than a week in bed, despite everything. Zerkan looked at his wife with a tender smile, and she asked if he had already woken up. But at that very moment, the young princess declared that rumors would soon begin to spread. He looked at her in bewilderment. Rafina. He succeeded and said that he did not leave the room for more than a week after returning. But at the same time, she shouted so that it would not be visible at all. He was serving in this, and he should explain everything himself. Zerkan looked at his wife with a smile and said that this was so, and it was purely his fault. At the same moment, he said with a smile that since rumors were inevitable, then they could stay in the room for a little while longer. After some time, the young lady heard someone crying next to her. Turning around, she saw a little boy. She ran up to him in a hurry and asked why he was crying, but she also wanted to know where his parents were. At that moment, the boy pointed in her direction and she turned around. Rafina looked at the great statue behind her in bewilderment. She was a little puzzled, as he also pointed to the Western Palace where her husband had lived as a child. At the same time, she asked if he wanted to enter the palace. She also offered him her accompaniment. She said with a smile that a very good grandfather lived there, and that he did not need to worry. A moment later, she let him out with a smile and asked him to be careful. Rafina looked along with a smile, as she was glad that she was able to help the boy, but still did not notice that he was very cute. But moments later, she was taken aback and froze in shock. She could not believe what she saw before her, how the terrible statue changed in the blink of an eye. After some time, Rafina finally told her husband about her strange dream, but she also noticed that the boy was very handsome, and her spirits quietly glanced at each other as they already understood what was going on. That same day, the prince came to an audience with his father. Without a moment's delay, the emperor handed over his title and crown to his son. He said with a smile that the crown prince ascended the throne and was officially named emperor. Rafina looked at her husband with a contented smile, as she understood that he was starting a new life. She understood that in this new life there were many people who loved him. She understood that their life together was like a miracle. She was glad that in one instant the child became loved. But at that very moment, the emperor looked at his wife with a smile and called her. She understood that even if she crossed over to another world again, she would definitely find him, and so that it would not become her to grab his hand. the world than her. Then he asked her with a smile to sit down and not to twitch. He also said that she needed to turn away and close her eyes. But at the same time, he said that he would not harm her. A moment later, the young lady followed all his instructions, and at the same time, the prince raised a small blade over her hands. After some time, the young lady woke up in a daze from the screams of her spirits. They looked at her with tears in their eyes, as if they were worried and did not understand what had happened at all. They were rushing, saying that they had time, and at the same time they had no connection with her. Rafina looked closely at her comrades as she saw that they were in perfect order. At the same time, her head was splitting with pain, and she did not know how she even lost consciousness, because she only remembered the sword that her husband raised over her hands. She remembered that he dealt only one blow. At that very moment, she came to her senses as she saw her husband in front of her, who was calling her. The young lady looked at her husband with bewilderment, who wanted to know if she was okay. Rafina was a little puzzled and scared at the same time, but she assured her husband that everything was fine with her, and asked how to cope with the different circumstances. Gritting his teeth, the crown prince said that the man was dead, and the queen had been arrested for the murder and kidnapping of the princess. For this reason, her trial would soon take place, and so he would have to leave for a while. He told his wife that the trial could drag on, but she knew it was inevitable. When the young lady with tears in her eyes said that it was not the queen who had kidnapped her, but her brother, she said that the man intended to put Antonio on the throne and give the empire to the kingdom, so he intended to kill her. The prince was shocked by her words. Rafina, looking at her husband. She said that the man thought that she was the crown prince's weak spot, so he decided to act in this way. At the same time, the young lady thought that he had acted very stupidly, but then the prince assured her that this was not so, because she really was his weak spot. Because if something happened to her, he would go crazy. At this inheritance, the prince looked closely at his wife and said that he was very glad and at the same time felt relieved when he saw that she was safe and sound. After some time, the young princess visited the maids as she had heard that the saint was in the clinic. She said that she absolutely wanted to meet her, but she understood that she had no time to rest because the queen's trial would take place soon. She understood that she could leave some matters to her husband, and at the same time she needed to find out the kingdom's plans. But for this she needed a saint, and the saint met the young princess and said with relief that she was glad that she was alive. Rafina looked at the saint with a smile and said that they had mutual feelings. At this point, the young lady noticed that the ring no longer glowed on the saint's hand, meaning that magic had been used. She asked what had already happened. The saint looked closely at the young lady and said that the queen's brother was always one step ahead. Celestia, looking at the princess, said that the man, the nanny of the killers, so that they would kill her if something happened to him. Celestia sighed heavily and said that she had given the man everything from the moment he picked her up on the streets of the kingdom. The princess looked closely at the saint, as she regretted the murderer for what had happened to her. The saint told the princess that she had saved her, but she had not been able to repay the kindness with kindness. At that moment, the crown princess asked the saint to tell her about the kingdom's plans. She told the saint that she could cooperate and receive a lesser punishment. Rafina reported that soon the spies would find out everything and learn about all the saints' relationships. She looked intently at the young saint and said that if she told everything herself, she would protect her despite hidden plans. The saint kept her promise and appeared before the court. There was an endless struggle for power in the temple, and the priest with the nickname of the ancient sage had the greatest influence. They all believed that the king of the neighboring kingdom was the reincarnation of the priest Biscayne. Therefore, he must rule the whole world. Geralt, returning from a trip from a neighboring kingdom, accidentally encountered a sect and became very interested in it. The king of a neighboring kingdom, in order to gain recognition, used the man for his own purposes, with the goal of overthrowing the crown prince and placing Antonio on the throne, thus absorbing the empire. Of course, they used magic to increase their powers and turned to a special organization that deals with potions. But what surprised everyone most was that the woman had once replaced little Rafina, was now at the court of a neighboring kingdom and was producing magical potions. At the same time, the girl wanted to save money and return to the kingdom. Without hesitation, she used potions and stole the child. Rafina knew that the entrance and the fact that the saint was a spy from a neighboring kingdom had been revealed. But now she was under protection as an important figure, so everything should be fine with her. After some time, a meeting of all the aristocrats took place. The emperor looked intently at everyone present and said that everyone had already heard about the latest events related to the neighboring kingdom. He said that he had sent spies to confirm the information, and they should find out what was going on and whether the neighboring kingdom was preparing for war. He knew that compared to the empire, the kingdoms were small states. But he understood perfectly well that along with monsters, witchcraft, and allies, they were gaining strength and threatening the empire. And at the same time, he could not ignore the kingdom. He also announced that the crown prince would take command of the operation to resolve the situation. The crown prince will also be supported by the strongest hero in the war, Andrian. And Violetta, who was the mistress of the spirit, will not be left out either. The emperor understood perfectly well that they needed to minimize the damage to the subjects of the empire. Meanwhile, the crown princess was nervously pacing from one corner to another. But a few moments later, all her worries disappeared, as she met her relatives on my way and ran up to them with a joyful smile. Rafina with tenderness and smiles. Rafina was glad to see the young people, but she was puzzled, since she did not know how they came to her. She smiled and asked if they had come to live in the palace. Her brother immediately said that this was not the case, and they had come, but they would have to leave soon. The young lady hit her husband painfully and said that he was only frightening his sister with such words. Violetta looked closely at her friend and said with a gentle smile that she had probably already heard the latest news. But they also had to take part in the war with the neighboring kingdom, because it turned out that they were hiding monsters, so they could not help but enter the war against them. Violetta, looking at her friend, said that her husband went with them as commander-in-chief. Violetta told her friend with a smile that they were not sure what exactly would happen in the war, but they would try to get back to her as soon as possible. At that moment, the princess could not stand it and hugged her friend tightly. Rafina was furious after meeting her relatives, and at the same time, she didn't know what to do. She was furious because her relatives had visited her a few days earlier. But her husband had not wanted to tell her until the last minute that he was going to war. She was scared and didn't know what if they suddenly died, just like in the original story. She was scared and didn't know what if the course changed, but the ending would remain the same, despite all her efforts. That same evening, she sat quietly and waited for her husband. Zirkan entered the room and looked at his wife in surprise, as he did not understand why she was not yet asleep. The young lady, in turn, did not answer her husband, but only looked at him intently. After a few minutes of silence, she asked how long he was going to remain silent. She was puzzled and did not understand why he no longer consulted her, because before they discussed everything under the sun. But now, no matter what she said, he did not answer her. Zirkan, sighing heavily, sat down next to his wife and said that he was going to tell her everything, but in turn he was afraid that she would want to go with him. The young lady, in turn, was a little offended, but stated that she had not thought about it at all, since she understood that she would not be able to help him. In turn, she was very worried about him and wanted to support him. At that very moment, the crown prince looked intently at his wife and said that he had been to see the emperor today, and that he had promised him a title. She was taken aback, as she did not understand what was being discussed. He sighed heavily and said that when he returned from the war, he would take the throne. Zircon looked intently at his wife and said that he would return and become emperor, and she would be free. The princess froze in place after his words. He approached her and quietly whispered that if she wanted, he would divorce her. She was shocked, did not understand what his words meant, and at the same time she wondered if he really agreed to a divorce now. But she didn't understand why he said such things with a pitiful expression on his face. Zircon looked closely at her husband and asked if she wanted a divorce, but in response he heard only dead silence. He understood that whatever the answer was, he did not want to let her go and was waiting for her to agree. At that very moment, he asked her to answer honestly, but he did not wait for an answer, as she kissed him tenderly. Then the prince breathed a sigh of relief and accepted her kiss with a gentle smile. Zircon, looking at his wife, said that this was enough, because when he sits on the throne, he will be hers forever. He looked into her eyes and said that then she would be his forever. He intended to give her all his love and tenderness, and still did not want to let her go even on the threshold of death, while the young lady tenderly hugged him and quietly said that this was exactly what she had hoped for. The next day, the crown princess, looking at her husband, saw him off to war. The crown prince looked closely at his wife as he saw that she was agitated, but a moment later he knelt before her. She said with a smile that she would be lying if she said he wasn't worried. But looking at her husband, she said that everyone trusted him completely. He was pleased and embarrassed by such words. Rafina looked after the crown prince and asked him to return to her unharmed. She regretted that she could not go with him, but she knew she could help him in another way. After some time, the crown prince's assistant looked with bewilderment at the small pouch the prince had on his belt. He was a little puzzled because he remembered that the crown princess had given the bag to the prince. But in turn, he was glad that their relationship had now improved. At that moment, he could not resist and asked the prince what was already in the small bag. The prince thought for a moment, but after a few minutes he said that there was only a bear there. The young man looked at his master in bewilderment as he did not understand what he was talking about. After some time, he understood what the prince had said earlier. After everything he had seen, he realized that he would no longer joke about the prince's wife, since she was not the kind of person who could take liberties. Meanwhile, the young lady was walking around the castle, unable to find a place for herself, since several weeks had already passed, and there was still no news from her husband. She was glad that during this period the Empress's fortune had increased, and she had settled several pressing matters. But she felt like several months had already passed while she was waiting for her husband. After some time, she came across the great statue in the middle of the garden. She looked at the statue of the first emperor in surprise, and then she realized that she had entered the Western Palace. As a child, she always looked at this statue, and it seemed big and scary to her. But at that time, she came to the palace to see her lover. But moments later, she screamed as she heard someone's voice. Moments later, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief as she saw a prince in front of her who was terrifying and frightened her. Antonio looked closely at the young lady and called her, but at the same time, he asked if she would like to sit next to him. For some time, the young people sat quietly next to each other. At the same time, the young princess felt cool. Antonio paused for a moment and said that when they were little, he really liked having an older brother, so he always wanted to be closer to him. But at one point, he learned something. namely that he would not be able to get anything from his brother except hatred. And then he himself began to hate him, and constantly boasted about his father's love, and at the same time he pressed his brother on his sore spot. But now he understood that in the end his brother had everything, and he had nothing. Looking at the young lady, he said with a gentle smile and sincerity that he liked her. He understood that there was nothing left for him in this world. He burst into bitter tears as emotions overwhelmed him. But the young lady enraged the prince that she was not the one who could give him what he lacked, and that somewhere such a person still existed. The princess looked into the distance with a smile and said that they would definitely be able to meet. And that was when he would relax a little. After their short conversation, there was an awkward pause. After some time, the emperor looked at his son with a puzzled expression and asked if he really wanted to give up his status as a prince. Antonio, in turn, said with relief that this was so. He knew perfectly well that his mother would never give up, and he no longer wanted to watch his loved ones suffer because of the power given to him. The emperor sighed heavily and asked his son for forgiveness, but at the same time he asked him to at least occasionally convey news of himself. After meeting his son, the emperor realized that his youthful mistakes had continually brought hardship to many people. After some time, newspaper headlines were abuzz with news that they had won the war. All the aristocrats were delighted with such news. But the plot did not know that the prince had renounced his title and left the empire, and the queen was in prison. And at the same time, she was in great shock and did not eat or go to bed for several days. And because of these circumstances, the trial was postponed for a week. After some time, the trial of the queen began. But the queen, in turn, did not admit her guilt, and everyone was furious about this. The queen glanced sideways at the small glass of water. But at that very moment, the crown princess looked at the queen with bewilderment, as she did not understand why she did not drink water, since she was coughing so much. At that moment, the queen turned around and looked into the distance with fury. Rufina was puzzled and did not understand where the queen was looking so intently. But a moment later, she realized that the queen was looking at her servant, who was in a position. Unable to withstand the queen's pressure, she drank the water anyway. Rufina was shocked that the queen drank the contents. At that very moment, the queen, with a predatory grin, said that she was not at all to blame for what had happened, and that it was her brother who was to blame, and he deserved to be torn to pieces. She screamed that he was the one who deserved to die like a dog. She was puzzled because she understood that they did not dare blame her for what she had done, and yet the poison that was in the water had taken effect. At that moment, the judge could not stand it any longer, and with a puzzled expression on his face, he called for the doctor. Rufina was shocked by everything she saw, but at the same moment, she turned her gaze to the queen's servant. She stared at the young girl as she quickly walked out of the courtroom. Rufina couldn't stand it and called the girl, and she stopped. Rufina knew that it was Camilla in front of her. At that very moment, Camilla told the crown princess that she had no evidence to bring her to trial. The young princess was a little puzzled by such words, and immediately said that she had not even had such thoughts. But a moment later, the princess froze in place, because she did not know what question to ask the maid. And yet she did not understand why she was so devoted to the queen. At that moment, Camilla sighed heavily and said that she and no one else were destined to understand the queen. But Camilla knew that the young queen had once saved her from a monster, whose death is unworthy of a human being, and therefore it has always been devoted to her. In her early childhood, Rebecca looked intently at the maid, and she took the blow and asked her to leave, because she was no longer her maid. And yet, in her memory, she remained only a beautiful girl. Sometime later, the Duke family received a letter from the battlefield. They were shocked and puzzled when they saw that there was a strand of hair in the box. The Duke could not bear this and simply fainted. But the Duchess held back her emotions, and a moment later she saw a small letter. The Crown Prince wrote to his new mother that all her children were alive and well, and he also informed her that a subordinate of the king's had been captured. The woman who was a criminal, who stole and dumped their daughter on the Viscount, and at the same time she made a potion of forbidden magic. He informed the Duchess that the criminal had been executed, and so he was sending, evidence to ease the long-standing pain a little. After reading the letter, everyone froze for a moment. But at the same time, they felt relieved. Sometime later, Crown Princess Wu attended an audience with the Empress. The maid told the women with a smile that the Emperor had arrived. Rafina was not at all surprised, since the Emperor had been visiting at every opportunity lately. At the same time, she felt somehow awkward, especially when he was sulking at the Empress and did not hide it. The Emperor slowly approached his relatives and, with a smile, asked what kind of tea they were drinking today. Rafina looked at the Emperor with a smile and said that they were drinking black tea with lemon, and at the same time she invited the Emperor to join them. At that very moment he accepted her proposal, and he and Smile began talking to each other. Rafina looked tenderly at the Emperor and the Empress as she saw that they were a sweet couple. At that moment, the Emperor looked intently at the lady and said that, as she knew, he was not an enviable emperor at all. He said that he repented of his past foolish decisions and intended to live with dignity and not have regrets. So when his son returned, he would leave the throne and he and the Empress would go to live on the Iodine land. Rafina was shocked that the Emperor, throwing aside all his pride, decided to go to the Empress's homeland. At that very moment, the Emperor said that he intended to record all his weaknesses in the history of the Empire, so that his heirs would never repeat his mistakes. Rafina froze in surprise, as she had not expected to try something like this. She still did not expect to see an emperor who would want to document his own mistakes, because admitting mistakes is the greatest shame for an emperor. But looking at the Emperor, Empress Anna understood that despite everything that had happened, he had made his choice. And at the same time, she was glad that he did something like this for the sake of a bright future. A full year later, the war ended, and the kingdom that Stock had held, the defense, declared its surrender, and all war criminals, including those associated with the monster trials, were executed. Therefore, the young ladies eagerly awaited the day when the detachment inherited the prince and returned to the capital. She wanted to meet her husband as soon as possible, and for this reason she ran towards him with a joyful smile. She waited for him to come up to her and greet her. But the crown prince was in no hurry to do anything of the sort. At the same time, she was puzzled, because she did not understand why he was not looking at her. She was shocked, and wondered if after a whole year at war he had changed his mind and now didn't want her. Rafina didn't know what to do if they divorced according to the contract. Sometime later the young lady went to her room, but she was puzzled, because she knew that her husband had gone out to march solemnly through the city, and yet he had not even looked at her. She was in shock. She didn't understand why everything turned out this way, because she had been counting the days until his arrival for a whole year. So she didn't understand why he didn't even look at her briefly. Meanwhile, the crown prince hurriedly flew into the room and called his wife. He looked at her puzzledly, as he could see that she was upset. Without wasting a minute, Zirkan approached his wife and, kneeling down, said that he was incredibly guilty, and therefore asked for forgiveness. He sighed and said that if he looked at her, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. She was in shock and didn't understand what was wrong with him. Looking at her husband with tears in her eyes, she asked how it was possible not to look at her wife even once, because this made her very upset. Zirkan looked at his wife with a gentle smile, as he understood that he had not seen his beautiful and sweet wife for a whole year, and therefore he could not understand how he had managed to survive without her for such a long period of time. At that moment, a dead silence reigned between them. But fortunately, it did not last long, as the young lady could not stand it and rushed to her husband with tears in her eyes, saying that she missed him very much. He kissed her tenderly and said with a smile that every moment he thought only of her, and therefore he really dreamed of seeing her. And he loved her very much. Sometime later, her young lady sat down on the bed, sighing heavily, and she could not understand how it was possible to spend less than a week in bed, despite everything. Zircon looked at his wife with a tender smile, and she asked if he had already woken up. But at that very moment, the young princess declared that rumors would soon begin to spread. He looked at her in bewilderment. "Rafina." He succeeded and said that he did not leave the room for more than a week after returning. But at the same time, she shouted so that it would not be visible at all. He was serving in this, and he should explain everything himself. Zircon looked at his wife with a smile and said that this was so, and it was purely his fault. At the same moment, he said with a smile that since rumors were inevitable, then they could stay in the room for a little while longer. After some time, the young lady heard someone crying next to her. Turning around, she saw a little boy. She ran up to him in a hurry and asked why he was crying, but she also wanted to know where his parents were. At that moment, the boy pointed in her direction and she turned around. Rafina looked at the great statue behind her in bewilderment. She was a little puzzled, as he also pointed to the Western Palace where her husband had lived as a child. At the same time, she asked if he wanted to enter the palace. She also offered him her accompaniment. She said with a smile that a very good grandfather lived there, and that he did not need to worry. A moment later, she let him out with a smile and asked him to be careful. Rafina looked along with a smile, as she was glad that she was able to help the boy, but still did not notice that he was very cute. But moments later, she was taken aback and froze in shock. She could not believe what she saw before her, how the terrible statue changed in the blink of an eye. After some time, Rafina finally told her husband about her strange dream, but she also noticed that the boy was very handsome, and her spirits quietly glanced at each other as they already understood what was going on. That same day, the prince came to an audience with his father. Without a moment's delay, the emperor handed over his title and crown to his son. He said with a smile that the crown prince ascended the throne and was officially named emperor. Rafina looked at her husband with a contented smile, as she understood that he was starting a new life. She understood that in this new life there were many people who loved him. She understood that their life together was like a miracle. She was glad that in one instant the child became loved. But at that very moment, the emperor looked at his wife with a smile and called her. She understood that even if she crossed over to another world again, she would definitely find him, and so that it would not become her to grab his hand.